What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Thursday, November 7th, 2024. And the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, the latest injury updates for the Texas Longhorns football team as we sit 2 days out from kickoff against Florida. Plus, what should the Dallas Cowboys do now that Dak Prescott is going to miss at least a month of the regular season? We'll talk about that. We'll get into some SEC football. We'll continue to break down the first rankings for the college football playoff. We've got a TBT video. We've got Buck ons. We've got Buck offs. We've got plenty to get to, and we've got a coughing Buck this morning. What's going on, man?
Oh, I got some water went down the wrong chute, and it is overcast, and it looks like rain, but I'm not going to call for rain today. But it sure looks, you know, and it's not cool. It's got a little humidity out there this morning, so some places may get rain, but I'm not calling for rain today. I'm calling for rain tomorrow a little bit, though.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, not today, but tomorrow. So,
what about Saturday?
If it does rain, it's going to rain in the afternoon when you're on your way. As you're driving, you've got a wedding, you'll be on your way. You may get a little rain headed up that way, but that's all right. It's clear sailing up I-35 these days. We're kind of liking that trip. You know, it's not as bad as it used to be, but it's never fun in the rain. It's never fun when it's dry there.
I was going to say, I don't know what you're talking about. I-35 is never clear or fun.
Yeah, I'll tell you when it used to be okay. When I used to do the deal where I'd come back from the fair, and when I don't go to the games, there's nobody going that way on that day. It is like, and the cops are watching the game.
So that might be the only good time to drive on I-35.
I think that I've never seen anybody ever pulled over. I don't even see any cops for years and years going back that way. What are they doing? Are they watching the game?
Sure.
They don't have time to be sitting out there on the highway.
They're doing what you should be doing. They're watching the biggest game in the state.
Yeah, they are. I mean, you can go 95 miles an hour back that way and not even hesitate. I mean, I used to get back, and I don't know. I used to get back sometime just before halftime ended, sometime the beginning of the third quarter when I'd go there. And that's a long haul, you know, out back to Dripping Springs. And I could make it there because you just go. You just put your foot down on the gas and go.
Mm-hmm.
You make one stop, and that's it. You just pee in your man diaper, and you just keep on going.
Oh, yeah, I don't have those.
Yeah, it's sometimes it can be kind of squishy, you know. But it's okay. You don't want to stop. You don't want to stop, brother.
You don't change the man diaper until you get to your destination, huh?
No, that's why you got a man diaper. Absorbent.
Yeah. What about the cup? You showed us the infamous yet so famous P cup that you once used during our show. What about that?
That's just for here. That's not a roadie.
Okay.
That doesn't go with you on the road. I know you hear Wags or somebody talk about a Gatorade bottle. No. You got to be a pretty good aim with a Gatorade bottle. You know what I mean? It's kind of narrow there. The paint thing is got some width, some girth to it. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
And I like girth.
Still, I know you like girth. You've mentioned that a few times on this show. It has me questioning a lot, but you still have only used that pee bucket one time?
One time on this show.
Okay.
I've not had the crap in that bucket yet. So
yeah, you know,
that's going to be different.
You're not going to be able to get away with that one. You may be able to get away with peeing in that bucket again because you got away with it the first time.
I most certainly did. Nobody knew a thing.
And the only reason I know, the only reason anybody knows is because you told us. But if you are taking a crap during the show, we are all going to know.
In a paint bucket, a little quart thing.
Yeah, the smell is going to permeate through the computer.
It is now. No, what's going to happen is me rising up like that. No, I'm not going to get to that point. I will excuse myself for you people just for that because that's how I am. It's about you people. Good morning to soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you for what you do to you and your families. Do be safe out here, and thank you so very much.
Yeah, awfully generous of you, Buck, being willing to go to the bathroom to drop a deuce. That is
Yes.
man of the people stuff right there. We are incredibly grateful for your service, sir.
Yes. Thank you very, very much.
Oh, man, I didn't see this. How about a buck off to Stephenville High School for naming their football stadium after Art Briles?
What?
Our man CB commenting early on YouTube. Shout out to CB, waking up at 6 a.m. on the West Coast for the start of this show. Art Briles, of course, coached at Stephenville High for a long time before moving up to the college ranks. And I guess he did enough there at Stephenville to where they're naming the stadium after him.
Yeah, their players got juiced up enough as high schoolers when he was there. Yeah, great job.
Yeah, that helps in sports, I've been told.
Yeah, really helps in high school if you're starting then.
Yeah, and I think recently at Baylor, they honored one of Art Briles' Big 12 championship teams, and there were a lot of former players who were wearing like the hashtag CAB shirts, which were released by Baylor a few years ago after Art Briles lost his job in support of Art Briles. Like, we want him back. We feel like he was wrongly fired, so let's wear shirts to show our love for him. And still, after all these years, there are some folks in Waco who would love to have Art Briles.
Good. Have all you want.
Yeah,
if you want them back, that's fine. We're out of there anyway.
Fuck off to that. No, I still care about women, so I don't think that's fine. I'm not going to say that that's okay. Even
well,
though
they won't ever do it, so it doesn't matter.
Now, if anybody would, it'd be Baylor. So,
yeah.
All right. Lot to get to today. By the way, Ethan Burke will join us at 9:15. Our weekly conversations with Ethan Burke, brought to you by our great friends at realtruck.com. So we'll go inside the Texas locker room and get Ethan's thoughts on this upcoming matchup against Florida. And Buck, speaking of the upcoming matchup against Florida, just over 48 hours away from kickoff here in Austin. And last night, the first injury report of the week was released. We'll start with the Texas side, and then we'll look at what Florida's got. But the two players that I think you and most Longhorn fans are keeping an eye on the most, Isaiah Bond and Andrew Makuba, both of them did show up on the injury report. Isaiah Bond listed as probable, Andrew Makuba listed as questionable. Now, Steve Sarkisian told us on Monday that those guys practiced on Monday. And by all accounts, those guys have practiced all 3 days this week. So that's the good news. But the bad news, both of those guys still on the report.
Yeah, still on that. I didn't hear any full go. No full go words. Probable, questionable. I don't know. I think they'll be careful with Makuba. I mean, the wide receiver, there's some things that he can do. He can just fly. Hey, just go straight. Go in a straight line. Do not take a zigzag at all. I mean, if you just have to avoid one guy, that's fine, but show your speed in the straight ahead stuff. So neither one of them are obviously are fully healthy like we've seen them before. But then again, BK, who is at this time of the year? You need to know that. I want you to understand that, okay?
I understand that. You've been harping on that the last 2 days.
Nobody's full go right now at this time of the year. So, but if I can use the speed in any way, I definitely against Florida, you need to, because they've got some fast guys, and you want them to have some fear of the deep ball. But once again, this team has plenty of guys that can go deep. To me, this game will just come down. And Makuba, I'm just going to be careful with him. You know, the safety position, their guys have been playing well enough right now. They've got enough right there. They got enough depth right now that I think people will trust what they have. I know this is a big game with these type of players, but I trust enough right now with the safeties that they have going that they would be just fine. Give him another week. That would be great.
Yeah, that's a great point. I think both of these guys are going to play, and we'll hear a little bit more from Steve Sarkisian later today. And, of course, we'll get another injury report tonight, so we'll see if anything changes there. But you're right. I mean, this defense is the number one defense in college football right now. And the safety play, despite losing not only Andrew Makuba, but also Derek Williams Jr. for the season, has still been very good. I mean, Michael Taft has been a beast. Jelani McDonald has stepped up. Jordan Johnson-Rebel has been very good as one of the younger players on this team. Like, the Texas defense hasn't missed a beat. That's no shot at Andrew Makuba. We know how good that guy is. We all want him back on the field. But the defense has been fine without him. The offense, look, even with Isaiah Bond, it was struggling a little bit.
You're right.
You would like all the help that you can get to try to get this offense its mojo back, to use the word Steve Sarkisian used this week.
Yeah, because nobody has speed like that dude. That guy's the fastest guy on the field.
Yeah.
You missed that. You miss that threat. You miss that threat. All the other guys are fast enough, and the defenses understand that, by the way, anybody at wide receiver can get behind us here at Texas. They know that guy can get behind you.
And with the way this deep ball offense has been struggling, I mean, It's been non-existent. We've spent a lot of the last week and change talking about that. You're right. Isaiah Bond is your best deep threat. And it's kind of ironic because he got hurt on a deep pass that was underthrown by Quinn Ewers early in that Oklahoma game. He got past the Oklahoma defense in that game on that play. And Quinn Ewers just undershot him on a play that should have been a touchdown. So you're right. Isaiah Bond, probably the fastest player on this Texas offense. Just having him on the field, even if he's not 100%, which it doesn't sound like.
That'll mean something. That'll mean something to the Florida guys. They'll be thinking, damn, that guy's here. We need to move back a little bit. But as Sark says, if you want the deep ball, tell those guys to move up, come on up. If he's not on the field, you still got enough guys to get behind him. If they would just come on up for us, really? Come on. Can your quarterback throw it past them, though? That's the thing, even if they come up.
Right. Yeah, like I get what Stark's saying, and not to beat a dead horse here, but okay, you still should be able to throw explosive passes if the defense is playing too high safety. Like I get it. I'm not saying be reckless and keep taking shots down the field into a defense that is trying to prevent you from doing that, but you have to have that in your arsenal as an offense. If you're trying
I've seen him scheme that up against a lot of teams that have dropped back deep against when he was at Alabama. He had crossing routes and guys on the run. I could use those at 20, 25 yards. It doesn't have to be 40-yard, 50-yard bombs. I'll take them at 15 and 20-yard slants that a guy catches and runs with it. You got enough guys. There's some catch and run guys on this football team right now, including the tight end. So, I mean, you got guys. It doesn't necessarily have to be bombs over the top for 60. It can be 30-yard catches and run. You got enough quality guys that can do that. But he used to scheme those guys open. But right now he's got a bunch of linebackers dropping in those areas because the run game, everybody's figuring out that they can handle the run game with just 6 guys up front. You know, they figure they can handle that. So they're dropping guys into those zones right now. So this is 11 a.m. PK that you want to be able to throw those mid-range balls, run the football against them, make them step up some.
Yeah. Speaking of the run game, the good news for Texas is none of the 3 top running backs on this depth chart are listed on the injury report.
Well, that's a good week right there.
Yeah.
For that position.
It was confirmed yesterday that Velton Gardner is out for the season. We haven't seen him since early in the season. But
was that a concussion? Was that a head injury?
They're calling it an eye injury.
Wow.
So I don't know exactly what it was. We didn't get full detail from Steve Sarkisian, but it's an eye injury that has kept Velton Gardner off the field and will keep him off the field for the remainder of the season. But you've got your top 3 guys. Your offensive line is healthy. Hopefully this bye week has allowed them the opportunity to get some things right and clean up some of the penalty issues that plagued Texas during phase 2 of this season. You'd like to see this offense find its rhythm, find its groove, and get back to what it was in the first month of the season, because Texas has a national championship level defense right now. Matter of fact, Buck, I saw this stat on Twitter/X, whatever you want to call it, and I'll give some love to our guy Nash. His Twitter handle is @NashTalksTexas. He's been on the show, and he's been on our network a couple of times. Does a really good job covering the Texas Longhorns. This Texas defense is not only really good if you look at other teams across college football this year. This is one of the best one of the best defenses we've seen since the turn of the century. If you look at yards allowed and yards per play and also yards per game, this Texas defense ranks number 10 since the year 2000. Wow. In all of college football. There have been 3,080 defenses that qualify for this stat, and Texas is currently number 10 when you combine total yards, yards per game, and yards per play allowed.
So they're in there with the Nebraskas of the world when Nebraska was good?
Well,
no, Nebraska, you said it's 2000, so sorry.
It's 2000. So, 2011 Alabama is number 1.
The SEC teams.
You've got an Ohio State team that won a national championship. You've got some early 2000s USC teams that won national championships. Hell, 2001 Texas with all of the NFL dudes that they had on that team. They're on this list as well. But this is a historically good Texas defense This is a national championship caliber Texas defense. You'd love the offense to be playing at that level. I don't think that's a fair expectation with what we've seen through 2 months of the season.
No.
But if they can just be what they were or close to what they were through the first 4 or 5 games of the year, then this is a team that has a shot to do something really special.
Yeah, and they should be, because this offensive line was supposed to be the powerhouse offensive line. Where are they better than 3? Well, we're finding out they're just kind of mid-range when it comes to just the SEC alone. This is the week, as I said, this is the week where things ratchet up a little bit. This is now, everything matters, all the downs, all the penalties. When I say 5 or less penalties, I truly mean 5 or less. And 7 to 10 and losing 80 yards in penalty yardage is, I don't care if it's head went down or whatever. These hits, these targeting and small things like that, when you say, well, was it really targeting? I don't know. They just called it. So whatever the officials call right now sucks. You can't have that happen to you. Yeah. And once again, now you're playing a game at home. You ought to win the penalty battle. I got to see Sark on the sideline. Remember, this is the game. Let's see if he's got his arms around guys this week. They're at home. You shouldn't lose the penalty. You shouldn't lose the penalty war at home. Even though you're one of the most penalized groups in the SEC, you got to win that battle at home. You got to smooch those dudes in the stripes before the game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you got to say, hey, listen, that group over there is 4-4 and they suck.
Put your arm around him, maybe slip a 20 in his back pocket.
He's not going to take a 20. It's the SEC. We're better than that.
No, these are officials.
Hey, it just means more.
Yeah, I don't know how much these guys are making, right? I don't think they're full-time officials. Most of these dudes are roofers or accountants on the side, so they could take all the money they get. And that's just, hey, little 20 here. Hey, man, give us a couple of calls, all right? We haven't been getting much in the last month. I know our fans.
I would be definitely going, listen, they're 4-4. And see those guys over there on their offensive line? They're holding everybody.
Hey, how about a gift card to Moonshine Patio Bar and Grill?
How about a pair of boots from Cavender's?
Yeah, or what about, hey, our guy VY will make you some steaks at the Vince Young
Now
Steak.
you're talking.
He's the head chef. Just give us a couple of calls. Throw a holding on them. Stop calling holds on us when we're pancaking guys, please.
Yes. Come on. Did you guys used to officiate in the Big 12? Did you just get to the SEC?
Here you go, man. A couple gift cards on the house. All right. We got you covered. Just thanks for everything you do, Zebras.
Send a relative over there to us over at Schultz's Beer Garden. We have some gift cards for you.
There you go. Mike, is it Mike? Mike, thank you so much for all of your hard work, man. Here, on us.
Mike, is it Mike? Yeah, okay, Mike. All your hard work.
Hey, we're new to the neighborhood. You're supposed to be gifting us things because we're the new house on the block. But you know what? We're such good neighbors. We're going to walk around and give you the gifts, all right?
Stay at the W next time you're in our area.
How's that sound, huh?
Yeah.
We got you here, all right? Free room on us. Just give us a couple of
man. You got to smooth these guys. You can't keep getting more penalties at your home stadium. That's not supposed – BK, that doesn't happen. That's not supposed to happen. You're supposed to get the calls.
No, and I know the last game was on the road at Vanderbilt, but still, there have been too many.
Oh, that was happening because that was a Cinderella story. As I'm saying, if you don't get them this week, what do you think you're going to get in Fayetteville?
Right. That was maybe the Cinderella story, and it was also the game after Texas fans threw a bunch of trash on the field after a call they didn't like.
Yeah, that's true. Now you're true about that. That's
maybe the head of officiating in the SEC is like, hey, just twist the knife a little bit on Texas if you get the opportunity to.
But it shouldn't happen this week. It shouldn't happen at 11 o'clock in the morning. It really shouldn't. You should be getting the benefit of the doubt. They're 4-4. They got a bunch of holding, grabbing guys. That should happen for you this week. We should see the flags go our way at home.
Well, Texas
I'm begging now.
Right. Texas has to play cleaner. I mean, the Longhorns have 55 penalties as a team through 8 games this year. That's about 6.9 a game. And no, that is not nice. 38 of those 55 have been on offense. 25 of those 38 have been on the offensive line. And Buck, 18 of those 25 O-line penalties are false starts.
That's amazing.
18 in 8 games. So more than 2 false starts per game. And if you ask me, Texas has only played 1 true road game this year. I know Vanderbilt It's technically a true road game, but you had more than 50% of the fans wearing your colors last week. The Longhorns have played in one truly hostile environment, and they only will have to play in two more, at least in the regular season. But they've played most of their games in pretty favorable conditions,
Certainly have.
and they're still committing more than 2 false starts a game.
Dude, to have this happen to you at home is ridiculous.
Ridiculous. So, that was priority number one for us. Steve Sarkisian talked about it last Monday. He talked about it again this Monday. They've got to clean it up because they did a lot of good things offensively against Vanderbilt. You see the 27, and you see the fact that it was only a 3-point win, and you probably think, they didn't do – no, they had a lot of good plays. A lot of guys did good things, but because of the penalties, they let Vanderbilt stay in that football game. So,
by the way, for the SEC, Florida is not a Cinderella story, folks. They're bad right now.
Yeah, they're
and
pretty
the
bad.
SEC could care less about Billy Napier.
No, Sunbelt Billy.
Yeah, they don't care.
No, I think they're hoping Florida is good again, and I don't think with Sunbelt Billy.
That's what I'm saying. They're ready for the commissioner and everybody else is ready for a change there because it doesn't take long to build that program up if they get good.
So speaking of Florida, right, the Gators injury report is a lot longer than the Texas injury report, but there is one guy that I think everybody is focused on, and that is the quarterback, DJ Lagway, listed as questionable on the injury report yesterday. Apparently he did practice a little bit for the Florida Gators. I saw some quotes from Billy Napier from after Florida's practice yesterday. He said, quote, "He's trying. He's a competitor. He's going back to his home state. He wants to try to find a pathway to make this work. Obviously, it's touch and go. The guy's giving it his best shot."
That doesn't sound like he's playing to me. That sounds like there's a lot of hope there.
Well, I saw a report, like, I think everybody has seen the injury at this point, right?
Yeah.
And this was this past weekend where DJ Lagway got carted off. Not only did he get hurt and not return against Georgia, he got carted off the field against Georgia. And all of his teammates were coming up to him, dapping him up before the cart drove away.
Yeah, like that was it for the season.
And I saw a report from, I think, Tuesday that said it was a grade 2 hamstring strain for Lagway. That's multiple weeks at minimum.
Yes, that's not 1 week. That's not the next week you play with that kind of hamstring injury.
No, so I said it on Tuesday. I'll say it again, and I'll eat my words if I'm wrong. I think it's just gamesmanship by Florida.
Sure.
They want Texas to have to prepare for the possibility of DJ Lagway playing.
And that's fine too.
Yeah. And look, I mean, if you're Texas, all right, prepare for everything.
You know what? They're not world beaters with that dude playing.
No, they're a lot better when he does play. Like, if DJ Lagway was playing, Texas would still be favored. I think Texas would still be a double-digit favorite. I think the line would be closer to like 14 or 15. Right now it's at 21.5. I think that's because everyone's expecting the Yale transfer Aiden Warner to be under center. So DJ Lagway makes a difference in the game, but you're right. If you're Texas, even if that young man is in, you shouldn't have too much trouble with this Florida team.
If he's in with a hamstring injury, look out.
Get after him. And DJ Lagway, like, he's a great thrower of the football, but he can also move. Like, that's part of his game, is that he could pick up yards with his legs, and he can also extend plays with his legs too. So
that dude makes some mistakes, though. He throws some picks. He'll throw it to you.
Yeah. If he's
even when he's healthy, so you always have to get after him.
Exactly.
And you'll have to spy him. You got to spy him with a hamstring if he comes into the game.
So it'd be crazy to me. I think it'd be a horrible decision for the kid's future. I think it'd be a horrible decision for Florida's future. Who knows what the future holds for DJ Lagway at Florida? Because Billy Napier gets fired, maybe Lagway decides to transfer. But
absolutely.
You got to think, sometimes you got to protect the kid from himself, right? You talk about this all the time, Buck. DJ Lagway's from Texas. He's going to have a lot of family and friends at this game. He'd love to be out there performing in front of them, but the guy might have an NFL future at stake.
Yeah, and you're going against the number one team, number one defense in the nation. That's not a good recipe for coming off a hamstring injury for sure. No. I don't expect it. They're going to do everything they can with. Is this their third quarterback that will be playing?
Yeah, their starter, Graham Mertz, the Wisconsin transfer, he's out for the year with an ACL injury.
Yeah.
So he'll be in crutches or on crutches on the sideline. And then, DJ Lagway's been playing. And both of those guys were playing early in the year. Then Mertz got hurt, so Lagway took
Right.
over the full-time job. Now Lagway is probably out. So, yeah, they're on QB3 more than likely.
Yeah, and their run game is just kind of
Yeah.
It's not, after the kid bolted out of there to go to Georgia, it's just been but they have big players. They have big guys. They always have big dudes,
Well, their top running back this year is Montrell Johnson Jr., and he's also listed on this injury report as questionable. So we'll see if the top runner goes for the Gators this weekend. Bad news for Florida. Eugene Wilson, one of their top receivers, is out for the season. That was announced yesterday by Florida. So the Gators, Texas is relatively healthy. I'll knock on wood. You look at other injury reports around this conference and around the country, Texas is a lot shorter than a lot of other teams, including this Florida team coming to town this weekend. So if both teams were 100%, Texas would still be a double-digit favorite and expected to win. But the Longhorns are more than likely the healthier side in this game, which means they should be able to take care of business, and that's why the line's what it is.
How Sark gets this team off to a quick start. This is definitely a quick start game for them. 11 a.m. We hear all about the 11 a.m.s ready to go, and it shows. We've heard about it and we've actually seen it. So now we got to see it again. And they need to get off to a quick. They don't need to get going in the fourth series or the third series. They need to get going quickly. They do. And Quinn Ewers has been really bad in first quarters since coming back from injury. Yeah.
Right. He was really sluggish against Oklahoma. Obviously threw a pick on the first drive of the game. Then had that underthrow to Isaiah Bond on the second drive of the game, which could have been a touchdown for the Longhorns. Obviously, the whole first half was a disaster against Georgia the following week. And then first drive against Vanderbilt, an interception. So the opening script, get it right. Please get it right, because this is not a very good Florida defense.
If anything, you've got to change field position. You know what I'm saying? If you're not going to score, you got to really change it, that you put that offense with a third-string quarterback in a really bad situation where you can get a 3-or out or get field position back and just switch the field position where it makes it easier on you if you're not going to be coming off to a fast start. But I think this is a game where running the ball will be very important for Texas. Yeah, I'm not saying, control the clock and all that shit. No, I think you need to make big plays. You need to have big plays happen in this football game. But you need to run the ball with some efficiency in this game. Because from this point on, you're going to have to. The teams that you're going to play from this point on, including this team, you're going to have to be able to run the football. I mean, if you're going to get to a championship game this time of the year, you can't have a dud of 60 yards in your run game or 29 yards in your run game and win these games in the SEC or any conference.
And
this time of the year, even last year without Jonathan Brooks, they were running the ball pretty efficiently. They were pretty good in the run game.
Yeah, not to be all doom and gloom, Buck, but if Texas doesn't run the ball well this weekend, I'm not sure when you can expect them to run the ball well.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It has to be this week, because I don't expect on the road in Fayetteville, if you can't do it this week, it's not going to be all of a sudden it just jumps up and gets real good next week.
Yeah, Florida's got the 15th best, a.k.a. the second worst rush defense in the SEC.
Right.
So this is the worst run defense the Longhorns will see the rest of the way.
Yes.
And if you can't get your run game right against this group
at home,
at Arkansas, especially at A&M, and oh, by the way, Kentucky, for as bad as they are, the strength of their team is their defensive line. So if you're not able to get push up front and get that run game going, then it's almost like you worry about it for every game the Longhorns have.
Just once again, give me 130 yards against this group as a total, not I know.
I want more than that. They give up 160, Buck, and they've played a tough schedule, but Texas is a lot better than teams they've played.
This run game that's getting 29 yards a game. If you get 130, 140, you'd be kind of because I expect them to be able to throw. Quinn Ewers, I expected that ball to be – now, I don't care who's that wide receiver. You got enough talented wide receivers. That ball needs to get down the field. They need to be able to protect the quarterback. Give me a sufficient 140 yards and rushing offense. That means you should score in the high 30s, almost 40 points. That should be fine.
I'll take that. Yeah, especially
with the defense. I'm leaning on the defense. I'm taking it that group isn't going anywhere offensively. That group is going to get 17 points at the most.
Yeah, I mean,
that's about it.
They're giving up about 11 to 12 points per game this season. And if you're telling me Florida's going to have its third-string quarterback, then I'd probably take the under on that number. So if Texas gets to the high 30s like you're talking about, this should be a win, and I would think a cover for the Longhorns this Saturday. All right, we'll dive back into this game. We've got some more thoughts on the first college football playoff rankings that were released on Tuesday night. Also, the folks at Action Network have put out some mock spreads for the first round playoff games that were released a couple of days ago. So we'll talk about that and we'll get your thoughts as well. But before we dive back into the college football, how about our first round of sponsor shout outs?
Say hello to our friends over at Sue Patrick's. Say hello to Jay Willems and the gang over at Sue Patrick's. Got that incredible selection of Texas Longhorn apparel. And I got a whole bunch of it yesterday. Got my Jelly Cat donut yesterday. I'm into my Jelly Cats. My wife's not into them any longer. She says, enough is enough. Quit getting stuff that you want for you. She said, that's for you. That's not for me. But thank you to Jay for having us over yesterday. It was a lot of fun being there. It always is. And they've got, of course, free shipping on orders over $49 online, free curbside pickup, located at 5222 Burnett Road. Folks, anything you want, books, all the accessories, anything you want for your tailgate parties this late in the season, they've got it. For your home, if you're cooking out at your house, they have all of that. They've got everything that you need that's Longhorn. All the nice hats, all the polos, all the Tommy Bahamas, you name it. And it's getting ready. It's hoodie time almost. Starting to feel like it's hoodie time. So they've got all the hoodies that you're looking for. You name it, they've got it at Sue Patrick. For more information, folks, go to SuePatrick.com. But as I said, if you get an opportunity to go over to 5222 Burnett Road, you will be amazed by everything that they have in there. New things are coming in by the day there. All your Christmas gifts for the holiday season, that's there for you also at Sue Patrick. Yes, and thank you to Jay and the folks. By the way, that apple peeler did not make the cut. That it got to me, that expensive apple peeler. Sorry about that, Jay.
Expensive?
Well, for some, it would be expensive.
Like
if you lived on the streets, that would be expensive.
Even $3 to them ain't jack.
They want more than that.
Yeah. If you tried to give a homeless guy that apple slicer, they're saying no thanks.
Hey, but they gave me the apple along with that. How long do you think that apple's been sitting in that bag?
I bet they bought
that. They gave me an apple.
Yeah, I bet they got it 2 days ago.
And of course, the zebra cakes. My wife took one look at the zebra cakes. She said, "Give those to BK. He'll still eat them." Of course he will.
Of course. I was a little bummed that you took them yesterday. I was hoping to take those myself.
I will hold on to them because you can hold on to those for a long time,
Yeah, don't leave them in the car, though.
Yeah, that's where I hide my stuff, is in the car.
Oh, man. So the apple peeler did not make the cut, huh? Where is it?
Plastic. It was a lot of plastic on that. You can't have that sitting up on the counter, all that plastic. That's Tupperware. The only thing that sits on the counter is some Tupperware every once in a while.
Yeah.
You can't put devices or inventions that are $3 up on the counter.
Whatever, man. I disagree. Keep that George Foreman grill on the counter 24/7.
If I come to your house and you have a George Foreman grill, I will talk about your entire family the minute I leave the house.
Oh my God.
On the air fryer, and they come in all shapes, sizes, plastic, metal. My wife is ready to get rid of her air fryer already after 1 year. She's looking for an upgrade. Too much plastic on our air fryer.
I was rounding up. Jay says it was $250 for the apple peeler.
I was rounding up.
Oh, man.
It didn't make the cut. As soon as she saw it, and then she saw the apple in the bag, she was like, "Really?
That's great.
We can get the apple, but apple was fresh."
Apple was fresh. Come on, Jay wouldn't give you a rotten apple. He's too good of a guy.
Maybe I can just eat that apple a day for lunch.
There you go. It'll keep the doctor away. It's good stuff. That's right there.
Sure. But I
shout out.
Those are the mullet open. Those are going to make fantastic. Or when we do our segment of our show and have all those things all lined up as auction items, silent auction items for the show. How about that?
Speaking of the Mullet Open, one of the other big sponsors for the Mullet Open, our guy Tom McKay over at Audio Visual Consultations. Do a live spot for AV consultations.
There you go.
I see the two TVs behind me. See how perfect they are? They're aligned. There's no wire sticking out.
None.
That's the work of AV consultations. Y'all know about the 4 TV setup I have in the living room, all done by audio-visual consultations. If you want multiple screens on one wall like I have, if you want the giant 85-inch TV like the Buck has, how about some for your patio? Starting to cool down a little bit, finally.
Nice.
Yeah, if you want that outdoor setup, AV consultations can do it all for you. They've been around since 1988. More than 35 years of providing the best audiovisual automation systems here in Central Texas. They've hooked up thousands of our listeners over the years. They can hook you up as well. Just give them a call, 512-255-8678. That's 255-8678. Or check them out online at avconsultations.com.
Nice.
And also a quick shout out to our friends at Altstadt Beer, the best beer that you can find all throughout the great state of Texas. The weekend's basically here. It's Thursday. You get your weekend started the right way with some Altstadt beer. They've got a bunch of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. And every Altstadt beer is brewed in Fredericksburg. So you're supporting a local business every time you drink Altstadt. And every Altstadt is brewed without preservatives or additives or sugars. So you can feel good about what you're putting into your system. Most importantly, you're going to enjoy what you're putting into your system because the taste is perfect.
Yes, and you can pick that up at 34 Wine and Spirits right there in the Southwest Parkway. Or if you're having your massive parties with your company, call on them. They're a wholesale liquor distributor, so you can get all your booze to you. But for your mixers, they have all of that available to you right there in the Southwest Parkway. Just before you hit Mopac on the right-hand side there, used to be the old King's Liquor. If old folks remember that, the oldies, when that place was the highway to nowhere, the Southwest Parkway. But now it's a super highway, as a matter of fact, it looks like when you go down there now. BK, that thing has turned into, I don't know, when I first got here and they were just building that thing, you'd see like 4 or 5 cars on it. Now it's like a super expressway on the Southwest Parkway. It can get just about everywhere, especially when you're out south or headed west. So 34 Wine and Spirits right at the end of that, just before you hit Mopac there in the strip mall. 34 Wine and Spirits for all your needs.
Yes, sir. All right. So I thought this was interesting. Our friends at the Action Network put out projected college football playoff spreads. Of course, we've got a lot of football left, and the rankings we saw on Tuesday will not be the rankings we see at the end of the year when the actual college football playoff bracket is released. But let's have some fun here. We always love doing stuff like this on this show. Projected first-round spreads. We'll start with the Texas-Alabama matchup. Of course, Texas ranked number 5 in the CFP rankings, but they'd be the 6th seed if the season ended today. And they were slotted to match up against 11-seed Alabama. According to the Action Network, Texas would be a 7.5-point home favorite against the Alabama Crimson Tide here in Austin. What say you?
I thought they would be a 6-point. When you said those 2 names, I thought maybe a 6. But a touchdown and a half, yow.
That's a lot of points.
That's a lot of points in a playoff game. But it's at home. It's against a team that has had its struggles. Texas has played well against Alabama the last couple of times they've played them. Fair enough, close. 6 or 7. I don't like the hook, but I would still favor Texas in that game with that many points. Even I lean more towards Texas than I would Alabama.
Who's the head coach at Alabama?
Yeah, I know. I was just thinking of that. That entered my mind too. Just don't want to see that guy on the sideline.
Like I think a
Washington hat or something by accident. He wears some different gear that they don't like. Maybe he comes out with a little purple in there somehow.
Oh, he wears that Schmedium T-shirt.
Oh yeah,
shows off a little bit too much.
He's fat.
I don't want to see that guy, but that's a lot of points, BK. But I would favor Texas in that.
This might be the dumbest thing I've ever said in my entire life.
And no, you've got plenty. You've got some on the list, so I don't know if this is going to be it.
That's saying something because I've said a lot of dumb crap over the years. I'd rather play against a Nick Saban coached Alabama team than a Kalen DeBoer Alabama team.
Well, so far this
like Alabama's worse this year than they were the last 2 years, and they're worse this year than they were in like 95% of the Nick Saban years in Tuscaloosa. I am terrified of Kalen DeBoer. Like, Texas beat Alabama last year. They should have beaten Alabama 2 years ago. I think they would have if Quinn Ewers didn't get hurt. I still think they would have beaten Alabama in 2009 in that championship game if Colt McCoy didn't get hurt.
Oh, here comes the hips and nuts.
Nick Saban's the GOAT. He's the GOAT. He's the GOAT. He's the GOAT. But I saw what Texas did against Jalen Milroe and Nick Saban last year. I also saw what Texas did against Kalen DeBoer last year. That guy terrifies me, Buck. I don't know what it is. He terrifies me.
Don't let him scare you. Their defense isn't going to do anything against this offense. Sark knows all about them. He knows everything about that group. He knows how to handle them. I would rather see them anytime than to see the Bulldogs again, which
well, yeah. Hold on. I didn't know we're picking between Alabama and Georgia here.
Oh, no. Well, obviously you don't want to see them again ever.
No, Alabama's the 11
championship game,
and Alabama's the 11. Georgia's the 2. I'd rather play the 11 than the 2 anytime. But I would take Alabama. Like, I'm not betting on Sark over Kalen DeBoer. I'm sorry. Do I think Texas could win that game? Absolutely. But 7.5 in that coaching matchup. Wow. Sorry, Sark. I would take.
Yeah, that's a lot. That's what I'm saying. Get that half out of here. Just leave it at a touchdown.
Hey, and it's
an extra point. You may be okay.
If you don't want to see Kalen DeBoer, then I guess you got to root for LSU on Saturday night. But also, Texas wants LSU to lose to increase its chances of getting to the SEC championship game in early December. So we'll see.
That's a good game this weekend.
It is. All right, what about these? Penn State, the 7, Notre Dame, the 10. Penn State, a 3.5-point favorite against the Irish in Happy Valley.
I'll take I'll take Penn State in that.
Really?
Yeah, because at any given time, Notre Dame can become the Notre Dame team that played Northern Illinois. Let's not forget that. I still remember those little husky dogs taking care of the Fighting Irish. So, no, at any given time, that team could go south on you, and Penn State could. Oh, they are Penn State.
Yeah,
they don't beat Ohio State. What am I talking about? They'll be fine against Notre Dame. That's a touchdown. I'll take a touchdown in that one.
I'm going Lee Sterling, wrong team favored on that deal. Penn State against Penn State against a top 10 team. Come on, man. Can't do it.
That's one time I take Penn State against Notre Dame, yes.
Penn State, like, who have they beaten this year?
The Bowls of Green gave them problems.
Their best win is against your Fighting Illini. And they lost.
We've seen what's happened to them since.
Yeah. So I would take Notre Dame in that one. What about the 8-9 game? Tennessee, a 6.5-point home favorite against Indiana. You bought in on the Hoosiers?
Not really. I'd take Tennessee. And you would too. You take Tennessee.
I think I would. Yeah. Tennessee's offense has sputtered since SEC play started. That defense is legit. And
that defense, this offensive juggernaut that they think they have in Indiana, that defense will be all over that.
Yeah, I know Curtis Rourke has looked good, and Kurt Cignetti. There it is how you pronounce his name. They've been a great story, but I'd take Tennessee. And then your 5-12 matchup, Ohio State hosting Boise State. Buckeyes 17.5-point projected favorites according to the Action Network.
It's a lot of points to the Buckeyes, but I think they would cover it. I think they'd throw that ball all around the yard on that defense of Boise's. That freshman wide receiver would have about 5 touchdowns in that game.
5 tutties?
Yeah, that guy would get off in that game.
Ugh. Come on, man.
Yeah, Ron Howard throwing the ball. Hell yeah.
Getting off against or in front of 100,000 people?
Yeah, with Ron Howard throwing it, of course. Yeah, Ohio State would be just fine.
You're talking about getting off. It makes me think Ron Jeremy's going to be throwing it. I'd probably stay away from that one. If I had to pick, I'd take Boise with the points, but I'm not calling my cousin if that's the game and that's the line that we actually get.
That's a lot of points.
That's a lot of points, man. I'm not doing something like that. So I thought that was interesting. Projected lines from the Action Network for the first college football playoff rankings that are out there.
Yeah, I don't know. Let's play somebody else besides Alabama too. Let's play Boise. Give us Boise or somebody. Don't We don't want Alabama.
I think in the perfect world, Texas wins the SEC and they get that first round bye. That probably guarantees Texas a top 2 seed in the rankings. But if you can't win the SEC, I guess you'd love to be the 5 seed and you'd get the G5 champ at your place in round 1. More than likely, that's Boise State. It could be Army. Obviously, if Army beats Notre Dame in a couple of weeks, then
yeah, I'd be all for that.
We're talking.
Because I'd have the respect for the military, and then I'd watch those little ankle biters get the hell beat out of them.
Who would you rather play, Boise or who'd you rather play, Boise or Army?
I would rather play Army.
Okay.
I would rather them try to run the option against this defense and the speed and these safeties coming up. I know they throw the ball too. They got a quarterback. If he's back, we got to find out when he's coming back. It'd be interesting to see if he plays this week. He's been out, and they were talking about a couple of weeks of him being out. So I saw their backup quarterback. He's okay. He doesn't throw like the other kid, but he can run, but he doesn't throw that way. So, and Army's been throwing. It's hard to think of Army throwing the ball down the field against your secondary, against the Texas secondary. Yeah. But you got to be disciplined with them, and your safeties are involved in the run game against that option. So do they sucker you in there and then they drop back and throw? Not with the backup, they don't. Not like they do with the starter, because the starter's a baller.
He is, yeah. Bryson Daly, son of Carson Daly, I believe, and brother of John Daly, I believe.
Yeah, he can go.
He's having a great year for Army right now, and I think because there's a bye week between conference championship Saturday and first round of the college football playoff, I'd rather play Army. If you told me if you told me I only had 1 week to get ready for their offense, I think I'd rather play Boise State, even though they're more talented than Army, even though they've got a Heisman finalist more than likely in Ashton Jeanty. Like I've seen teams like that. I don't have to completely change the way I prepare for a football game.
Because they're going to force the run. They're no matter what, they know the only way for them to really be in it is that kid having a day or some kind of day, and some kind of day against this Texas defense. If that guy gets 100 yards, that's a great day for them, But they haven't seen guys line up like they'll see across from them when they try to run the ball off tackle. Right. And linebackers that can fly to the ball. But that dude is a stud.
He is a stud. I'd rather play Army for
sure. I love them riding the fullback in the middle and seeing if they can move some of these big guys in Texas. That's a hard ask right there. You're not playing against Air Force or the Merchant Marine. That's different.
It's a great point too by Jake. Don't forget Army and Navy play after conference championship Saturday. So if either of those teams make the playoff, they will not get a bye. They'll have to go straight from their biggest game of the year to a road college football playoff game. So, that's once again.
And that game is going to take a lot out of whoever it is, mentally and physically, and especially, Navy already has a loss. So,
I think Navy's cooked. Army's probably cooked unless they beat Notre Dame. If Army beats Notre Dame somehow, some way, then they're still in the CFP conversation. But if not,
if they lose, all that is Army versus Navy at the end. Neither one of them are going anywhere.
Yeah, and it's just
they'll get the President's Trophy, and that'll be it.
They could play for their conference championship, Buck.
Huh?
Don't forget, they could play for their conference championship.
That's true. That's right. They're in the American.
The AC. I don't know. It's a mess. All right, we'll take your thoughts. The code of Texas.
Let me ask you this, BK. The team hasn't shown up, and I haven't heard a bunch about it. I think they only still have one loss. Is Tulane? Over the last couple of years, Tulane has been a player in that stuff. Are they anywhere inside? Are they a 2-loss team or just a 1-loss team right now?
I will look it up because I
think they're just a 1-loss team, maybe.
They got 2.
That done.
Oh, yeah, because they lost to K-State and Oklahoma back-to-back. Yeah, you lose to Oklahoma this year, you ain't in the playoff. Sorry about that. Those are the rules. I don't make them. you lose to this year's Oklahoma team, then can't have you. No, Tulane, I think according to ESPN's FPI, Boise State has a 60% chance to be the G5 rep in the college football playoff. So they've got one loss. They've got a great loss. Their one loss was at Oregon by 3.
Right, late in the game. Yes, you're right.
Oregon's the number 1 team in America. So if Boise runs the table and they're going to be heavy favorites in all of their games the rest of the way,
They will.
They will more than likely be the
Plus, they may have the Heisman Trophy. He's going, so people want to see that dude on TV. So yes.
Yeah. I think you're right. All right. Go to text line 512-222-9328. We'll take your thoughts on those lines. We'll take your thoughts on who you'd want to play in the first round of the college football playoff.
And if Indiana loses, they're not going. They're going to be done, aren't they?
No, I think they've got a shot with the 12-team playoff. Like if they go 11-1 and their only loss is to Ohio State, then look, I think it might matter how they lose to Ohio State.
Yeah, if they get pummeled by Ohio State,
then they
that's
might
going to matter.
Yeah, because that's the only ranked team they've got to play this year.
And their starting quarterback has to get back. He's not done for the year. He's supposed to be coming back, correct?
Yeah, he's good. They've got Michigan this week. I know it's not a good Michigan team, but that's maybe the most talented team Indiana has played this season, believe it or not. And then the trip to the Horseshoe, I can't remember if there's a bye in there, but their second game from now is a trip to Ohio State.
Wow.
So, yeah, no, if they're 11-1, I think more than likely they'll be in, even if they don't make it to the Big Ten championship game. Big Ten could get 4 in. I mean, the SEC could as well. I think more than likely the SEC will get 4 in, but the Big Ten, they've got Ohio State. They obviously have Oregon. They've got Penn State, and they've got Indiana. All 4 of those teams with 0 or 1 loss right now, and they're all ranked in the top 12. Hell, they're all in the top 9 right now. So Big Ten is going to be a factor this year for sure. It's not deep. It's very top-heavy, but that top-heavy might get them 4 teams in there. All right, Buck, how about a little SEC overreaction here?
Okay.
We do some real or overreaction questions on this show from time to time. And with our pre-show conversation this morning, you inspired me to ask you this question. So Georgia's next 2 games, at Ole Miss this Saturday, home against Tennessee next Saturday. Real or overreaction, Georgia will lose at least 1 of its next 2.
Real. I think they lose to Mississippi. I think Lane Kiffin, I think they will beat them this week.
Wow. Joey Freshwater, the Lane train.
From what I saw of them last week, they played offense and defense last week. I think they've found a little something offensively. I mean, the quarterback threw the ball well. He still runs too much. He likes to be a runner. He wants to be known as a little bit of both. He wants to be a dual threat, and he actually was last week. And I think they've got it. And defensively, they played well in defense all year long.
Yeah,
it's been that offense of theirs and the high expectations. But I think they're starting to come around when it comes to offensive football. And Carson Beck will give them a ball or two. You know that. He hasn't hit his stride yet where he's going to play that perfect game. And I don't think it'll be this week. I think they'll struggle. And I think Mississippi can go to long haul with them for 4 quarters.
Ole Miss had the number 1 scoring defense in America before their game against Arkansas. And Texas retook that title from them because Ole Miss gave up 30 against Arkansas. Now they put up 60. That game was never close, and a lot of those points on the Ole Miss defense came in garbage time when a bunch of reserves were out there. But to your point about how good the Rebels defense has been this season, like they've been close to Texas in terms of those statistical categories. They've lost their 2 games because their offense has just crapped down its leg in fourth quarters of close games. Yeah,
I think this is the week they get it. I don't know. That Tennessee game will be crazy because both of them play crazy defense. But I think offensively, Ole Miss is just getting about to where they want to be. And against that Georgia defense, you're going to need that. And they're gonna do things where they're not going to let their outside rushers get singled up on a tackle that's not good. They're not going to do that. I'm believing Joey Freshwater will be a little bit smarter there. They don't run the ball great, but that damn quarterback runs. I mean, for some odd reason. He's now become a threat at Ole Miss. He was always a decent runner, but now I think he runs more because he wants to really, really run. Where there's some throws down there, he'll take off and go and get the sure thing. I don't think he's as confident in his own arm right now. But he did both last week. He did everything last week.
Yeah, that Ole Miss team was firing on all cylinders against the Hogs. This is hilarious. Shout out to Tanner for commenting this because I hadn't seen this before the comment. This is Ole Miss's injury report, Buck. Ole Miss has been getting chastised by the college football world because of the fake injuries that they've had this season.
Oh, yeah, when they fall on the ground, yeah, they do that.
And they put 26 players on their injury report. Only 3 of them are listed as out. This isn't a case of, they've got a bunch of guys out for the year, so they have to leave them on the report. No, 26 guys on the report. It's a damn CVS receipt here.
Yeah, this is just so when they lay down on the field so they get a timeout, that we understand that they have all these guys injured, but they're trying to play.
It's a great bit from Joey Freshwater. You're right. That's exactly what he's doing. Exactly what he's doing.
No, he knows that this guy's when there's a crucial time and they need a blow, that one of those guys are going to go to a knee, and he's going to say, "Hey, look at my injury report."
Yeah, Joey.
Because they're trying to find a way. The SEC is to penalize you for doing that. But if you pull that on your injury report and you got that grocery list right there, it's hard to do that to them.
Mm-hmm. Georgia, a 2.5-point favorite, by the way. So you're going wrong team favorite in this.
I think so.
Okay, I'm still going to go with Georgia here because I just don't like ever betting against Georgia. But Carson Beck has to stop throwing the ball to the other team.
For sure.
Georgia's going.
That defense will get after him, and he'll throw a couple up for grabs, but they'll make him pay. Their quarterback is kind of hitting his stride right now at Ole Miss. Where Texas quarterback, we're still wondering what happened to his stride, you know?
Well, it takes one game, right? Because there were a lot of questions about Jackson Dart, and then he played the way he played in Fayetteville. And
right.
Now you feel good about him. You'd love to see that type of performance from Quinn Ewers on Saturday.
Oh, you have to see that kind of performance. Quinn, there is no ifs, ands, or buts. This is, once again, we're at the part of the year where if Quinn Ewers can't get it going in the first couple series, then you take Arch Manning and get him in the football game. Because you can't afford to lose. This is not let's let him fight through this. This is, you don't want to lose where you are at number 5 or number 6. You don't want to lose that right now. And this is not the he'll work his way out of it bullshit. This is no. If he doesn't have it, and if we can see he doesn't have it, the head coach ought to be able to see it's time to make a move.
Look, we've got some breaking Texas football news.
Oh boy.
According to Inside Texas, wide receiver Jonte Cook is no longer with the Texas football program.
I can see that. That's not even a surprise to me.
It's not?
No, and it's not a surprise to you either.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, what do you mean? He's gone? He's left the team?
Yeah, like if you told me he was going to enter the portal in the offseason, I wouldn't have been surprised. But the fact that he's doing it with 4 games left in the regular season on a team that has a shot to win a national championship.
Yeah, he's mentally mad at the team. He thought he should be playing more. He's just telling you he doesn't want any part of this anymore. That's all. This is not about injuries. This is about an attitude that there are high expectations from that kid coming out of high school. And no matter how you reached in the portal, the expectations, I think, of the fans, of him, and probably the coaches too, that he would be a significant contributor to the football team, and he has not been. He wasn't last year, and we understood that as a freshman and the type of receivers they had, but our expectations were he was going to be something special this year. He is not. He barely gets on the field, so it doesn't surprise me that he thinks okay, I don't even want to be around here. I'm out.
8 catches for 137 yards and 2 touchdowns on the season for Jonte Cook.
Wish that kid well wherever he ends up, and hopefully things will work out someplace else. They just weren't going to work out here.
He has not logged a catch since the SEC opener against Mississippi State back on September 28th. So, yeah, we've seen Jonte Cook's snaps almost disappear over the last month. And, yeah, he is no longer with the program. So I don't know if this has anything to do with off-the-field stuff. I don't know if this is just he's unhappy with his playing time. Maybe
he's definitely unhappy with his playing time. I don't know about off the field or whatever, but he's not happy with his playing time. He's not happy. Fans aren't happy. Like I said, their expectations of this kid was he's going to be a superstar, coming out of high school. And it just didn't fit. The guys were better last year. He was a freshman. He didn't get any better over the course of from last year to this year. And they had some guys and Sark, like you say, once Sark gets with his group, it's hard to break into that 3 or 4 guys that he really depends on. This was not one of the guys that he wanted him to do something that would separate him from the rest of the guys, and he hasn't done that.
Yeah, it's weird because Jonte Cook was the leading returning receiver for Texas. Obviously, the Horns went out.
4 catches or whatever he had?
Yeah, he had 8 catches last year, but DeAndre Moore had 0 catches last year, right? Ryan Wingo wasn't.
That's one of the big surprises to me that kid has come on like this. Yeah. I mean, the Moore kid has done more, obviously.
Yeah, he has done more. Ryan Wingo was in high school last year. Obviously, he's done more than Jonte Cook has. So, yeah, I mean, even last week, I think last week was a pretty telltale sign of where Jonte Cook is with the program, or I guess was with the program now that he's no longer with it. The fact that Isaiah Bond did not play against Vanderbilt. I mean, you saw Silas Bolden.
He should have been the guy who stepped in there with the speed to get down the middle and go and make some plays and start to make a name for himself and get into the lineup. He didn't.
He didn't play. He didn't get a chance to. Right? Yeah. Like Silas Bolden saw his reps increase. Obviously, DeAndre Moore had a huge game. Ryan Wingo got a few more snaps. Matthew Golden got a few more snaps. Like, you would think, all right, top receivers hurt. Here's the opportunity for Jonte Cook to get some playing time and do what you're talking about, make a name for himself.
Anything about him as a kid, he may be a pouty kid wondering, hey, now it's my turn. You're not giving me a shot. I don't know. I trust that Chris Jackson understands, that he knows exactly how to coach wide receivers, those dudes. So there's something in him that he just said, nope, not here, not today. So he decided that, okay, I'll show you. I'm out of here.
Right.
Good luck to him. Just good wishes. Now you don't have to worry about wondering if he's ever going to make it or not. He's not going to make it here. So
yeah, man, that's a shame. Like you said, you wish the kid all the best. Obviously, we won't know where he's going until the off season gets here. But that's breaking news for Texas football. Jonte Cook no longer with the program.
And I don't say maybe things will turn around. You'd wish they could. Maybe he jumped to a conclusion too quick. But when you start messing with coaches in this time of the season and changing the dynamics and threatening or going and saying you're going to go, but then all of a sudden you have oh no, I want to come back. I'll prove it. I can do it. This is not the time of the year to do it when things are on the line like this. This is not the time to abandon the team unless if you're an abandon them and you're going to leave it for real. Good luck.
Yeah, well, CB says Orange Bloods is reporting that Jonte Cook was dismissed.
Okay.
So maybe the attitude just got a little out of control, right?
Sure.
Maybe Jonte Cook was not happy with his lack of snaps and started showing it.
Things happen with that, yes.
Inside Moncrief. And, and our guy Jeff Howe, of course, you can catch him on It's Only an Hour a little bit later today. He just texted me saying, confirmed that Jonte Cook is gone. Happened this morning. So no longer with the Texas football program.
Now, when things get tight, man, you can get dismissed from the team for your attitude can get you gone, and especially your attitude can get you gone when you're not playing and your expectations are high and you're not meeting your expectations or the fans or the coaches, and especially if you're not meeting the coaches' expectations when they could use you right now, when they need you. So.
Yeah, and Steve Sarkisian has worked awfully hard getting this culture to a spot that he likes. And this culture's in a very good spot right now, and it's really taken 4 years to get to this point.
Nobody's bigger than the team.
And if you've got guys rowing the boat in the opposite direction and more focused on me instead of we, then might not be a spot for you here. And it sounds like there's a good chance that's what's happened with Jonte Cook. So, man, 5-star recruit out of DeSoto. That was a huge get for Texas a couple of years ago. And like you said, I mean, we all, Steve Sarkisian had a very tight wide receiver rotation in 2023 with Worthy, Mitchell, and Whittington. So
and nobody was upset because I was just fine with it.
Yeah, we didn't see a ton of Jonte Cook, but we saw, once again, 8 catches. We saw some flashes of good play, and he was the leading returning receiver coming into 2024. I think we all expected him to have a much bigger role on this team, and it just
and as you said, BK, on this team, I mean, even a guy like that has that kind of quickness, acceleration, speed, quick twitch stuff. You would have thought that guy would at least been a guy that could have been my punt returner, kickoff returner. Maybe the little guy that got through there and blocked punts and been something special on your special teams. They kept giving him that, or kept giving the team something positive. He gave them nothing.
No.
He couldn't get on the field.
No, and I wonder how different this year would have been for Jonte Cook if he didn't drop that deep ball from Arch Manning against Mississippi State, right?
Who
Like
knows?
that was in the first half where Texas was sputtering. I mean, that should have been a 75-yard touchdown, right? That was a beautiful ball from Arch Manning. Hit Jonte Cook right in the hands. It would have been a walk-in touchdown.
You're absolutely right. That could have changed the whole fate of that kid.
And Jonte didn't catch it. And once again, he did not have a single catch since that game. He played a little bit more in the Mississippi State game and had a couple of catches against the Bulldogs. But Texas played 3 games in October. In phase 2, as Steve Sarkisian called it, Jonte Cook did not have a single reception. I don't think he had a lot of snaps either. So
yeah, I mean, and there's an opportunity for him to go somewhere and play.
Yeah, and we did wonder, Buck, in the offseason. We talked about this, right? Like Texas went out and got 3 receivers from the portal. Would they have done that if they really felt like Jonte Cook? They would have gotten at least 1 or 2 because they needed bodies. But
no, he would have been the guy who would have been playing. I was expecting he was going to be playing, but I think the kind of writing was on the wall last year when even those special guys that Texas had a wide receiver, he still didn't play that much. There was plenty of occasions where Texas was kicking the crap out of a team for that guy to catch 4 or 5 balls in a game, where they could showcase what he could do to make sure everybody knew that guy's progressing in the right way. They never did that, or he never did that, you know?
Yeah, you're right. I figured maybe that was because he was a true freshman. Like, he's not quite ready for this. But maybe the writing was on the wall when Texas went out and brought in 3 portal receivers this offseason. It was just like, we don't quite feel like Jonte Cook is ready yet.
Right. And we don't have time to be waiting around till he's a junior.
No, we've got a Heisman favorite at quarterback, and we've got a really good defense, and we're going to be a preseason top 5 team. So we got to make sure that we've got enough receivers on the roster to get us where we need to get.
Yeah, this is not unusual to any form of football, which just happened just now. This is one of those basically in the game of football shit happens. This is one of them right here. It just does. Right. You get, expectations of talent that you may think as a fan go to waste, but there's a lot into it that helps out the process. He's not happy. The coaches may not be happy with him. And he thought, hey, this is, I'm not going to wait till the end of the year. I'm getting out of here and start making plans on where I need to be. I just don't want to be a part of the program.
I don't know if it was Jonte's choice.
That's true. That's what I'm saying. I mean, but his attitude, if it's an attitude thing, I mean, he showed his choice by an attitude. I don't know. Maybe he did something. He's supposed to be at a curfew or something. He was out late. They caught him out late. He's been warned. I mean, it could be academics, could be anything. We don't know to what it is. We know if the word dismissed, there's a reason why you got dismissed. It wasn't, and then basically it's an attitude or a rule that you've broken,
Yeah, here's a screen share, and this is the world we live in. So On3 posted the news that Jonte Cook is no longer with the program. This is on InstaFace, Buck, your favorite website.
Yeah,
that is Jonte Cook, who is Jay the Great. He responded with 4 crying, laughing emojis and then a 100 emoji. And he said, bounce back, gonna be crazy. So Jonte Cook taking to social media to, I guess, laugh this off and tell the world that he ain't done.
Well, that's good for him. Like I said, good luck to him. Yeah. I mean, I don't wish him any ill feelings. It just did. There's a lot of great players. It doesn't work out when they're at a place, and I don't know if he was a great player. I mean, 5-star, I mean, doesn't necessarily mean he's a great college player. He wasn't good enough to make the lineup here. There's some pretty good, talented wide receivers, and then they're gone, and then you still don't make the group, and people are going out getting them from elsewhere, and they're better. That's tough. It just doesn't fit. There's not the fit for you here.
Yeah, we'll see where he ends up. He played at DeSoto in high school. Maybe he ends up at SMU, closer to home. Maybe TCU. Maybe somewhere bigger. Maybe a Power 4, big-time Power 4 program is willing to give Jonte Cook an opportunity.
The same people that recruited him out of high school are coming back, believe me.
Yeah, you're probably right. All right, so there's your breaking news. Jonte Cook, it's been reported now by a number of sources, including our friends at 24/7 Sports. Jonte Cook no longer with the Texas football.
Now, that will suck for this team if he hurts the depth, and all of a sudden he was, but he wasn't getting in. He wasn't playing.
They haven't needed him. Like,
no.
When Isaiah Bond was hurt, they still didn't need him. So.
No.
He'd fallen out of favor. Is it out of favor or out of flavor?
Out of favor.
Okay,
For you, it's out of flavor. You have a
No.
certain taste.
No, I'm not drinking college dudes. Please, let's not get that out there. Oh man! All right, we will talk to Ethan Burke in about 5 minutes. Our weekly conversations with Ethan, brought to you by our friends at Real Truck. We'll get his thoughts. This is a pre-recorded conversation, so we can't ask Ethan about Jonte Cook. I don't know if he'd give us much anyways.
No.
But we'll play our conversation with Ethan here in a moment. But first, Buck, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, if you're seeking specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, which after my couple of falls here the other day, contact the experts and our friends at Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer comprehensive surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and old people like myself. Spinal care, sports medicine, trauma care, joint replacement, rheumatology, and more. Dr. Christopher Danny and Dr. Christopher Stockton, they are dedicated orthopedic surgeons there, and their goal is to get you right back into good health and the great quality of life that you deserve. Visit txortho.com for more information. Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. Once again, for more information, go to txortho.com.
Yes, sir. Shout out to Waterloo Printing and Graphics as well. I'm double TSU today. I've got the polo on. I've got the hat on. I've got a call right after the show, which is why I'm dressed up. Shout out to Waterloo Printing and Graphics, though. They made all of this stuff, all of our merch, all of our signage, all of our shirts, all of our hats, all of our koozies, everything that we rock.
Monster banner.
The giant pregame monster banner, which you can see at Schultz Garden this Saturday morning if you're coming out to tailgate, all done by Waterloo Printing and Graphics. They can do the same for you and your business as well. Just give our buddy Adam a call or a text, 512-300-9641, or you can DM them on Instagram at Waterloo Printing. And a shout out to our friends at Covert Bee Cave. Hey, tomorrow, the return of our Texas football pregame luncheons.
Nice.
The greatest American hero.
He's coming back.
Case McCoy will be our guest at Covert Bee Cave tomorrow from 12 to 1. Lunch will be provided by our friends at Via 313 and Smoky Moe's Barbecue. Case will be with us talking Texas football. He'll be taking some pictures. He'll be signing a couple of autographs as well. It's a free event, open to the public. And, oh, by the way, when you're at Covert Bee Cave, you can look around at their ginormous selection of gorgeous vehicles. Come see us tomorrow at Covert Bee Cave from 12 to 1.
Oh, yeah, man. Get some of that Via 313 and some of that Smoky Moe's. Yes, indeed.
Speaking of Via 313, Rodney and Eric will be live at Via 313, the Bee Cave location, on 620 from 12 to 1. So come have lunch with us. We'll be giving away a $50 Via 313 gift card to one lucky listener who shows up. We've got a lot. We're giving away a lot of stuff for you people. So come see us, and we will take care of you.
Let me say hello to our good friends at Big Hat, bighatspirits.com. If you want to find out about these wonderful canned drinks, the margaritas, and, of course, they've got the ranch water, which I cannot have. Even though it says water, I can't have it. I drink the mocktails, and I love the taste of it. That ginger taste is absolutely fantastic. That is my go-to drink when I hit the golf course, when I hit the links. When my boys are drinking their All-Stat, I'm drinking the Big Hat mocktails. And they got it, the cans with Ricky Williams' pictures on them right now, too. It was good to see Ricky a couple weeks ago as they brought out that can. They unveiled a can with the Ricky Williams photo on it. But you'll enjoy the mocktails. You'll enjoy the cocktails that they have at bighatspirits.com.
Yes, indeed. All right. How about we talk to Ethan Burke, shall we?
Yes.
Our weekly conversation with our man Ethan Burke, brought to you by our great friends at Real Truck. We'll tell you more about Real Truck in the interview, but here it is, our weekly conversation with Texas edge rusher Ethan Burke. On Bucky and BK, he is third-year Texas defensive end Ethan Burke, part of our weekly conversations with Ethan, brought to you by our great friends at RealTruck.com. Real Truck is the #1 truck accessory brand in the United States. Upgrade your truck game by heading over to RealTruck.com. Ethan, it's great to see you again. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing great, guys. Thanks for having me back.
Well, it's always a pleasure to see you and talk with you once a week. And how you feeling physically after last week?
Yeah, dude, last week it was a lighter week. You know, practice was lighter. I mean, I think practice this week's been great. So my body's back, and from what I see, like like watching practice, everyone looks to be flying around. So I think physically we're at a good point, honestly.
I love to hear that. Yeah, before we kind of dive into this weekend's matchup against Florida, when we spoke with you last week, you were about to go bowl with your teammates. How did the bowling outing go last week?
Yeah, bowling was fun, man. I mean, right here is the best one, me, so I do have to say.
What kind of scores are we talking?
Dude, we did like a mess around game, and then we got to the round like 6 in the second game, and that's when we were keeping score. I had a 93 through 6, so solid.
Okay.
On
Pretty
pace,
good.
175, 180, something
All
like
right.
that.
So if you're the best bowler, who was the worst bowler of all the guys who were there?
The worst. I mean, Coach PK himself wasn't too hot.
Really? He's not using the bumpers or anything, is he?
No, he's not. He's not there right now. But
Yeah.
I bet you, definitely back in the day, he had it going.
Yeah, that goes away in a hurry. Just remember that, young man. That
I
stuff
know.
back in the day, it's nice, but it goes in a hurry.
I know, dude. I'm grateful for what I got right now, man. I'm trying to take advantage of it.
Hey, let me ask you this, Ethan, as you get ready to prepare for Florida this week, let me just ask you this. This is the time of the year, coaches will say everybody's banged up, but is there a sense of, I don't want to say urgency or panic, but a sense of it's time to crank it back up, sort of like you did for the beginning of the season, playing teams like Michigan, getting to playing at, I'm not saying reaching the crescendo because it's still kind of early for the crescendo, but things start to ratchet up, at practice a little bit more. The team's talking a little bit more about as you go along. I know you take them one by one, all the great cliches, but can you feel the difference of this part of the season than almost the beginning part of the season?
Yeah, well, we're looking at it as that was the first season, now it's the second season, and anything can happen. And I think we honestly had super competitive practices. I know we had one-on-ones the other day, and it was as competitive as ever. As the first day you do one-on-ones, So I thought that was a really good sign for us. And we discussed this morning, Florida, their record may not display what they're capable of. They're 4-4, right? So the last 5 games, though, they've played excellent. They've had some close games. Georgia was close until the what was it, 7 minutes maybe?
Yep.
Yeah.
So we know what they're capable of. So we know we have to ramp it up, and I think we've done a good job of staying up to where we know we're supposed to be.
Yeah, your coach always talks about liking the 11 a.m. kicks. When I was a college student, I hated waking up that early. I wanted to sleep until 2:30 or 7 o'clock every single day. But for you guys as players, man, it's only the second 11 a.m. kick that y'all have had this season, the first one being at Michigan. Do you guys enjoy the early kickoffs?
Yeah, for me, the later games are nice to sleep in because we never sleep in, but for these, I'm so used to, I never sleep in, what I just said. So getting up for these is normal. It's honestly late for us. I'm getting up at 6 every day. So getting an 11 kick, it's still sleeping in. So I really don't mind it at all. And you get it over with, and after you get to spend time with your family and friends,
Ethan, what do you see from this Florida team? As you said, what the record is. Everybody knows what the record is. Everybody talks about their head coach. Is he going to be there next year? Hell, there's a lot of people thought he wouldn't be here for this game by this time of the season at Florida. And I know that has nothing to do with you guys, but when you look at them on film, they've got some pretty like athletes. I mean, once again, as I always say, you won't see very many squatty bodies on this group. There's some big body players at the University of Florida.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to get at. You want to keep facing this opponent, but the reality is you got to face these guys, and they're big and sturdy, and they are physical on both ends of the ball because I've watched the Florida defense because I think they got some good guys. And then offensive line, we know the interior guys are just as big as the tackles, but that's what we expect. It's the SEC, so they are big, but we're big too, so we're not shying away from anything. I'm not saying that, but we got to respect them for sure.
Ethan Burke joining us here on Texas Sports Unfiltered, and our weekly conversations with Ethan Burke are brought to you by Real Truck, the #1 truck accessory brand in the United States, with top-selling upgrades for the ultimate tailgate party, hitch grills, powered coolers, weatherproof awnings, and more. Gear up for the football season and bring your truck to life by heading over to realtruck.com. Hey, Ethan, following up on Florida, look, DJ Lagway, their quarterback, got hurt in the second quarter last week against Georgia. Florida's head coach, Billy Napier, came out and said, hey, we're not ruling him out for this weekend. Are you guys preparing for a couple of different quarterbacks this week? And what's that like as a defensive player, maybe not being 100% sure which quarterback you're going to see on the other team?
Yeah, so if we have any news that he will play, we got to take that and begin to prepare how we should for him. We know they have the third-string quarterback, the transfer. So I'm not sure what the offense is going to look with him in. They might get in some wildcats. So I think PK expects, like, he's been there before. He's coached for so long. He has so much experience. So with the quarterbacks being down, they may have to resort to the wildcat. So we have prepared for that, and we're all conscious about what we may need to expect when the game comes.
Do you, this time of the year for you, there are guys who can eat at all given times. They've always got to watch how they eat, what they eat. Do you eat less at this time of the year? Do you feel like once you start to wear into the season, you get to games 7 and 8, your appetite's not as like it was when you knew you had to put on that weight in the summertime? You're going to lose a bunch of weight. You're going to gain some of it back. But how does your weight kind of fluctuate this time of the year, this time of the season?
Yeah, early on, like my first 2 years, I would drop quick, and right now I'm probably a little lighter than I'd like to be. And but they give us so much food, man. I'm telling y'all. So like today we met at 4. They had an entire buffet of things, protein shakes. They had these little yogurt things. What else? They got us tacos, like 500 tacos, swear to God, for everybody.
Man.
So you do lose weight, but it's hard not to kind of maintain, So I think everyone does a good job of maintaining. And we have a great nutritionist, and we have so many nutritionist people on the staff, like 7, 8, or 9. So they're always, even though it gets annoying, they're always bugging you. Like, you got to eat, especially if you're light,
They know if you're down 4 pounds. They know about that, and they know that they've got to get it right back on you.
Well, it's so important. The first thing I do in the morning is weigh in. So, and they know how much I weigh at all times, really.
Wow.
That's every day?
Every day, yeah.
How about that?
Even Sunday morning, we're weighing in.
I'm trying to do some math here. So you said 500 tacos. I know there's more than 100 players on the team. Were there any tacos left when you guys were done, or do they all get housed by the O-linemen?
So we meet right at 4. So me and Barron we had lunch at like 1. I'm sitting there waiting for him, we get the early picks of everything. Everything's there. That's how I like it too. So the O-line, they might get scarce once they start meeting, because I'm rooming with I got 4 O-lineman roommates, and they're all there right now. I've been done for an hour now, so they meet later. So hopefully they get to eat it. They really need it, I know they want
no leftovers for any of the support staff once the big uglies get in there. So, Ethan, I know you're a team guy, and I'm going to ask you this question in a team version a little bit later. But for you personally, right, going into this phase 3 of the regular season, what are some of your individual goals here in the month of November?
Yeah, for me, it's just been, supporting my teammates and trying to get better every week, which I think I have been, really. I feel like I see it in practice, and I think as a unit, a defensive unit, we're getting better. We're communicating better. We're doing little things, I feel like we weren't detailed enough at times throughout the year. And although we've showed we have a great defense, we can be better. And, we're doing little things, punching at the ball, not jumping off sides. So, and like that, I'm doing that as well. I think everyone's doing those little things better. Really.
Yeah, that's sort of what I mean by things start to ratchet up a little bit. The importance of every game from this point on. I mean, the college football playoff committee met last night. They're talking about it. Social media, I know you don't hear the noise outside, but you do hear the noise inside. I mean, somebody's telling you something. You got friends that are out there that are letting you guys know. So it's got to be, like I said, in your mind mentally, that your mind's starting to move a little bit quicker as the season goes on, and the importance of every practice, like we talk about every meal, every time you turn the film, trying to find out about the opposing players, not just the starters that will be standing over you in a football game, but who's that backup? If you've seen that backup in a game, I mean, you got to look over every detail at this part of the season.
Repeat that. I lost you for a sec.
I was just saying, at this part of the season, you're looking at everything you see on film, whether it's a starter, his backup, how many games has his backup been in there? What are the moves that he do? What's his specialty? I mean, it's just kind of all the details that you talk about, the eating, the keeping with the weights, the whole work, your weight and everything else.
Yeah, so right now I think is the time we're starting to see like a few guys be out, So
sure.
If it's DJ Lagway or whoever, so we may not have film on a guy at all. So for us, I think a tactic I use is just go social media, see what type of person they are.
Interesting.
Try and understand them, and that's a tool we have, especially for these guys we don't know anything about because they haven't played, and now we're starting to see backups play much more just because the season's so long and it's a grueling season, and we're in the SEC now, so people are bound to get hurt.
That's interesting. I never even thought about it. We're living in this world of social media with you guys. You guys are on social media all the time. I never even thought about it. There's some guy talking a bunch of shit about the upcoming game or about your university. You guys get it all. There's nothing that you miss.
Yeah. Well, if that were to occur, I think we'd see it. And it'd probably be talked about and blasted across the facility.
I love it. Yeah, Ethan Burke joining us here on Texas Sports Unfiltered, our weekly conversations with Ethan, brought to you by our friends at Real Truck. Yeah, kind of following up on that, Ethan. Are you a trash talker on the field? I know you're not a big social media guy, but are you one of those dudes like before a play or after a play? Will you let the other team know what's coming?
Yeah, I feel like it just depends, man. Sometimes I get in a mindset, and you'll see it in practice. I get crazy. I'll definitely say something for sure. It's not every time, but if I'm going at it with the guy throughout the game, you got to. That's what makes it fun to me, honestly.
Yeah, I love it. All right.
Wow.
A couple more for you, Ethan. You guys know what's at stake, right? Like, big month of November coming up. Y'all still have all of your goals in front of you. A spot in the SEC championship game, obviously a spot in the college football playoff are all on the line over these last few games. How difficult is is it for y'all to kind of stay in the moment, right? Like, to keep it one game at a time, to not think about the big picture, to just focus on that day? Because we as fans, we're always like, oh man, Atlanta and college football playoff, all of the excitement for what could happen with this team. Is it tough for you guys internally to keep things just locked in on that day and on that week?
See, I think we're really good at just focusing on today. Honestly, I think they've instilled that mindset in us a little bit. So, dude, we don't even talk about the playoffs or anything. Like, it's talked about a little bit, but why would we focus on that when we have to win 5 more games to make it there?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So for us, I think it's always in the back of our heads, but it's there because we have to focus on this game right now if we want to achieve it. So why not put all of our energy into this right now and worry about when it comes and when we're deserving of it, because we got so much more time. Yeah,
I always think of this as this is one of the reasons that some guys choose to be close to home. This is now a number of games that you'll have at home, big games that you'll have at home, and it's nice to have family around. It's nice to have pops not that far from you, your mom, sisters, brothers. I mean, just people that know how to keep you grounded, just in case you start to slip. You've got those kind of people around you. That's got to be one of the privileges and the pleasures of being, in a school that's right there in your hometown.
Yeah, it really is. I have my parents to to make sure I'm all right, and then also like keep me humble,
Yeah.
'cause sometimes everyone needs that. And so they help me with that. And yeah, it is really nice. I can have friends, but the only thing that bothers me is the tickets, man. It's
always the tickets, man.
yeah. If it weren't for the tickets, everything's smooth sailing. But
Are they after you does it start from after the game that you had on a Saturday? Does it already start that Sunday of the next week?
It's weeks before, man.
Weeks
before. I'm telling you, people are trying to fly in. They're coming down from whatever it is, Tech or SMU, trying to get a ticket. Especially in SMU kids, they're always asking for tickets.
Now, let me ask you this: do you enjoy still? I mean, even in now, you're a veteran on the football team. Do you still enjoy the recruiting process when recruits are around, showing them the University of Texas, letting them understand what you guys are about, what the university is about, the city is about? You still enjoy that? Are you a big part of that?
Yeah, I think something I enjoy is telling the recruits how awesome of a city is, because I've lived here 8 years now, which is crazy, maybe like 6 or 7, but I'm so passionate about this city, and I think everyone, if you get the opportunity to go here, they should, just because the football's great, the university is great, and then the city is just beautiful. Driving around at night, that's just something I like to do, and look at the city and really appreciate it.
Awesome.
It is.
That's awesome. Yeah, Ethan, do you have 2 tickets to that A&M game for us? We'll take them.
Tickets. We need some tickets for A&M. You're not going to use them. Nobody's going down to College Station from here. You don't need those tickets.
Totally, man. I wish that were the case. Y'all know I'd hook you up.
No need. Ethan, you're the man. Always enjoy these conversations. Best of luck this weekend against Florida, and look forward to catching up again next week.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
Hook 'em, man.
Hook 'em, baby.
All right, good stuff. Thanks to Ethan Burke for his time. And, of course, our weekly conversations with Ethan brought to you by our great friends at realtruck.com.
Yeah, those tickets are a real thing with him, man. He's been getting it all season long. You know that.
Oh, yeah, especially this year, right, with the team this good playing in the SEC. Like, those requests aren't going to stop anytime soon for Ethan Burke.
No.
How about 500 tacos too? How do I get in on that? Can I just show up and sweats and just –
those dudes eat like kings. I mean, it's nonstop to get the kind of foods and the carbs and everything else that they need in their bodies. They make sure it's a huge investment for the university. Think about how much money they put into the players and NIL and everything else. They're going to make sure that they have enough to eat at all times, that they're not down 10 pounds. They know exactly. And how about having a weigh in every morning?
I was going to say, maybe that's a thing everywhere, but man, every single morning. Yeah, that's just strength and conditioning. It really matters. And it matters more this year because this is the longest college football season we've ever had. So ensuring that
you had a nutritionist for you, how would that be? Would you having to follow what the nutritionist tells you? They've got 7 or 8 of those people around them all the time.
It'd be a disaster, dude. I'd be slipping that guy hundreds to lie about my results.
What do you think some of those dudes eat once they get away from campus, or when they go home back to mama? You think they call in the nutritionist to say, can I eat this? They just go crazy.
Oh man. In the off season, you're telling me the linemen don't just go to town? Those dudes, never ending pasta at Olive Garden's going on right now. Those guys are probably there 3 times a week if they could. That's funny. All right. Shout out to Ethan for his time. We'll get back into the breaking news. Jonte Cook no longer with the Texas football program. We also have some injury updates on Dak Prescott. And it is Thursday. We've got a TBT video before we get out of here. So a lot more to come. Buck, before we shift gears, got a couple more sponsor shout outs.
Say hello to our friends over at Leaf Landscaping and Supply Company for sure. Up north, they've got one in Pond Springs Road. Check them out. And of course, down south in Monterey Oaks, for all of your gardening needs, go to Leaf Landscape and Supply Company. You're going to enjoy those folks here. Tell them that you heard this right on TSU and get 10% off of whatever you buy at the store, whether it's fertilizer, plants, trees, shrubs, roses, the whole works. They can help you with that. I've got my 3 plants, my 3 trees in the ground, and thanks to the folks in Jeff down south, telling me exactly what I need to do to fertilize those type of trees in this environment. I got that done through Leaf. If you want to have that great looking yard, because it is that time of the year, BK, things are going to start to green up. If you're gonna take winter rye and put it out on your grass, on your Bermuda right now to make it look green all the way through, let me just tell you this: you put it out there, it's going to grow. Somebody's going to have to cut it straight on through, because that winter rye looks pretty, but boy, you got to get that cut. So they'll let you know exactly what winter rye works in what areas at Leaf Landscape and Supply Services. I love the folks there for sure.
You talk about upgrading your yard. If you're ready to do that, go to Leaf Landscape Supply. If you're ready to upgrade your kitchen or remodel your bathroom, or maybe add some new life to your outdoor space, our friends at McCall Custom Homes are here for you. They've been serving the Austin area as a family-operated business for more than 40 years. They are custom home builders, and they are custom home renovators. They can turn your current place into something truly special. It's a father-son company. They've got more than 50 years of combined experience together. Once again, more than 40 years here in Austin. They know Austin because they've lived in Austin for a long, long time. They want to, once again, make your home a more fun place to be for you, your family, for friends, for everybody. These guys are the experts. So if you're ready to elevate your home, call our buddy Mike at 512-633-9580. It's 512-633-9580. You can shoot him an email as well, Mike at McCallCustomHomes.com. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home. All right. 24/7 Sports now reporting that it is a mutual decision between the University of Texas and Jonte Cook. So if you're just joining us, Jonte Cook no longer with the Texas football program. 24/7 Sports reporting that it's a mutual decision. My hunch is, Buck, this was a Steve Sarkisian decision, but he's trying to do right by the kid, and he's not going to dump.
Absolutely. If he wants to go somewhere else, he doesn't want to throw shade on that kid. Why would he want to do that? He's got to go back to DeSoto and to that high school. He wants that thing to get as smooth as can be. There'll be a number of other players that'll come out of there. You don't want any bad blood. You definitely want to make it mutual.
Yep.
You got to go back there. It's a hell of a program, and it's gotten even better lately. So you don't want to screw that up.
12 said. All right.
I've never had a kid that left if I recruited him. I've never been involved as even if I made the mistake of bringing a kid who wasn't good enough, and I made a mistake as a coach or a recruiter to bring him, I've never had him leave on me.
Huh. Did you ever kick?
And especially at my position, because those are most of the guys that I would recruit, the guys at my position. So sure. I find ways to keep them happy, keep them involved. You know, as I said, hell, I had a damn kid's dad come up to Army, and the kid was not that good, but I found a way to get him in a game to make his dad not stick me in cement boots. You know what I'm saying?
Did you ever have to kick anybody off of a team?
No, like I said, I dealt with kids that I was pretty upfront. I mean, if you sucked at a certain time, I was going to tell you, you got a lot to go until you quit sucking. So here's what we're going to do, and I'm going to help you work at it too. I'm going to help you work that I'll trust you enough to get you, in a game here or there. And I never had the head coach when I made calls or put in certain people. I very seldom got a question about, are you sure you want to do that? John Magabic and Jack Bignell said, I trust this guy enough that his judgment at the running back position, that he's going to put him in. There's a reason why he's in there. And even though they were the boss, they kind of said they trusted me in that stuff. So I never really got questioned a lot on that. I mean, between Ricky and Priest and certain times, John would say, John would say something to me like, I think I want Ricky to carry this ball in this particular play. Well, I'm not going to sit there and argue with the head coach if he said that to me. But if I had to put somebody else in different, we weren't going to have arguments about it. I mean, their word is always the final word. But if a player's not getting along with his position coach, BK, it's hard, because it's hard on the other people around that. Everybody senses it. It's not just you and the player. It's all the other players that you have to coach around that, because these guys go away from there and they talk.
Oh, yeah.
And they talk a lot, and they social media a lot. That's why when I asked Ethan about, damn, I forgot, man, social media, you guys can find out if there's another player who's on another team, not just talking trash, but just talking about how good he is and can't wait to play Texas. and I've got this for that guy. I mean, he doesn't even have to be trash talking. They get it now because players like to talk about themselves. You know, they like to Facebook. They like to throw stuff out on social media on how good they are and how much they're going to do and how good they're going to be against this guy and all that stuff. That's what they do.
Yeah.
You know, we didn't have that before, so you didn't know that a guy was talking a bunch of crap about you, but it's right in front of you now.
It's right in front of you. Yeah. Yeah. Did you say you got a long way to go until you can stop sucking? Did I hear that right?
Yeah.
I
mean, if a player got there and he sucked, I mean, you know, I'm going to help you as much as I can, but I'm also going to let you know you got a long way to go. It was very similar when Ricky Williams came to Texas, and the other players said to me, they go, and I told them, here's our new starting fullback when he gets here. And the other guys looked at me like, how can you say that?
Yeah.
I said, okay, I'll say it this way. You guys have a lot of work to do in order for you to beat out this kid because that's how good he is, period. And they were thinking like, how the hell does he know? So I knew that from a series of film I watched, one series of him running with the football, that he was better than anybody that I had.
That's all it took. One series from high school.
It didn't take me a bunch of games. It took me one series of him running with as a high schooler who looked like a man among boys, size-wise, speed-wise, the ability to throw kids to the ground. I said, and I'm thinking he can do that to the same guys at this level too. So
he did.
I tried to be as honest as I could, and sometimes too honest that it'll hurt you, but I would always let them know that I was going to be there to help you to get better, so that you got some involvement, that you weren't just standing there. You weren't in charge of like the dude who was in charge of me not getting hit on the sideline. You know?
Right. Yeah, like you said, though, it's different now with the transfer portal, with NIL, with all of the access these kids now have.
You got that. It's hard. It would be so hard for me at 10 years ago for me to deal with the way the players that you have to deal with a player now. This is, you truly would have a hard time being honest, straight up honest to kids. If you did that, you wouldn't have any players.
No, yeah, you've got to recruit, and then you've got to re-recruit once they get to your campus, and you've got to keep re-recruiting them. Otherwise, they're going to get contacted by some other school, and they're going to leave.
Yeah, I mean, you couldn't use the word like, dude, you stink at this right now. Let's get better at it. The kid, you say that to a kid, he's like, I'm out of here. I don't have to listen to this. I'm like, I'm saying we can get you better, but right now you stink. I know better than you know about the position, even though you're playing it. But you can't. If you talk like that now, you'd be off the staff because they'd find somebody to kiss that kid's ass.
I'll just go get paid and get told how good I am by somebody else.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So some kids can take coaching. Not all of them can. Again, not speculating with what happened with Jonte Cook, but
I'm not either. But there's something something has gone awry with that group right there. So, and I understand, but it doesn't surprise me. That's not like a surprise to hear, guy, I'm gone.
Yeah, the snap counts. It's crazy because Jonte Cook had 30 snaps against Colorado State in week 1. He had 19 at Michigan, right? The biggest non-conference game of the season. Jonte Cook, 19 snaps. Okay. He had 15 against UTSA. He had 39 against ULM, 7 against Mississippi State, and the snaps went down after that dropped touchdown.
Once you got into the SEC play?
4 against Oklahoma, 0 against Georgia, 0 against Vanderbilt.
Yeah, I mean, you start losing snaps. They trust you a little bit less. You don't work quite as hard. You see the writing on the wall, but you got to have. That's why you have to recruit guys that say, you know what, I'm not giving into this. I only got 19. I only got 3 here. I'm going to get 15 snaps next week because I'm going to show you how I am. I'm going to make plays at practice. I'm going to be on time at meetings. It's hard for these kids that have been told how great they are for so long, BK, when they're not like they were in high school. Yep. When they're not the stars all around them at this level of football. Some of them can't take that.
No, and it happens all the time, right?
Yeah.
I mean, unfortunately it's happened more at Texas over the last 10, 12 years than it feels like it's happened at other schools, but there are plenty of 5 stars in this sport and in all of college sports who just it doesn't work.
No.
For whatever reason, doesn't pan out.
Well,
and maybe it'll work for Jonte Cook somewhere else.
That's why when you look at a kid like Arch Manning and the people that has been surrounded by, just his family's going to make him compete. even if he never became a starter, that dude was going to compete to the bitter end. They weren't going to let him walk away from stuff like this. You just go keep on fighting, keep on battling. All you need to do is have a break. All you need to do is say, for Cook, if he catches that ball at Mississippi State, maybe the whole deal of his future would have changed. But he didn't. It didn't happen, But you still can't quit. You got to fight in there. And I'm not saying he quit. I mean, he may have a reason. They all have reasons why they leave. People leave jobs for different reasons, and and they're not really big reasons. But when you're dealing with a team, you can't let one guy spoil everything. You can't let it get poisoned by a guy. And if you have to lose that player because he's not bigger than the team,
You're right.
And then let him go have some success somewhere else. It'd be great. It'd be great for his life.
Sure. He'll hit the portal this offseason. He'll go somewhere else, and hopefully he plays well wherever he ends up. So
yeah, those kids like Ryan Moore, those guys didn't quit. I was thinking, how the hell is that guy going to ever get on the field? Nibble it. I mean, I've seen these guys in games now. I'm like, how are those guys? You know why? Because they don't quit. They just keep on coming back to practice, getting a little bit better. They find spaces to put them in. And the kid Moore has done way more than I thought he was capable of doing. And he's probably even better than that. As time goes on, he just gets better. He's got a couple more years.
Absolutely. Yeah, DeAndre Moore, redshirt freshman right now. So at least a couple more years here.
Yeah.
All right, we'll take your thoughts. Dakota text line, 512-222-9328. You can hit us up on YouTube, Facebook, or Twitter as well. How about a little Dallas Cowboys news, Buck? So Dak Prescott got hurt against Atlanta on Sunday. I think we all know that. There were reports that he was going to be put on IR and started to come out on Tuesday. And how about this report from Jane Slater last night? She tweeted, sources tell me the initial diagnosis is a partial avulsion of the hamstring tendon, which is partially torn off the bone.
Yeah, we'll see you next year.
I'm told it typically takes more than a 4-week recovery. In some cases, they let it scar over, repair, and then strengthen. With that being said, Prescott is seeking other opinions, which is why there is currently a reluctance to place him on IR or make any determinations about a timeline for return, end quote. So, there were some folks on TV yesterday who accused Dak Prescott of quitting on the Cowboys, thinking that he was faking this hamstring injury because he didn't want to play. He's got a torn hamstring, Buck. And like you said, this might require surgery. And I don't know if this could be season ending, but it could be a long time before we see Rain Dakota Prescott
Well,
again.
it won't be in the playoffs because they're not making the playoffs, so you don't have to worry about that. So it's probably season ending that he rehabs this, gets this well, does what he can to help out whoever's going to be the next quarterback, because why they got Trey Lance, I'll never know, because Cooper Rush is going to play because for some odd reason, Jerry thinks he's still in the mix for playoffs. And is Trey Lance ever going to play? Why is that guy why is he even making any money on the team?
Well, there's no point in playing Trey Lance anymore, right? Like before you signed Dak Prescott to a long-term deal, there was a reason to put Trey Lance out there and see what he's got. Like if you're going to let Dak Prescott walk in free agency, then okay, let Trey Lance play a little bit and see if he's your next guy. But because the Cowboys signed Dak to a long-term deal, and because Trey Lance is a free agent after this season, like there's no point in playing Trey Lance at this point. So, Cooper Rush is the backup. They're giving him the ball. I'm sure there are Cowboys fans who would rather see Trey Lance, but Trey Lance is not going to be in Dallas next year. So it doesn't do you any good now that you've paid Dak. If you didn't pay him, then play Trey and see if he's the guy. But because you paid Dak, he's your dude for the next few seasons. Like you can't trade Trey Lance anymore. The deadline's already passed. You can't trade
once again, I'm just speculating. I don't know about that injury, but that's not always a sure thing. Surgery on a hamstring on a guy who needs to be a little bit mobile and move around and make some quick moves. And I don't know what is now all of a sudden you need an insurance policy for a guy that you just paid a lot of money to. That was more than your insurance. He was your starter. Now you're going to have to pay if you want to be the Dallas Cowboys and continue to move forward after this, because you don't know what his career is going to be like after this. Who knows with these hamstrings, what that's going to be like for him.
Yeah.
But I know this, It's not just a hamstring pull, or it's not a tweak for those that thought, why is this guy out on a tweak? This is not a tweak. That thing is off the bone. That's meat off the bone there. So,
yeah. And look, Dak has had one way more serious leg injury in the past and came back from it and was incredibly good.
I mean, foot was on backwards.
Yeah, so the hope is he could do the same thing. But, yeah, it'll be interesting to see what the Cowboys do behind Dak Prescott, because Cooper Rush is also a free agent after this season. Like, going into the year until the day before, or hell, I think it was the day of the Cowboys' first game, all three of their QBs were slated to be free agents after this year. They got the Dak deal done. But, yeah, you talk about insurance policies. I don't know what that's going to look like beyond 24.
Well, they got to have some insurance policy for a guy who's going to be coming, because I don't see him coming back, BK, unless somehow Cooper Rush gets them into the playoffs. Because if they don't get into the playoff, I mean, that guy can go rehab himself, get the surgery, do what they have to do, and get ready for next year. As I said, Jerry's breaking it down anyway. He's busting this whole thing down. You can see that. So I don't see any. There's no reason to rush that dude back.
No.
After they lose about 2 or 3 more games, it's going to be over with anyway. It's over with now.
It feels that way. The Cowboys still have 9 games left. So, if it is a 4-week injury, which is what people initially thought, then Dak could still come back for the last month of the season. What good does that do you? Probably not a whole lot. But
all it does is it gets the opportunity to get him hurt before, and then stress it out for next season in the fall camp.
Yeah, I don't know. It's, if Dak wants to play, do you tell him he can't play? Like,
no, you can't do that. I mean, you can't do it. I mean, but there is so much to that hamstring deal that it's not one of those, oh, he's 90%. That guy you can't go out there and play him at 90%, even if he wants to. He's got to be, this is the guy that you just paid, you loaded up the Brinks, car and pulled it up. You've got to, now you got to protect your deal as much as you can protect it. You can't be stupid with this.
No,
the Cowboys thought it was stupid to pay him, but now that you paid him, okay, if you were stupid there, you now got to protect him. You got to protect him from himself, and he's your franchise guy. He can't be done, and pull up hamstring a couple times a year now. This can't happen.
No, and look, I think the best thing for the Cowboys moving forward is to tank.
They tanked the year. I told you Jerry was breaking it down. He started a good thing when he didn't do anything in the offseason, when he didn't make any trades or anything. He started the tank before they started the season.
They've been tanking without trying to tank. Now I want them to try to tank. Now I want them hey, don't rush Dak back. Let him miss the rest of the season.
Sure.
Best case scenario for the Cowboys at this point, because they're not making the playoffs with Cooper Rush. They're going to lose to Philly this weekend. Going to lose to Houston the following Monday. They're going to lose to the Commanders in D.C. the following week. So that's 3-8. Cowboys, they'd have to win out more than likely to have a chance at the playoffs at 9-8. That ain't happening. So the best case scenario for the Cowboys is to finish 3-14, literally lose every game they have left to get the high. Hey, Travis Hunter, come on down. We'd love to have you here in Dallas. Like that.
Yeah, you can play wide receiver along with CeeDee Lamb. We'll make you just a wide receiver.
Yeah, I play both. We'll play you both ways. Why not? Could use some DB help too.
Oh, yeah. I mean, and that kid would want to play that. He'd want to be the superstar in the city of Dallas. Playing both ways in the NFL? Are you kidding me?
Hey, Kelvin Banks, come on up to Dallas, man. We'd love to have you, That's best case scenario for the Cowboys right now is for them to just tank the rest of the year.
Yeah, don't screw up and win 2 games somehow.
I know, and they will. I don't think they're bad enough, even with Cooper Rush. Look, Micah Parsons is on his way back. CeeDee Lamb's not going to be out for much time, if at all. Deron Bland is coming back too. So, the Cowboys got to play the Giants. They get to play the Panthers. They'll stumble into a couple of wins, I think.
Yeah.
But I would love for them to end up with a top 5 pick. I don't think it's realistic that they're the worst team in football. But, man, if Dak misses the rest of the season with some of the crap that we've seen from that group, there's a chance.
Top 5 pick. They're going to have the top 5 picks.
There's a chance that they get a top 5 pick, and that's what you should want if you're a Cowboys fan.
Yeah, so, and the trade deadline come and gone now, right?
Yeah, it was on Tuesday, so they can't do anything. I mean, they did trade for a wide receiver. That's the funniest part about all of this is that the Cowboys, who might now end up with a top 5 pick, and of course that would be in all 7 rounds of the draft, they traded a 4th round pick for the 5th string receiver on the worst team in the league.
Man.
right before their quarterback, it was announced that he basically tore his hamstring.
Sheesh.
So there you go. Good times to be a Cowboys fan. Hey, if you're a Cowboys fan now, your Sundays have opened up.
Yes,
right?
they
Like,
have.
the frustrating part of the last 3 years was the team was so good in the regular season. Like, you had to watch and you had to think they had a shot, even though you should have known how things were going to go in the playoffs. This year, though, you can do something with those 3 hours on your Sundays now.
Absolutely.
You can watch Red Zone, or hell, even do some chores. Nah, don't do chores. Watch football.
No, don't go out. Go play golf or something.
Go play golf or something. Yeah, weather starts to cool down. All right, there's the latest with the Cowboys. Nothing official yet from Dallas on whether or not Dak's going to go on IR, but the injury sounds a lot worse than I think anybody initially
Or
thought.
it's got to be IR for him. He's got to go 4 weeks at least.
Yeah, if it is that torn hamstring, right, it will be 4 weeks at least. But Dak getting a second
surgery, it's going to be more than 4 weeks.
Yeah, I think you're right. And he's getting second opinions, third opinions, maybe fourth. So we'll see. Maybe we get something today, but Dak won't play this Sunday. I think that is a sure thing. Before we get to our TBT video on a Throwback Thursday, Buck, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
Let me say hello to our friends over at Relax the Back. Sit in my Relax the Back chair, folks, right now, and I absolutely love it. It makes my back feel good, my thoracic, my lumbar area. And, I've had struggles with my back for 30 years or so, but folks, it feels great when I'm sitting in this wonderful Relax the Back chair. I know BK's got the roadie feeling good, but this chair is absolutely magnificent, folks. I've been in it for about 20 years. I've been getting chairs from those folks, and they've done a fantastic job. And if you've got problems with your lumbar area, your thoracic area, your shoulders, and even in your hip area, you need to go on over by their store. And they've got 2 wonderful locations. They've got a store at the Hill Country Gallery across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Do live pain-free like the Buck, thanks to Relax the Back.
Yes, sir. Shout out to our friends at passes.com as well. Passes is a content creator company that the Texas One Fund has partnered with. If you haven't been over to their site, check it out. They've got all sorts of great stuff on there 24/7, 365. More than 40 of the top Texas athletes are on Passes, and they are giving you content that you just can't get anywhere else. Exclusive memorabilia, behind-the-scenes access, day-in-the-life content, and you can even DM your favorite Longhorns, and they will respond. That's right. Passes is completely revolutionizing the way that you, the fan, can engage with your favorite NIL athletes. Be a perfect holiday gift coming up for the Longhorn fan in your life. It'd be the perfect gift for yourself right now. Head over to passes.com and see all of the great things that they have to offer, including our own Texas Sports Unfiltered Passes channel, where we're giving you behind-the-scenes access to what we do and some inside information. It's all there, passes.com.
Love it. What do we got for Friday? We got a basketball game. We got the first home game.
First home game coming up Friday nights. Yes, we'll talk a little bit more about that on tomorrow's show.
And I'm going to get some tickets for this summer somehow, some way to give away on this show. For guess who's coming back to the Moody Center? Andrea Bocelli.
Your guy.
My guy is coming back. He's still on tour. The old dude is coming to sing.
How about that?
Yes.
How old is he now?
I thought he was going to be done. I thought he was going to pump his son up to be the next guy. His son ain't the next guy. So he's coming back to the Moody Center. And folks, if you've never heard Andrea Bocelli sing live and in person, to hear him at the Moody Center is unreal.
Does his son sing?
His son is kind of an opera guy. He's not as good as Dad. He's got a long way to go. Dad's pumping him up because he's trying to make him be the next best thing. He's not.
I don't know if anyone's as good as Dad. That guy's got one of the best voices of all time.
Oh, goodness.
I've never seen. How many times have you?
I'll just say this. If you want to make your girl or significant other, your boy, whatever it is, happy, go see that dude sing. That is a night that you'll never, ever forget. I've seen him 3 times, and I have never – each one of those deals, I would follow that guy. If I had a flight and I could get to New York or Vegas or whatever, and I hadn't seen him in a while, I will go anywhere to see that guy play and pay the money. That's how good he is.
I'm worried my girl's going to leave me because I'll be crying the whole time during the show.
Oh, dude, the worst is the dude that's trying to sing his songs that was sitting in front of me, and I wanted to kick him. I'm like, dude, shut up. I didn't come here to hear you try to sing his song. Shut up and just listen.
Oh,
That was at the Moody Center the last time I saw him. Guy was trying to sing his songs. I mean, loudly. I'm like, shut the hell up.
Can't have it. Can't have it.
Just sit there and enjoy.
Let the artist sing. You're not the artist. We didn't pay for you.
I didn't pay for you.
You're like the refs. We didn't pay to see you, all right? Stop getting involved here. Hey, real quick, before we bring on, it'll be Wags and Keenan today, since Rodney will be with Eric at Via 313, the BK location from 12 to 1. Come out and see us. Our TBT video, another news reel, live local news. We've got the weatherman, and let's just say the bubble guts may have hit this dude at the wrong time.
Doppler radar, you can see lots of precipitation up here in the Midwest, a little bit in the Pacific Northwest, but things are looking fairly good. And we're having a little bit of Christmas, lots of snow and flurries, windy conditions on the Pacific Northwest. Oh, excuse me. We gotta go to break. Okay. Oh, thank you very much.
I love it.
Oh, how great is that? You could see him just like squirming while he's standing up. You know what exactly.
It's the same thing over and over. I'd be, hey, that's what you're supposed to do, because you don't charge yourself, mister. Go over there and sit at the can right by the desk over there where your partner's over there, where they're all watching. Just squat in that can and go.
That's gold. We'll play it one more time.
Not in your pants. Don't
go in your pants. Nope. This guy was not about to chart himself on local TV because he knew what was going to happen if that did happen. Show it one more time, and then we'll get Wags and Keenan's thoughts on the matter.
Doppler radar, you can see lots of precipitation up here in the Midwest, a little bit in the Pacific Northwest, but things are looking fairly good. And we're having a little bit of Christmas, lots of snow and flurries, windy conditions on the Pacific Northwest. Oh, excuse me. We gotta go to break. Okay. Oh, thank you very much.
We don't have to go to break. You do.
We've got a little bit of. He was about to say what was going on with him, and then he's like, "No, I can't tell people what's happening." Just to break we go. Now we bring on Wags and Keenan. Gentlemen, hopefully something like that has never happened to either of y'all.
He's got a lot to talk about the Pacific Northwest. We'll say that. That's what he could get out. So look, usually in my experience with TV, usually the weather clips or the weather hits, they're usually pre-recorded and put into either the A block or the C block, whichever you're trying to record for, right? There's maybe once, I think, for the first initial like opening of the show, it's a live hit for the weather, but usually most weather segments like that, like solo hits like that, they're usually pre-recorded. So the production team did this guy dirty, no pun intended, because they should have erased this clip. But yeah, I don't think that this was live. There's no way in hell that this was live.
Oh, it was definitely live. He throws it back. He's like, we got to go to break. And you hear the guy in the background. You hear the news anchor talking like, oh,
hold on. Let's see. Hold on. Let me hear.
That was my favorite part of the clip. That was my favorite part of the clip was the guy going,
I didn't hear the news anchor.
Yeah. All right, one more time.
Go to break. He goes, okay.
It's real low. The audio is real low.
Yeah, one more time.
Doppler radar, you can see lots of precipitation up here in the Midwest, a little bit in the Pacific Northwest, but things are looking fairly good. And we're having a little bit of Christmas, lots of snow and flurries, windy conditions on the Pacific Northwest. Oh, excuse me. We gotta go to break. Okay. Oh, thank you very much.
Okay, he goes, okay.
It is live.
It is live. Dude, stand there and shit on yourself. That's better.
It is live because you're right. He's looking at the other anchor. He's not looking at the camera guy. He's looking at the other anchor.
Yeah.
He was also about to talk about his stomach like it was weather. He's like, and we have a little bit of
yeah.
Like he was about to explain his situation in weather terms. Yes, we have a storm brewing in my lower abdomen.
No, dude, I'm fine. I understand. Hey, it's entertainment, so you don't run off the stage. You go over there and shit in a bucket and come back.
Hey, that's entertainment right there. If this guy were to crap his pants, that'd be the most entertaining weather report of all time.
It would be too much. He'd never do it again. Just dropping trowel in front of the weather lady or the news lady there and just going ahead and just shitting in a bucket. That's class. That's classic.
No, what's classier is letting it run down your leg.
No, it is not.
Yeah.
You don't do that in your pants. No. Or stand in the bucket and do it down your pants. But you don't crap on the floor. That guy didn't want to, that poor guy. If there's even a thought of bubbles, I don't show up on that set. I don't even show up on that set.
That's where I'm at.
Can't do it.
Or that's going to be the quickest weather report you ever get. And I'd be back to you, Jack. I'm out of here.
Did you ever hear the time that I was producing for Mike Capps for a Round Rock Express game?
Did you? Who had to go?
I had to go. And you know those commercials between innings are only 60 seconds. They're only a minute.
Yeah.
So it's very short. And I told Cappy, I was just like, hey, you know, I got to go to the bathroom, Cappy. And he didn't. And this is one of my new. I'm pretty new. I'm pretty green in the organization, right? I'm pretty
brown in
green.
The organization.
Cappy didn't say nothing back, and so I'm just like, okay, do I say something to him? And you know, he can be abrasive at times.
Sure.
So I'm just like, all right, I'm all right. What do I do? And Bucky, we're in extra innings. I'm thinking that it's gonna. I don't know how long it's gonna go for, right?
Do you have a bucket?
No, I had the trash can right outside the production room. So, you know where we used to throw all of our candy and shit, right?
Oh.
So I brought the bucket out there, and it's tall enough to where you don't have to sit, right? You can kind of fit it right underneath you and straddle it
around it.
So I'm sitting there, ain't nobody there. It's like it's 11:30 at night. You know what I mean? I shut the door, lock everything, drop trout, and I'm just straddling the bucket. And Cappy's calling his game, and I'm just squeezing him out as Cappy's calling the game, bro. Dedication, I'm most dedicated producer, man. And then I felt so bad because
I don't care if it's 8 a.m.
BK was still producing for you guys, right? So the window didn't open in that production room. There was no air. I couldn't, and I opened up the door, and you know how you get nose blind by something, right? You don't realize how, like, you can tell that you're sitting in shit smell, but you don't know how bad it is until you open up the door and get the real air, and then come back in, and you're just like, oh my God. I'm sitting here for the life of me. He's like, there's no way that this smell's getting out of here. I'm going to get fired. BK's going to think I killed something. And I threw the fucking trash can out. We didn't even change trash bags. I threw the trash can out.
Just put it in Bob Cole's.
No, I got the one from where we did the recycling, from where we used to put the recycling. I took that one and moved it over because it was the same size.
Oh, God.
All right. That's enough. I got to go.
I am now going to go have some breakfast, boys.
Yeah. Have a good show, guys.
Scrabble. Later. What's up, Keenan? How are you, sir?
Good, man. Good to be on with you, brother.
Yeah, man. So I don't know if you ever heard that story or not, but usually.
No, that's hysterical, though.
Yeah, so
it's insane.
This show was originally going to be called Talking Shit. Chaos Theory. Welcome to Chaos Theory. It is Keenan and Wags instead of Rodney and Wags. Rodney's going to be on with Eric. They're going to be out at Via 313 eating some pizza today. So make sure you guys get on out there and see them. Me and Keenan are going to chop it up with you for the next hour. And then we'll be followed up by It's Only an Hour by Jordan and Jeff. We're going to talk a little bit about some Texas football later on in the show. We'll have some Thursday night football to talk about. We'll have some NBA, and we'll have some Longhorn basketball. I mean, we do have our basketball savant Keenan with us, this morning. Might as well get the best of the business and talk about some basketball in there. Where do you want to go first, man? First and foremost, how'd you sleep? Did you get how's your weekend, man? How's it been since we last talked?
It's been really good, dude. And the sponsorship I just pulled has to do with my sleep. We can't talk about it yet until it's official, but I've been sleeping very good. And it's been very nice to sleep well because I am a sufferer of sleep apnea, Wags, and got that dealt with. So feeling much better these days.
So I don't think I've never had sleep apnea. I know what sleep apnea is, but so do you not sleep at all, or do you kind of just like
pretty much, man? I was getting like
breathing.
They took a sleep test. They said I was getting like 2 hours a night. Like I'd sleep for like 8 hours and it'd be 2 hours because I wasn't breathing.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
So how do you restore? How do you recover?
I got a mouthpiece that like
Okay.
it basically like my throat would close up and it like opens my mouthpiece. It's not a machine, CB. It's like a mouthpiece that I use. But yeah, my life is immeasurably better.
Yeah, I can imagine. You have to feel so much more refreshed, so much more revived.
I didn't realize that. I just thought everybody was tired all the time. I didn't realize that I was like
choking. Were you choking?
Yeah, I was like snoring like crazy to the point where I would like wake up my wife and like, yeah, it was bad. It's bad news,
man.
man.
Well, dude, I'm very happy that you got that figured out, man. You know what?
Me too.
I feel like I get decent sleep. I feel like usually I'm tired. Maybe I should go in and do a sleep study or something like that, man. Where'd you go for your sleep study?
Can't hurt. Well, we'll talk about it when they become an official sponsor.
Oh, right on. Gotcha.
Yeah.
I got you.
We'll be talking a lot about
Hey, man, you know what? I know your worth. I know you. We're not going to talk about anything unless we're paid for. I got you here. Pull our cord. All right, where do you want to go first, amigo?
I want to talk some college basketball because we had some crazy stuff happen last night.
Can we talk about the results the other night since you and I didn't get a chance to chop it up?
Sure, yeah. Ohio State.
Yeah, where first and foremost, where are you at with their program, with Ohio State's program?
I thought Ohio State should have been ranked preseason. I was saying that before that game. I said that all offseason. Their backcourt is really, really good. Devin Royal's a great forward. Aaron Bradshaw is their center. He's a transfer from Kentucky. I don't know how well he's going to do this year because he didn't do much last year, but he was a 5-star coming out of high school, so he has pedigree. But Bruce Thornton and Junie Mobley.
There was no answer for those two on the other night.
Yeah, and I thought it was interesting because Tremont Mark didn't play, so they put Kendall Weaver in the starting lineup, and Kendall Weaver is like probably, I would say, their best perimeter defender. I think Trey is one of their best perimeter defenders already too, but I think Kendall Weaver's going to get a lot of run this year because he's going to lock people up on the perimeter. He was just he. I didn't even think his defense was that bad. The perimeter rotations were bad. They were late rotating a lot of the time, and that's why a lot of those threes were open. But the actual defense was terrible. It was just like Ohio State was just super hot, like just super hot from three. Like they just couldn't miss.
Now, see what I saw the late rotation, but I also thought I saw missed assignments on Trey Johnson too. I could be wrong. I mean,
sure, yeah. I mean, you mean defensively or on the other team?
His offensive output was fantastic, but I mean, on defense, I thought he was making some freshman mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, sure, he made a couple, but I thought overall his defense was pretty good, which is really surprising. Yeah. Like, not that he was considered like a bad defender or anything. I didn't think he would be such a strong defender, to be honest. And
in his first game,
yeah, right. His frame is just crazy. He's 6'6", 190.
A lot of length, man.
A lot of length, dude. And I say this over and over again. He reminds me of Cam Thomas from the Brooklyn Nets. That's who he reminds me of, but he's bigger. It's a bigger Cam Thomas, which is like pretty awesome, pretty much what you want. And he's a dude that could go out on an NBA floor right now and score 15 points. You know what I mean? Like I
didn't understand all the hype until I actually saw him on the floor live, right? And then you're just like, whoa, like this dude, he's NBA talent when you see it, right? You got to be able to score, and this dude can score from any. Like he can score with the ball in his hand, he can score coming off screens. He is a 3-level threat, or he can score from anywhere, man. An absolute 100%. Lock. Just and I didn't realize that his defense was as high as it, or the output that he put on against Ohio State. Where that's kind of what I'm questioning Ohio State's program for. If that's the production that he gave against a decent team, and you said you had him ranked top 25 preseason, then we should be expecting pretty much the moon from this dude. I don't know if he's got enough in his bag to carry this team after what I saw. And maybe I'm just, already, a victim of the moment and doomsdaying it. But again, 0-1 is not the best way to start your season here, and start winning the hearts and minds of Texas basketball fandom, especially after the sour taste that you kind of left last year.
Yeah, and I mean the problem is with the bigs. Like I'll just be honest. Like that, the bigs are not good enough to carry this team.
Yeah, they only had a 2 rebound advantage the other night or something like that.
Something like that, and Caden Shedrick only had 5 boards in 31 minutes, and like your leading rebounder was Kendall Weaver, and like don't get me wrong, I like seeing guards.
I love hustle.
Glass.
I love hustle out of guards, but that
I do
shouldn't be
too,
happening.
and I love that out of Kendall Weaver especially because that's his whole game is just hustling like crazy and just being a freak athlete. But you'd like to see, your bigs get more rebounds. I think Onyema had 1 board. I think he played 5 minutes. I don't have the stats in front of me. I probably should have pulled them up. But Kaluma was better than expected. I was expecting a lot more bad shots from him than he took. He was pretty efficient, 4 for 7, 10 points. I forget how many rebounds he had. I think he had 4 or 5. So I was actually impressed with Kaluma, which is really nice to see because like his problem at Kansas State was he just took terrible shots all the time. Like he would just get the ball at the 3-point line and jack shit up, and he would just take terrible shots like often.
Yeah,
and
10 points, 10.5 boards.
Yeah. Okay. So a pretty solid output from him. If you can get that from him every night, I think you're looking good. You just got to get better output from your center. And I think I was talking to some people about this a few days ago. Like they're going to run a lot of small ball stuff because like they're going to run Kaluma at the 5. They're going to run Jason Kent at the 5. They're going to run a lot of these lineups where they have 3 guards out there and Tremont Marks playing the 4. Like they're going to do weird stuff like that. They're going to have to because what I like about this roster more than last year's is there's a lot more versatility with the players.
Right, you're not relying on A. Smith to go down and get you a basket.
Well, also like A. Smith isn't the only guy who can shoot the ball on this team. Like I know Jordan Pope had a really terrible first game, but like that guy's a really good player. He just had a bad game, and that happens, And my concern is more with the offense being kind of stagnant off the ball. And I was saying this to Eric earlier this week that like there's a lot of situations where they'll have the ball and Trey will have it. And Trey is such a good scorer that he can do it without any help, right? Like he doesn't even need screens. He doesn't need, but there's like no off ball action. You know what I mean? Like you watch it and it's just kind of guys watch one dude dribble around. They'll maybe run one
expecting
screen
a lot of 5 wide?
Well, they run 4 out because they have to have somebody in the post. Like Shedrick usually plays in the post or on the elbow, which is like kind of a 4 out set. They ran a lot of high horns last year. I didn't see that nearly as much this year just because they have so many guys who operate in the mid range. But yeah, I would just like to see a little bit more off the ball stuff going on. And like I watch a lot of other teams. Like I cover Washington State for Sports Illustrated, and like their offense is badass, dude. There's so much going on every set. There's so much going on in every possession. There's just so much off-ball movement and off-ball screening and off-ball action. And I don't see that as much with this team. I'm not saying they can't get there. I didn't see it much.
I feel like, and again, it's only been 1 game of this year, right?
Yeah.
But going back to last season, and honestly, dude, like the season before that, it feels like whoever is the ball dominant guard brings the ball down. They observe the defense. They sit there at the point until 20, maybe 18 seconds to go in the play clock, and then they start to run through their set, right?
Yeah.
Then they probably get to about 5 seconds, and they finally get through 1 set. They can't find any looks, right? And then they try to kick the ball out to the point to reset, and then they have to rely on their shooter or whoever is the ball dominant guard at that time to put up a shot. And most of the time it's usually not a good shot selection, and they got to rely on heaving it up at the last second there, which I get it. Hey, at least you went through one of your sets, right? But we're starting to see not complacency. We're starting to see the contingency plan. If you don't find your set, you just throw it right on up and hope for a reset and try and chuck one up for a prayer.
Yeah, and like not having Tremont Mark definitely hurt. Like
no, it does. You need a Robin to go with your Batman, right?
Yeah, and he's going to be your second leading scorer this year.
And also, like we've relied on the Sioux, for 2 years now at being, if A. Smith isn't going to be the one, putting it up, you would think that the Sioux was going to be able to get in there and score. And he turned out to be a 3-level scorer too. So, there's a lot that you have to supplement here and kind of replace. don't think you're going to be as dominant as you were in the front court. You have to rely a lot on your backcourt, and we've already seen that, game 1 against Ohio State with Trey Johnson. Now, look, Trey Johnson's fantastic. He's absolutely fantastic. But if you're the opposition,
top 10 pick,
100%. But if you're the opposition, you know that you game plan around that dude, and then hopefully the Longhorns miss their shots, right? Hopefully Pope has a night like he did against the Buckeyes, and then you should have a really good chance of beating the Longhorns. That's kind of the recipe or how you game plan going against this team, correct? Now, look, it's only one game. It's only one game, but that's just what I've seen so far.
Yeah, and it's tough when you're not getting a lot of second chance opportunities.
Right. You gotta get bored.
Kendall, how many offensive rebounds did they have in that game? Can you check? Do you have the stats pulled up? I'm curious. Because they didn't get killed on the boards in that game.
16 total extra opportunities.
Okay, that's not bad. That's honestly solid. They got 15 offensive boards. That's a lot, actually.
Yeah, but they also had 9 turnovers.
But they turned Ohio State over 15 times.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, 15 takeaways. Yeah.
So, the defense wasn't bad. I think their rotations on the perimeter weren't great, but they were doing a lot of stuff to force errors by Ohio State. I saw a lot of things I liked in this game, despite the loss. I'm not
I love
doing
the tempo.
this game.
I love the
tempo was nice. Yeah, but despite giving up 80 points, I saw a lot of things on the defensive end that I was like, oh, okay, that's not that bad, actually. That's better than I thought it was going to be, I guess I would say.
So we've seen that they can play in the full court. We've seen that they can play in the 100, but we just talked about their shortcomings in the half court set, right? I think when they stay high tempo, this is because we talked about that they're going to have to play small ball, right? And usually if you're playing small ball, you want to utilize your tempo and you want to utilize your high pressure defense and your ability to play full court and honestly run the opposition out of the gym instead of trying to outshoot them, right? You have good, decent perimeter play, but if you can keep your advantage in the full court pace, then run high tempo offense, and hopefully you can tire out your opposition here. Now, look, that's going to also make your legs tired too, so you got to have a deep bench, and hell, we only saw 3, so.
Yeah, I would have liked, I think losing Dylan Mitchell hurt a lot, actually. He was their best rebounder. Yeah, I mean, not as an NBA prospect necessarily, but he's a good college player. And his offense is super limited. He's not going to be able to shoot. He can't handle. But just play him as a center. That's how he played anyway on offense. He was just basically a center on the offensive end. He was just a play finisher. He was just a lob catcher, and he was a good rebounder. And I think that they could have used him on this team because he's so good at running the floor, right? He's such a good transition force. Dylan Mitchell is that I think that they're going to miss him this year. God bless that guy. Yes, he did end up at Cincinnati CB. He's at Cincinnati right now. Love that kid, by the way. One of the best dudes I've ever interviewed. Just such a positive, good dude. So shouts out Dylan Mitchell. But I just wish they had gone harder after some other bigs. I think that was not a mistake necessarily. They just kept missing on guys. They missed on JT Toppin. That was a financial issue. They missed on Brandon Garrison. I believe that was a financial issue. They just missed on a lot of these bigs that they could have used, and they missed on high school guys too. Donovan Freeman was the guy they were going after. That guy ended up at Syracuse, who they'll see, I believe, in a couple weeks. They'll play against Syracuse, and they'll play against Donovan Freeman, who's a freshman kind of star. Speaking of freshman stars and your Maryland Terrapins, brother, I know you're from Maryland. Did you hear about Derek Queen, how good he was?
Yeah, so that's the first thing that my dad did was call me. I was like, hey, man, Loxley's got the Terps struggling a little bit here, but it looks like Maryland basketball is going to have us back on top, man. GC Queen, he's king of the floor. My old man just being the old man, trying to chop it up. No, it's good. And I'll be honest, since I've moved down here, I've watched the Terps, but I mean, it's kind of been all Longhorns all the time here, right? There's one I haven't gotten or didn't pay for the Big Ten Network until a couple of years ago when hell, I got all the hookups from Tom McKay, so I'm just like, all right, now it's time to actually indulge in everything, right? So
Yeah.
but didn't really watch too much Maryland, sports until a few years back. But yeah, man, it's or got back into Maryland sports until a couple years back. But yeah, Testudo's still on the brain here, but Queen looked good, and of course, one and done, right? He's
Oh yeah.
here.
Yeah, he'll be a lottery pick, that guy.
Yeah.
Because I just wrote a piece about him for Sports Illustrated, about Derek Queen, and just like how damn good he is, and just like everything he can do with the ball in his hands. He has a face-up game. He's like an elite rebounder. He can pass really well. That's another thing about him, is like out of the post, he's an elite passer. He really is. He had a play where he ripped a defensive board and led the fast break, like just threw a perfect strike to Julian Reese for a lay-in. Like,
he's raw.
Yeah.
He's raw. That's it. He's
well,
raw.
I don't know that he's super raw. He's super. I think he's pretty polished, to be honest. I'm like surprised.
Well, I mean, like he's got a nasty side to him.
Oh yeah, 100%.
And that's exactly
physical.
what he needed. A very, very physical game. So that's what I meant to say. Yeah.
I mean, he's also 6'11", 250. Like, he's a big dude. Like, he can throw his weight around in the paint. For those who are wondering his stat line, he had 22 points and 20 rebounds in his college debut. He had a 2020 game in his college debut. Other than Trey Johnson, probably the most impressive debut.
He sent me 25, 20, and 3 blocks in his debut.
That's that's. I mean, they did it against Manhattan, but like, as far as freshman debuts goes, it's like Trey and Derek Queen have the two best.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. Consider the opposition, sure, right? But I say this all the time. When you're putting up numbers like that, it really doesn't matter who you're playing. Like, that's performance, right?
That's
performance. Is still going to take over.
And the other thing about Derek Queen too is he's the big, 250, but he
can move. He can move.
He can move, dude. He's mobile, and he has this face-up game where he'll hit a jab step and then drive the lane. Like, it's crazy to watch.
Yeah, very quick first step. But here's the thing too. Like, you kind of saw a little bit. If you get a little bit in the first game there, he's got an engine, but you can't go to him all the time. Like, you have to be able to take a break. You have to be able to give him a little bit of a reprieve,
sure,
right?
Yeah.
Or else you're just going to run him dry. You saw the turnovers start to happen a little bit when they went to him a few times, and that's fatigue, honestly.
That's freshman.
Also, I mean, it could be. I thought it was freshman jitters at first too, but I mean, hell, he looked at 25 and 20, man. That's pretty damn good, dude.
Yeah, it's insane.
Imagine if that did, not to play the hypothetical game, but imagine if he was down here.
Be a natty contender team.
I wasn't good. I didn't want to be too.
No, it would be. That's their biggest weakness, and that dude's arguably
it feels like it's been the weakness, except for Dessou being the exception, right? But even when we had Dessou, we struggled with winning the rebounds.
Yeah. That's what Dylan Mitchell was so good at, was just getting those 50-50 balls, because the dude's jumps off a springboard every time he leaves.
Weaver does that too. Weaver provides the 50-50 hustle as well from the perimeter.
Weaver's such an important piece to this Texas team. He really is. He's just stunningly important, considering he's a UT Arlington transfer. He's playing in the Western Athletic Conference 2 years ago. You know what I mean? I mean, Western Athletic Conference is one of the lower mid-major conferences. It's got teams like, Utah Tech and like schools like that, UT Arlington, and like, nothing against them. It's just it's not a high level of competition. And to see Kendall Weaver make the jump and be so effective is pretty insane, dude.
It's a good stride. It's a stride, man.
Did you see what Creighton did last night? Did you see what Ryan Kalkbrenner did?
I did not. What happened?
Ryan Kalkbrenner had 49 points on 20 of 22 shooting.
Okay.
Yeah, even it's against UTRGV, but like,
what was the shot that he missed? Was it a bunny? Watching,
I mean, I think he was getting double teamed in the post. He missed 2 shots out of 22 attempts. He hit a bunch of free throws. I mean,
I thought you said 20 out of 21. My bad.
No, 20 of 22. He is a guy that's getting a lot of National Player of the Year buzz, and I I think last night he was kind of like, yeah, no, you should definitely consider me for this award. I think that's that's the point he was making last night. It's like, pretty impressive performance. There's a lot of good games over the last few days. Did you catch any of Gonzaga Baylor? That wasn't a good game, but it was interesting.
I did not. But real quick, before we get on to that, what are your expectations of the Longhorns basketball team this year before we move forward?
I dropped my SEC rankings a few days before, like the day of the season starting, and I have them 7th in the conference out of 16 teams. I think that's probably where they'll finish, 8th, 7th, 8th, somewhere in that range. Just because it's not even really a knock on them, but like they're going to play against a bunch of teams that have great bigs. Like Alabama has Cliff Omarui and Jaron Stevenson, and Auburn has Janai Broom and Dylan Cardwell, and Kentucky has Brandon Garrison. Arkansas has Jonas Idu. Like, there are so many good bigs in this conference. Florida has great bigs and Condon and Shileu. Like, this is a loaded conference for bigs. Georgia has Asa Newell, Santos Cyril.
It's a conference where Texas doesn't match up well, right?
Yeah, it's a bad matchup conference, 100%. And they'll beat the bad teams. Like, you have to beat the bad teams.
Where do you think Texas would be in the Big 12? And I'm not trying to say that the Big 12 is down this year. I'm just trying to compare the different type of roster that we have.
Probably about the same. Probably in the middle. Okay. Big 12 at the top is loaded too. Like, the BYU is a team that I think could compete for the Big 12 this year. I think they have a monster roster, and I think they have a great head coach. They have 2 first-round draft picks on their team. And Igor Deming and Canon Catchings, like, those are 2 NBA dudes. Like, right now they're NBA dudes, and they're on this team. They're both freshmen on this team. Deming, I forget how you pronounce it, but that guy is a freak. I would say Texas would probably finish, like, how many teams are in the Big 12 now? 16 now in the Big 12? Or is it 14?
14.
I think it's 14. They'd probably finish 7th. That'd be my guess. I just think they finished behind Iowa State. They finished behind Houston.
I think, yeah, it's 14. It's 14.
14 or 16. Somebody in the chat will drop that. But they finished behind Houston, Iowa State, BYU, Kansas, Arizona, and it's 16. Okay, that's what I thought. So they finished behind those 5 teams.
I forgot Utah. And I can't think of
maybe Tech. They might finish behind Tech. I like Tech's team a lot this year. I'd say they'd be middle of the pack in the Big 12 as well. I think the SEC is on this level now where it's comparable to the Big 12. I still think the Big 12 is better, but the SEC is really, really
Houston.
Good.
I forgot Houston. That's the other school I left out.
Houston and Iowa State and BYU and Kansas are all national title contenders. I really think that. I think Iowa State could win it.
I don't know why I was mind blanking on Houston here, but I couldn't think of the last. I had 15 schools, but I couldn't think of the last. I was like, what? Who the hell is the 16th school?
Right.
And it's just like, it's one of the best hoop teams.
It's the best team in the nation.
It's only Houston.
It's only the best team in the conference.
Yeah, man.
No, they look amazing. Their defense is so good. Terrence Arsenault is going to have a breakout season. I really like Houston's team. Joseph Tugler's a great forward center type.
And you want to talk about dudes that can move, big dudes that can move. That dude, he looks like a defensive end. He looks like he can.
He does, yeah. He looks like Dwight Howard.
Reminds me of Julius Peppers, honestly. Like that's
physically
the comp that he gives me.
Yeah. Big 12 is loaded. I think Arizona is really good too. West Virginia is going to be good this year too. They got a bunch of transfers. They had the number 1 transfer portal class, I believe, this year. As far as other teams go in the SEC, though, that I like, I had Alabama first. I just think that roster is
Tennessee. Can Tennessee reload?
Yeah, I think they're going to be pretty good. They kind of replaced. They're not going to replace Connect exactly because like impossible. But
yeah, he's a conference scorer, top conference scorer, man. So
yeah, player of the year. Dude averaged like 18 a game last year. But I really like Ziegler at point guard. He's a really good defender for 5'9", like elite pickpocket type of guard. Meshack is a really good perimeter defender. I like Opera as a defensive center there. He's a really, really talented shot blocking big. I like Milicic at forward. He can kind of do some of the connect things. He's like a shooting forward,
Yeah.
sort of like kind of wing forward combo. He can do a lot of stuff. Yeah, I really like. I think Cameron Carr is gonna probably break out this year. I mean, they're pretty. I mean, Chaz Lanier could be like their top scoring option this year. The North Florida transfer. Darlinston Dubar from Hofstra, I believe, is a star. I mean, that team is stupid. The whole top of the SEC is stupid. Auburn looked like a freaking national title team last night. They played Vermont, who's like very underrated. Like Vermont's a team that goes to the tournament almost every other year or so, and they just crushed Vermont, beat them by like 45, held them to like 40 points or something, and scored like 80. So Auburn looks awesome. I like Geese at point guard. Janai Broom is my pick for SEC Player of the Year at center. Dylan Cardwell
really
starting now. Yeah, I think Janai Broom. It's Janai Broom or Mark Sears, and neither of those are hot takes.
I thought Sears would be the favorite there, but
he's up there for sure. I think it's going to be Broom though, because Broom put up like crazy numbers last year, and he was playing like 24 minutes a game. If they play him more this year, they play him like
more
30. His numbers are going to be stupid.
Right.
Like they're going to be stupid good. But yeah,
what about Arkansas?
Yeah, Arkansas struggled in the first half against Lipscomb, but like they're stupid talented, man. Like Boogie Fland and John L. Davis is an elite backcourt. DJ Wagner, I don't know whether DJ or Boogie's coming off the bench. I forget which one started, but either way,
either way, it's lights out. Like you don't have a break.
Loaded. And then Adu Thiero and Carter Knox at wing. Like Adu Thiero is probably the starter there. He's the Kentucky transfer. Really good, athletic, kind of Derek Jones Jr. type is who I compared him to. He's not quite the defender that Derek Jones Jr. is, but just like athletic wing, play finisher, rebounder, just kind of do it all. He's not like a good shooter really yet, but he's getting there. I really like Zvonimir Ivisic is like interesting to me. I don't know that he'll ever be the player people think he's going to be, but I like Jonas. I do a lot at center. I think that guy's. I mean, Tennessee fans were kind of talking down on him, but I think he's a really good defender and rebounder, and really like their roster a lot. I actually picked them to finish second in the SEC. I picked Auburn third, Tennessee 4, Ole Miss 5, Florida 6, A&M 7, Texas. No, wait. I forget. It's some mix of those teams.
You had Longhorn. You had A&M over Longhorns.
I did, yeah. I mean, I don't know that I still agree with that. They looked really bad against Central Florida.
A&M's been putting
they have talent everywhere.
Too, so yeah.
I mean, Wade Taylor, he's an annoying watch because he's like the biggest foul baiter in the world, but like he's a really, really talented scorer. And I like their front court a lot. I like Farrell Payne a lot. I like Anderson Garcia as kind of a defensive wing. I like a lot of what A&M has. I don't think they're going to like win the SEC or anything, but I do like some of the stuff that they have going on. I think they're pretty talented. Ole Miss though, man, that team is loaded, stupid loaded. Especially their starting five. Their depth isn't great, but their starting five.
What have they done to get themselves right in the SEC here? Because they're usually not a school that's traditionally loaded.
Yeah, well, they have Chris Beard for one thing. That's helpful.
Sure, but I mean, it's only been what, 1 year, 2 years?
Yeah, 2 years. Basically, he just crushed it in the portal. They brought back Matthew Morrell and Jamin Brakefield, who were like their top 3 scorers last year. And then they brought in Dre Davis from Seton Hall. They brought in Mikhail Brown-Jones. I forget where he's from. They brought in Malik Dia from Belmont. They brought in Sean Padula from Virginia Tech. Like they're starting 5 plus 2. So their top 7 players all averaged double figures last year. And most of them averaged like over 14. So they just have a bunch. My question with Ole Miss is like, will their roles make sense? I guess is like, will they have defined roles enough? Because they're all scorers, and it's like the irony is like usually Chris Beard teams like don't have any offense; they play great defense.
Good defense.
I don't know who their defenders are this year. That's the interesting thing about this.
That's wild. So they're gonna have to outscore the opposite, literally, like just go down and try to outscore the opposition. That's wild.
I mean, they can. They played Illinois in a scrimmage.
Illinois looks good.
Those are some bad boys up there, man.
Illinois is going to be a team contending at the end of the year. So
they have two guys that are lottery picks, man.
Dude,
they have Kasparas, they have Kasparas Yakutionis, who's like a Lithuanian dude who played against Nolan Traore, who's like a top 5 pick probably in this draft class, and put up like 39 against him. And then they also have Will Riley, who's like a 5-star wing from Canada, who put up 31 in his first college game the other night. I love Illinois. I think they're going to win the Big Ten.
Yeah,
I think they're the best team in the Big Ten.
Big Ten's got some the Big Ten's got some teams.
They're kind of down this year, actually, comparatively, because Purdue is like the favorite to win it, but I don't think they're the best team at all. I think they're going to finish like 4th or 5th.
I don't think Purdue's going to find an answer after losing Edey. Honestly, I think they relied too much on Edey. They tried to get scoring out of their perimeter last season. It was too far and few between, and they relied too much on their inside. Where's their answer at now without Edey? I don't think Purdue's the stalwarts of the Big 12, the Big 10.
I don't either.
I'm with you. I love Illinois, man. I think Illinois is going to be running it. I think Maryland's going to be making some noise, but again, Illinois is going to be leading that conference there. Ohio State.
Michigan's new coach. I like their new coach and players.
Okay, and then that's another team too. Like I know Sparty's had some down seasons, but usually towards the end of the year, man, they find ways to do it. They find ways to either spoil seasons and then keep dancing. They get it done, man. I don't understand.
I'll address a couple of these comments here real quick.
Sure,
CB said Arkansas wanted Beard before they got Calipari. That is true. I remember that whole thing unfolding, and God, man, I really don't like Chris Beard. Does UConn three-peat? I would say no, just because they're really talented, but they're not the team they were the last couple of years. They
lost a lot of picks. I mean, they lost a lot.
Yeah, they don't have the interior presence. They don't have a Klingon. They don't have an Adama Sanogo this year. They have a good center. I forget his name. It's driving me crazy. I forgot it yesterday too, but he's good. He's just not Donovan Klingon. And Stephon Castle was awesome last year too, as one of the best perimeter defenders in college basketball, and he's in the NBA, and he's a great defender. For you Spurs fans listening, when next time you watch a Spurs game, because now that Sohan's out, they've been playing Castle a lot more, and Castle, his defense is so lights out. Like for a rookie, it's pretty unbelievable to watch. Like if you're a Spurs fan, you're looking for something to grasp onto this season to care, watch Stephon Castle's defense. It is phenomenal. He's a phenomenal defender already as a rookie. 6'7" guard.
Speaking about things that are phenomenal, let's talk about Real Truck real quick. If you're looking to get outside and get out of the city limits of Austin and be with your truck and have some fun out there and do some tailgating stuff, hey, why don't you look at our friends at Real Truck there? And if you make a purchase now over $100, you'll get a cap. Here's some more information about our friends at Real Truck.
Building a home for the people who are worth it. Stepping out, throwing in a line, and dropping the tailgate for a picnic. And finding far-off campsites with the people you're closest to. Upgrade your truck, Jeep, or Bronco with over 1 million parts and accessories. And bring your truck to life. Real Truck.
Whether it's a canopy or a tailgate extension, they have everything you need. If you make a purchase right now of over $100, you will receive a cap to put on your head to keep your perfect hair, all collected and nice for you as you're going out there about in the outskirts outside of Austin there, as you're taking on the fray of the west parts of Texas there. I guess you could take on the fray of East Texas too, but you kind of get into the bayou, I think, right? Instead of moving out towards the desolate areas. But yeah, either way, you're going to need a Real Truck if you're going west or east. So make sure you hit them up there. And of course, we'd be remiss if you need those parts, you probably need stuff to put it on. And going out right outside of Austin and see the kingdom of chariots that they have out there at Covert Bee Cave. And again, here's some more words from our friends out there at Covert Bee Cave.
It's really a family experience. You know, I walked in the showroom today and everybody greeted me by name. How are you doing? What's going on? How's everything going?
From a price standpoint, from a customer service perspective, just conversation when you come in, it feels no pressure. I want to buy cars here.
The family buying car experience, one of the best that you will ever have.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Born and raised in Austin, but yes, just outside of Austin, right on 71, there's the kingdom of Cadillacs and trucks and all types of cars and chariots that you need there. Make sure you're going out there and see them there. All right, where do you want to go from here, Keenan? Where do you want to go, bud?
Really quick, I wanted to say something about West Texas because you were talking about going out.
Sure, yeah, go ahead, man. Keep going.
How many good movies are about West Texas, man? I can think of 2 right now that are amazing movies. Hell or High Water, No Country for Old Men.
What's the one where they go through post Texas, where they're on 258?
Hell or High Water, man. Hell or High Water,
yeah.
That's one of my favorite movies of all time, dude.
That's one of the one that resonates the most with me, right? Just first and foremost, you West Texas, it's Hell or High Water. I don't know if this was in West Texas or not, but they always say West Canaan. So West Canaan, I always associate with West Texas, and Varsity Blues was in West Canaan. So
yeah,
I don't know. I don't know if it's West Texas or not. But so with Varsity Blues, have you ever been up and seen the school of Dumas, or are you familiar with the school Dumas?
Yeah, I've heard of it. I don't know. I've never been there, but I know
it's up west, and that's so when I've gone up to New Mexico or going out to Colorado, you pass that high school, right? And it's got some prestige to it. They've won some championships up there, and I usually kind of associate or envision, this has that small town Varsity Blues vibe where they got the short stack out there, and, the drive through, and it's got that old school traditional vibe town, right? Where everybody shuts down the town on Friday, and that look around Round Rock and Austin and Westlake. That's kind of the vibe that you get now. So it's very intimate vibe, very intimate setting, and it kind of just reminds me of the Varsity Blues scene. Another more West Texas. Those are the ones that
4 pretty much cover it, but I just thinking like, man, Hell or High Water is awesome, dude.
There's got to be. I know there's more. There's got to like the one about Johnny
Friday
Cash.
Night Lights.
What's the one with Johnny? I can't think of the one with Johnny Cash. Walk the Line.
Walk the Line.
Yeah, Walk the Line. I mean, but Walk the Line's not.
Have you seen Walk Hard? Have you seen Walk Hard? The parody of Walk the Line.
The Dewey.
It's so fun. Yeah, Dewey Cox. Yeah. It's one of the funniest movies of all time.
I've made it a point to watch it. I just hadn't gotten around to.
You should watch it. It's legit one of my favorite comedies.
Walk Hard.
It's so good, bro.
I'll check it out. I'll check it out.
You want to get into the NFL game tonight, and then do a little college football on the back end?
Let's talk about it. Ravens and the Bengals here. This is
Ravens, yo. Go Ravens, yo.
Did I sound like that? Was my bottom
No, I'm just doing a Dundalk accent because it's fun.
That was a really good Dundalk accent. It sounded like my family. That's why I was asking if that's what I sounded like. Sometimes I'll dip back.
No, it comes out a little bit sometimes, but
hey, we're going down the ocean, don't you know?
Going down the ocean, yeah.
Going down the ocean, one. Yeah. So this isn't really the traditional beat 'em up bruiser game that goes down between these two AFC North teams, right? Bengals are finding themselves a little bit kind of stutter stepping with this, with this offense. They're not exactly firing all cylinders like they usually do. T. Higgins has kind of been, bruised up a little bit here. And honestly, the rapport between Burrow and Chase just hasn't exactly felt right. It's had some moments where it's had some flashes, but still it's been too many peaks and valleys, right? Going up against a defense like the Ravens, who traditionally they're known to have a really stout defense here, but there are some holes in that secondary that they can that they can exploit here. The Bengals can. Also, counterpoint, Ravens offense they're probably going to aim to not allow the Bengals offense on the field. And how do you do that? By time of possession, keeping control of the ball, and using this guy named Derrick Henry to just run the rock down your throat. Expect a lot of that tonight, which will allow Lamar Jackson to get the edge, and we've seen him be able to get that with ease a lot more now that Derrick Henry's been in there, because you got to plan for that. You almost got to stack 8 in the box to stop this dude, and when you do that, you don't have an answer for Lamar Jackson. And once that starts to open up, it just unlocks the rest of the offense, Keenan, because it unlocks Mark Andrews, it unlocks Isaiah Likely, and then Flowers can just get wide open over the middle. And then they also have another addition that they just met with Johnson there too. So there's a lot of weapons that this Ravens team has. I'm very interested to see how they're going to be able to put them all together. But from what I've seen out of the Ravens, what's kind of been their kryptonite is that they haven't, in the past, they haven't been able to be decisive enough, right? Or they haven't been able to balance the offense enough. Like they're too much in, or they just don't get the balance right. You know what I mean? And if you're going to go all in on something, I would go all in on Derrick Henry instead of trying to carve it up and throw the rock around with Lamar Jackson here. You have arguably the best running piece in the NFL, and which is going against trends here this season. It's been a running type of year instead of a throwing year. So build off of that, keep going off of that, and run Derrick Henry until the brakes fall off, and you make the Bengals, with half of the third quarter left, make them have their hands on their hips, leaning over and wishing that they were out of that damn ball game. That's the recipe for success for the Ravens there. And if you're the Bengals, you just got to do the exact opposite, man. You got to know that they're going to try and keep you on the field all damn game, and then while you're out there, you got to light them up with Jamar Chase.
Yeah. Do you think this is like the Ravens' year to win it? It seems like this is like everything's aligning for them to try to win it this season.
It felt
they
like
have to deal with
for the
Chiefs,
past season too, though, bro. Like it felt like that last year. But here's the thing: like that alignment is fantastic. It does, it looks like it's aligning every year, but there's one little piece of that alignment that just fucks everything up, and it's Kansas City. It's Kansas City. Kansas City's not even playing good ball, and they're perfect.
I know. It's insane. Like, Mahomes has not been good this year, and they're undefeated. Like, he's had good games, but, like, on the whole, he's not been good.
He's mediocre. He's mid as shit right now.
Yeah.
That's just it. They're playing fantastic. But still, even with his statistically mediocre play, he's putting them in good positions to win the game, or he's checking them out of bad situations, which is even more important. Yeah. So he's just putting them in the right 100%. Situation, man.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm the Ravens, I don't even think it's arguable that Derrick Henry's the best running back. I think it's pretty much like, even because McCaffrey's so injury prone, it's hard to say he's the best one right now.
And that's just it. Like, when was the last time when was the last time you remember Derrick Henry getting hurt?
Knock on wood, of course.
Correct. Right. Yes. God, I'm sorry.
We love Derrick Henry. But like, yeah, he's a tank. You know what I mean? He just runs dudes over. And as far as, fantasy goes, should have been number one probably, huh?
I mean, yeah, hindsight is what it is, but I mean, you don't really, again, with a dude that has so many miles on his wheels, you would think that they would fall off and break, right? And that's hell. I had ownership over Derrick Henry and I still have in one league, in one dynasty, I still have him in one league, right? But the reason why I have Bijan Robinson right now is because I traded away Derrick Henry to get a first-round draft pick when Derrick Henry was at his prime, like after and still like thinking that, okay, there's going to be a little bit of a letdown here. Derrick Henry's not going to be the top running back, right? That was 2 seasons ago, and Derrick Henry, there hasn't been a drop off. It's just been a production drop off, right? Like you give him the totes, you give him 20 totes, he's giving you 150 yards.
It's insane how consistent he is.
It's based off of the style of running back that he is, right? He's not going to get you the 10-yard runs each time, But there's going to be times where he gets you 1 yard runs or 2 yard runs, but he's going to consistently fall forward. And what's going down, what's happening with that? The defense is tiring themselves out because he's such a force. He's such a load to take down. And this dude's, I mean, it's cliche, but he really is built to get stronger as the game goes on. Like, he is one of those running backs, right?
Yeah.
The more you feed him, the more fuel you give, and the more hungrier he gets, and also the weaker that the opposition gets. And once that happens, it's curtains. And that's why you start to see him break yards after contact towards the latter portion of the game, right? That's when the defensive line is weak and the linebackers are weak, and they usually can make those form tackles and wrap up in the beginning of the game. Well, now they can't, and Derrick Henry's running through tackles. And what happens after that? 80-yard scampers to the end zone. And people wonder how he's getting, over 100 yards a clip or over 100 yards week in and week out. It's because he's breaking off those long runs, man. So, yeah, I thought maybe Baltimore was going to have an identity crisis at the beginning, not being able to be decisive enough to give the ball to Derrick Henry. They figured that out, and now they added some pieces with their offensive firing power or their offensive aerial attack. They have some chances. They have all the toys to compete, or all the weapons to compete against the Chiefs. They just got to stop beating themselves, and usually they'll either fumble the ball or have an interception happen in a very critical moment, and that can't be the case this season. So, and another team that happens like that is Buffalo. Like Buffalo's been close too, and Kansas City just figures a way to be their kryptonite.
That defensive backfield is definitely for the taking, though, for Baltimore. Like, they've been really bad in pass defense this year. I don't know what the numbers are, but that's what I've heard and read, is that their pass defense has been really bad. So I think tonight will be interesting to see how they handle Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase. And is T. Higgins playing tonight? Or is he still banged up?
I thought he was banged up. I'll have to check on that, but let me check.
You might be right. But either way, like, this will be a good test for that defensive backfield because, for as much
he's doubtful. T. Higgins is doubtful. So
okay, yeah, so he's out. Doubtful means you're out essentially in every sport.
Right.
I don't even know why they
and Likely's out too. So for the offense, so it's going to be a lot.
Look at Jake says they're dead last against the pass in terms of yards per game. That's going to bite you when you play Kansas City, man. Like, I realize that Kansas City hasn't looked that great, but like, they got dudes. They got DeAndre Hopkins now. That guy looks awesome. What is it with the Titans having these guys and then they just get traded away and they're amazing? I don't understand.
I don't know. And I guess, is it safe to say that Mike Vrabel wasn't the problem in Tennessee now?
Yeah.
Right? Like,
the offensive line is bad.
It's awful. It's atrocious.
Yeah. And that's what my friend who's a Tennessee Titans guy, he's from Nashville, was telling me, is that, like, he was like, yeah, Derrick Henry always had the juice. They just didn't have a line to block for him.
But I mean, Pollard's still doing it too, though. Like, Pollard's getting some yards.
He's doing okay, yeah.
Yeah, he's not doing Derrick Henry things, but I mean, again, it's Derrick Henry.
Who is?
Right.
And then Levis is like not good.
Levis is too busy whipping up that mayonnaise, buddy. he's just whipping up the mayo, dude.
Loves mayo, dude.
Dude absolutely loves mayo. All right, so this thing opened up at 6, right? And 6 in favor of the Ravens here. It's now at 5.5. Dude, it's at home, and we just talked about that line, that stat with the Ravens passing defense, right? Not a good matchup in terms of that stat category here. This is a team that can, I mean, you want to talk about that can blow the doors off of you and stretch you vertically.
Yep.
That's what this team can do here. But again, T. Higgins is a big part of that offense too, that can, cause fits. How do you guard both of them? How do you guard Jamar Chase and T. Higgins? It's almost damn near impossible. Well, you got a little bit better.
When you don't have T. Higgins,
yeah, you got a little bit better of an outcome when you don't have to worry about T. Higgins. So, going up against just the Jamar Chase. Well, I can't say just Jamar Chase. There's more weapons than just Jamar Chase here. But yeah, 5.5. I like that. I think the Ravens could be good for 10 here tonight. It is a division contest. All right.
Yeah.
So that's the thing.
What's the money line?
Money line is 260 right now for Baltimore, and then 215 for Cincinnati. Plus 215.
I might go crazy here if I were a betting man and take Cincy money line and the over. Because if Cincinnati is to win this game, they're going to have to score a ton of points.
Over's 52.5. That's true. Over 52.5. That's a lot of points, dude.
It's the highest this season.
That's a lot. That's a lot of points.
So what's that combined score of 20, 30, 27 would get it done? I could see that. I'm not a betting man.
Now you got me. Now you got me. Now you got me on it. Now you got me on it. I was gonna stay away from this game.
Yeah, I would stay away from it. Yeah,
I was gonna stay away from this game. Now, dude, the 215 flyer might be good.
That's what I'm thinking, dude. Like, just take a risk. Put 10 down, win 21.
That's the thing, though. It's at Baltimore.
I don't think NFL
road dogs throw more. We know that, and I mean, regardless, we knew Cincinnati was going to come out slinging the damn rock, anyways.
Yeah.
Bro, I might have talked myself into something.
Don't listen to me, bro. I'm not betting it.
Yes. You know what? Gut. Stay away. I'm staying away. I'm not touching.
Stay away from that one. I think that's
staying away
for sure.
You know what? I'll do some props. I'll do some props on Underdog Fantasy. That's what we'll do here. And if you use Underdog Fantasy, use promo code TSU, and that way you help out the station here. But yeah, I might do some props. I'll definitely take Derrick Henry anytime touchdown. Right?
That's a pretty good prop. Typically,
that's kind of been
one every game this year. I feel like he has one every game this year or something.
I think you're right. I think he might have. There might have been.
And if they get within the 10-yard line, he's going to score a touchdown.
I think week 2 he did not get. I think week 2 he didn't get a touchdown. If my memory serves me correct, I think week 2 he did not get one.
CB has something interesting here. Lamar Jackson may win his 3rd MVP this season.
He's playing sensational.
He's so good. He's my favorite player to watch, I think, in the NFL. I think I can firmly say he's my favorite player to watch. The only guy who's close is Jefferson.
Right now, Lamar Jackson has 2,379 yards. His ratio, his touchdown to interception ratio is only 20-2. Only 20 touchdowns to 2 interceptions, right?
That's real.
Baker Mayfield's having a year too, though, right? Baker Mayfield's right above it, like 10 yards higher in terms of yards through the air, right? But then 23 touchdowns and 9 interceptions for Baker.
Yeah, he's been great.
And Evans has been hurt and Godwin's hurt. But I mean, a lot of that production was done with Evans and Godwin, of course. Sure. But I mean, they bring in his old pal from Oklahoma there, and Sterling Shepard and him just kind of chop it up, and they're kind of figuring ways to get it done there in Tampa Bay, man.
Yeah, man. I mean, that
Josh Allen 17.
What did the Browns do?
2 interceptions. There's just like we talk about, and there ultimately there has been bad quarterback play, but there's some exceptions to that conversation, right? There are some.
What's Goff at, Wags?
Right. What's that?
What's Jared Goff at right now?
Jared Goff is sitting at 1840, 14 touchdowns, 4 interceptions. So he's playing clean ball too, right?
Pretty solid, yeah.
Of course, the teams that are at the top of the standings are going to have really good and really decent quarterback play. Well, or they're just going to have Patrick Mahomes work the magic that he does. So,
what's crazy is I was watching Lamar highlights, and as impressive as he is as a runner, the way he can throw the ball across his body is truly unreal. He can just rip it, running the opposite direction, rip it across the field.
Baseball.
It's crazy to watch.
Playing the infield in baseball, man. Having to move, to track down ground balls and being able to throw against your body while you're going over second base and tossing it to first, or hell, trying to get your hips right and pivoting and throwing the first. Everybody says that athletes don't play baseball. I call bullshit.
Yeah, it is total BS. Are you kidding me? Baseball is so hard. Baseball is so hard to play.
Whether you're watching real quick, Keenan, I got to get it in. Whether you're watching, baseball, football, basketball, hockey, man, you got to do it with audiovisual consultations. You see the setup that I have in my studio. You've seen BK's setup. You've seen Rodney's trifecta effect that he has. Give him a call, 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com. For the past 35 years, been setting the standard in audiovisual automation all around the Austin, Central Texas area. Give them a call. Hell, they even get out to Louisiana, too, for Pluckers. So if you've been in all of your favorite eatery places like Pluckers, you've seen the work that they can do commercially. And then, hell, privately, you've seen what they can do with our homes. So make sure you give them a call. 512-255-8678. Hockey season just started. The Caps are melting the ice. Don't miss any of the action right now. Get Tom McKay a call, audiovisualconsultations.com. All right. Where you want to go to now? I think we got a little bit of time. I think Jordan and Jeff are getting ready to pop on here in just a little bit, man. But what do you want to do real quick?
Let's just talk a little Florida. I'm wondering if Lagway is going to play. I feel like
I don't think he is.
I don't think there's any way he plays after last week.
No, I mean, and again, you would. I don't even know if you can consider it gamesmanship, but if Napier rolls out Lagway against this Texas defense, one that's just you're not looking out for the future of your quarterback, right? Like this is supposed to be the dude that's going to be leading your institution in the next few years. Save the dude's leg for 1 week. We kind of know the outcome, or we're predicting the outcome already with Lagway in there. I don't think that Texas is going to lose to Florida. I wouldn't add insult to injury and prolong anything else, man. If you're Napier, you got to.
Yeah, if I'm Lagway, I'd be like, hell no, you're not playing.
Yeah. But sure, like the dog in Lagway is going to want to fight, right? Like,
of course,
dog in Lagway is going to want to fight. What's up, Jordan? How are you,
sir? I'm great, just great.
Hell yeah.
Been a wonderful morning, if you ask me personally. No, and if you can't,
are you all right?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Just the Jonte Cook thing isn't fun to deal with for anyone. So,
gotcha.
Yeah, fair enough.
So there's that. But hey, at least I'm happy. My Twitter feed is mostly back to Texas stuff and college football, and not
there you go,
politics. So
there you go.
We'll take our wins and losses.
The universe is correcting itself, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's healing.
I
I gotta get back. I'm gonna have to have you guys hang.
No
That's
worries.
okay.
Later, brother. Be good, man. Yeah,
dude.
I asked one question.
Yeah, what's up?
Sure, you too, Keenan. Hey, anytime we can chop it up, brother. Be good, man.
Peace out, guys.
Later.
All right, see ya.
And don't forget, Rodney and Eric will be out at via 313 as soon as they conclude here with It's Only an Hour. Some daunting news. It sucks, man. But hey, yeah, at least like you said, silver lining is a lot of sports on that feed now.
Yeah. And I mean, I don't know. I'll wait till Jeff gets in here to kind of talk about it, because I know we're gonna have to talk about it. Yeah, and I guess we'll bring Jeff in right now.
Yeah,
there he is,
man.
Jeffrey,
my dog just decided he didn't want to come in the house when it was time to come in. Today's like the one morning where he's like, I ain't coming in. I'm laying out.
Mine does that all the damn time, man. That's half the reason why I've been coming on a couple of minutes late too, trying to get the damn dog in the house.
The trick is, Wags, I figured out, because we get to the backyard. You got the big door, like the wood door, and then the screen door. If you just shut that screen door, he hears it and he's like, "Oh, I'm gonna get left out here," and he figures that out. He's 10 weeks old, but he's
I got you.
Learner. Yeah, we're gonna talk Jonte Cook.
Still responding to to calling and stuff like that. Usually we just bring a treat bag and he comes running. All right, gents, I'm gonna bid y'all adieu. Let y'all get at it. Y'all have a great day. Be good.
Wags.
Sir, we'll see it.
All right, there he goes. There's Wags. Thank you to Keenan. Thank you to Wags. That was Chaos Theory. He is Jordan Scruggs. I am Jeff Howe. It's only an hour. Thank you. We got Derek, Jake, Longhorn Bear, CB, everybody in the chat. Thank you for hanging out. If you're listening to us audio only and not watching us on YouTube or one of our social channels, thank you so much for supporting the channel. And make sure you support us over at Horns 24/7 as well. Jordan, let's get into it with Jonte Cook. This escalated pretty quick because obviously we've been hearing rumblings that something was afoot, and I think it's pretty clear at this point that he was going to go in the transfer portal. I mean, I as of this morning, I felt pretty confident with that he was headed to the portal. I didn't expect what went down to go down as fast as it did. Jordan, I don't know how you feel about this stuff, but it's like, everybody else said, well, why? What happened? In the interest of full disclosure, I don't know specifically what incident occurred or what was said that kind of triggered everything this morning. Sark is due to talk to the media any minute on a teleconference, but I don't know. And Sark won't say what happened anyway.
No,
I don't know what specifically happened, but I think at the end of the day, all parties will be better off for it. I think Jonte will be happier, and I think for him at the end of the day, it was a kind of a struggle for him, and Mike Roach has a report on our site. I think it was a struggle for him. Do you go in the portal? Do you stay at Texas? Because I think the carrot being dangled out in front of him, the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow was, okay, you make it through this year, you may be target number 1 for Arch in 2025. So, but that's not going to happen. And we've talked about it in terms of Jonte hypothetically, but now we can talk about it in the real. It sucks because he's a really, really talented kid. This doesn't diminish his talent level. But if there's one position other than quarterback that I'm not worried about Sark being able to acquire the right pieces, it's wide receiver.
Yeah. No, you don't want to take anything away from Jonte. That's not what I'm trying to do here. But if Texas is going to lose a player, potentially to the portal midseason, or not potentially to the portal midseason, wide receiver is the best position that can happen to. They only have 2 5-stars and another top 100 prospect coming in January. And, I'm not going to dive into specifics, but Texas is going to get at least one portal receiver. I firmly believe that. So, I don't know. I don't really know what to say. I think, just look at the situation. Ryan Wingo's playing more than him. Why is that happening? He's more productive, and they trust him.
DeAndre Moore.
Even DeAndre Moore. Yeah. Jonte had a higher snap count than DeAndre Moore did last year. But who did we hear about throughout the spring? DeAndre Moore. Who balled in the spring game? DeAndre Moore. Who were we told that, was kind of stepping into that Whittington role that Whittington had kind of groomed isn't the right word, but tutored him into being?
Yeah. He took it. I'll give DeAndre Moore credit for this. And you mentioned it last year. A lot of people, that have access to the program mentioned it, and I've heard it. He took it to heart when the coaches basically told him, hey, we want you to shadow Jordan Whittington. You watch what he does, you follow him, because that's who you're going to be when he's gone. You're going to get first crack to step into that role. And credit to DeAndre Moore. He took everything to heart, and he's been a really productive piece of this offense.
Yeah. And everything that DeAndre Moore was out of high school, he still was, right? Or not DeAndre Moore, I meant Jonte Cook. Everything he was out of high school, he still is. I keep saying that. Jonte is going to find a home at, in all likelihood, an elite Power 4 school. If not, he's going to land at a Power 4 school. So whether that's Oregon, SMU, who knows? He's going to land on his feet, and he's going to be just fine, and he'll still be able to accomplish.
I think A&M would be in the mix.
He's not going to A&M.
I'm not saying he's going there. I'm not saying he's going there. I'm saying they'll be in the mix.
Yeah. But yeah, so interested to see what happens there. But that's kind of pretty much.
Does he go to Georgia as the player to be named later in the AD Mitchell trade?
I don't know about that. So Eric just tweeted, Eric Henry of Horns 24/7, that Sark just said in regards to Jonte Cook no longer being with the program, quote, "We have nothing but respect for he and his family and wish him the best in his future endeavors." So I'm assuming that's all Sark will say about the situation. You're kind of, I think, out of line if you think he will say more than that. But he'll still be just fine. And, I think Texas can be just fine too. They got DeAndre Moore coming back next year, Ryan Wingo, potentially Matt Golden. And, there's still guys like Ryan Niblin on the roster. They're going to hit the portal and get some guys. And, Kalik Lockett, Jamie French, and Dale McCutcheon are arriving in January. So You know, don't really know what else to say about it.
No,
I understand why Texas fans are kind of outraged. He's a fan favorite for a reason. I saw the vision, the things he said on Twitter when he was getting recruited, and the different things he said. He's a personality that people gravitate towards, the kids gravitate towards, and trust me, like I do get the frustration from Texas fans, but at the end of the day, this is college football. Guys are going to go in the portal. If they feel an opportunity is better elsewhere, then most of the time they will go try to get that opportunity elsewhere. So
yeah.
But whenever the portal opens and I think things have died down, I'll kind of get into specifics. But for right now, we're not going to do that. So
yeah, I think when you look at him moving on now, and you look at what's left, there's a couple of things I think that need to shake out to make this, because you can't sugarcoat losing a five-star guy that's got the potential to play in the NFL. I mean, it sucks. But for this move to work out for you, because I think we agree Jonte is going to land somewhere where he'll have a chance to be productive. For this to work out for Texas, I think a couple of things need to shake out. I think one, the continued emergence of DeAndre Moore needs to be a continued emergence. He needs to keep, he's coming off of the best game of his career against Vanderbilt. So hopefully he keeps growing into this offense and is, one of your top 2 or 3 guys again in 2025. I think at this point for 2025, when you're going to, in all likelihood, be breaking in a new starting quarterback with Arch Manning, even though, Arch has started, but everybody knows what I'm saying. He's QB1 at that point. I think Matthew Golden coming back, I think there's a pretty big incentive now for him to come back and be wide receiver 1. Depending on what his draft stock is. And Jordan, I don't know if you've gotten this deep into the weeds with Matthew Golden, but I do think with the NFL kickoff rules changing and the need for kickoff guys, I would think that helps his draft stock a little bit. I don't know where he's going to wind up as far as is he seen as a mid to late day 2, an early day 2, a day 3. I don't know, but he's going to have a decision to make after the year. And you think, with Jonte moving on, from a collective standpoint, in terms of your salary cap management, you probably got a little bit more money left over to give Matthew Golden if you wanted to. So I think Matthew Golden staying at Texas is another way this helps you out. I think 2, getting Khalil Lockett and Jamie French and Dalen McCutcheon, getting those guys into the program and acclimated the same way you did with Ryan Wingo, I think that would help too. That would be beneficial. But I think the biggest thing that can help you, Jonte Cook had legitimate number 1 wide receiver upside. And I think for you to be okay at the end of this, I think we need to be talking about this point next year, 2/3 of the way through the 2025 season. I think there needs to be no question that either Ryan Wingo is well on his way or has already established himself as a legitimate number 1 first round type wide receiver.
Yeah. And I agree with you. I still think he can be a wide receiver 1, but we got to look at the picture here. Is he going to be wide receiver 1 these next 2 years with Ryan Wingo still in Austin? Probably not. So I think he can still accomplish that elsewhere. I think he's talented, like I said, and I think his goals of being an NFL draft pick are very much still out in front of him. But yeah, so I don't know. But how about the Florida Gators?
Well, let's. I do want to touch on a little bit more with. I think from Jonte's standpoint, when you're fighting for snaps. And you're in a crunch, you're competing with guys for snaps. And it was that way when they brought in the 3 wide receivers from the portal, more so Golden and Bond than Bolden. You can't drop a wide open touchdown against Mississippi State. And that's really when everything changed for him. Because we haven't seen him since. So at that point, that's where you get into the nitty-gritty and the stuff that you're going to get different versions of the story. Did Jonte lose confidence in himself? Did the staff lose confidence in him? Is it some combination of both? I don't know, but that was really the turning point. I think you look back at that play, Jordan, that's the one where it's like, at that point, it didn't help either that you were starting to see Ryan Wingo emerge already, and DeAndre Moore had a hell of a game that game. So Sark doesn't like a big wide receiver rotation anyway. And I'm not saying that he was looking for a reason to move somebody out of there, but it's like, all right, if you're going to drop a wide open touchdown when you get your opportunities, that's just going to be more reps for Ryan Wingo, more snaps for DeAndre Moore.
Yeah. And I mean, with Jonte and that touchdown or that touchdown drop for Mississippi State, is that the straw that broke the camel's back here? No. But I do think it could have potentially been a domino. Now, I will say, I get Texas fans. I've seen a few bring up Xavier Worthy wasn't benched with all of his drops a few years ago. Well, yeah, the thing was, who would have came in if Xavier Worthy came out?
Yeah.
Things are a little different now, all right? They can go 6 deep at wide receiver. So, things are different. I think that was, again, I do not think that was a straw that broke the camel's back by any means in this situation, but, I think it contributed to it. They got to be able to trust you when you're in there.
Can we agree that it didn't help?
Yes. Yes. I think that's fine to say. So, yeah. But anything else you want to hit on?
No, I think what you got to remember too is, when you talk about targets and receptions, I think there's a couple of things, and I think this year has solidified it with the Sark offense. You need to remember that he loves throwing the ball to the running backs. Go look at how many catches Jaden Blue has. Go look at how many catches Trey Wisner has. Both those guys, Jordan, I don't have the numbers in front of me. I'm pretty sure both those guys are over 20 catches this year. I know Blue is, and Wisner's close to it, if not over. He may be at 19. And then I think we all forget who's the leading receiver on this team in terms of catches. It's a tight end. It's Gunnar Helm, who's developed into a hell of a tight end. So those two positions, so you're talking about combination, deeper receiver rotation, love throwing the ball to the backs. You have a tight end who's more than a body, who you can actually throw the football to. And to be truthful, do you see that changing next year when, Amari Nyblack returns and Jordan Washington gets elevated? I don't see that changing. As a matter of fact, I just think the targets going to Gunnar Helm are probably going to be distributed a little bit more between Washington and Nyblack. Not to mention, hey, man, Nick Townsend's probably playing as a true freshman too. So you're going to get him targets in some weird way. If he commits to Texas, Michael Terry is going to figure into that. Between the backs and the tight ends, he's going to figure into gobbling up some targets and touches somewhere in there. So it's just, there is still, even without Jonte Cook, there is an embarrassment of riches in this program right now at the skill positions, and there will continue to be an embarrassment of riches in this program at the skill positions. Like, I think you hit the nail on the head. Yes, it sucks. Yes, fans are frustrated, but I have, in my lifetime following this program, and before anybody says anything about the wishbone when this video gets posted, I was born in 1983, so I wasn't alive when the wishbone happened. I have never trusted a Texas coach more to do the right thing when it comes to recruiting, evaluating, recruiting, and developing skill talent like I do right now with Sark and the staff.
Yeah. Yep. Another thing I want to mention, I've spoken with a few people in the NIL world since this morning. Not really in regards to Jonte, but the conversation started because they wanted to know what I knew. But the portal is, and this isn't breaking news by any means because it's crazy every year. The portal is going to be a legitimate shit show this year. A legitimate shit show. It's a smaller window than it's ever been. And there are guys negotiating stuff with other schools while still at other school earlier than they've ever negotiated, or at least that I've ever heard. So there's going to be some guys who are going to go in the portal that people are not expecting to go in the portal, that people are going to be very confused why they're going in the portal. And this is going to happen everywhere across America, not just in the SEC, not just at Texas, but everywhere across America. So I can't really say anything else besides that. But I know, Coach Top, I know, you got your connections and stuff too. It probably knows same names that I know. But
it's
going to be a ridiculous portal cycle. And I think Texas will be able to get some game-changing talent out of the portal. And multiple positions, but specifically wide receiver. So
yeah. Hey, can I ask you a question from talking to because for those that don't know, Jordan's pretty plugged into the NIL scene period, not just dealing with Texas, but dealing with guys in the state of Texas and across the country. Are NIL, the agents and the guys running things, do they want more regulations and guardrails with NIL, or are they cool with it being the Wild West and hey, it's a free for all until somebody says something different?
I mean, to be honest with you, I don't really ask that question. I think most of them are cool with the current landscape because there aren't really any rules.
Right.
Like I said. So, without there being rules, who's to stop certain guys from maximizing their client's income, which in turn maximizes their income as an agent? But I mean, yeah, I'm sure some guys probably, want some more structure. I'm sure everyone wants some more structure.
Yeah.
But as far as the agents go, like there isn't, besides the people who are certified as an NFL agent, there's no one in the NIL world that wants the NCAA to make it like the NFL or the NBA, where you have to have someone who's passed the bar and has a law degree.
Yeah.
They do not want that unless they have it themselves. So, yeah. And one thing too that, I mean, the NIL agents or third-party guys, they're kind of getting weeded out slower and slower as things go on, or more and more as things go on. And it's because these collectives are signing deals with sports agencies or talent agencies where they basically will have in-house guys. Like Texas, I forgot the name of the talent agency Texas signed with, but it's the biggest one in America, to where they're going forward, unless it's a portal player, there will be very few players that actually have their own NIL guy helping them with deals. Instead, it'll be someone that Texas kind of assigns them to the collective. Yeah. And, in turn, things can get a bit dicey. I'm not saying, I mean, I've never heard of someone not getting paid what they were owed at Texas. And I'm not just saying that because I cover Texas. I have never heard that. But on the other hand, like I know kids that are, there is a kid I know who was promised $250K that has only been paid $100K so far this year. And the payments are supposed to be $20K a month, $30K at the end of the year for December. And that has not happened. So, guys go in the portal because of those situations. And a lot of those situations, when you look at guys that are owed a lot of money, they're at places, at schools where the collective and the coach is saying, oh, man, you don't need no agent. We got a guy at their own collective. So when that happens, you have an agent negotiating a deal with a collective he's affiliated with to where he can get the dollar up to a higher amount, knowing that they don't actually have the funds to pay this guy. It's just to give him that number to make him happy to get him there. So there's that. But
I know Jonte, you were trying to think of the agency. I know Jonte, if you go to his Twitter account, his David Mulugeta's contact information is on Jonte's Twitter account.
Yeah.
Is it Athletes First? Because that's who Mulugeta's with.
Yeah, he's Athletes First. Actually, Del Valle alum, by the way. That's why they always have that get-together thing at the Del Valle Indoor facility every summer. But yeah, so the NIL world is constantly changing as time goes on, as schools try to get structure and different things. But yeah, so
by the way, David Mulugeta, people can say what they want about Mulugeta. I've said this, the first time I remember David Mulugeta coming on the scene was when he was Earl Thomas's agent, and then it seemed like after Earl, any big name guy from Texas that went into the draft, they were a David Mulugeta guy. I don't know if an agent can ever put the feather in their cap that Mulugeta did, convincing the Cleveland Browns to give Deshaun Watson that contract fully guaranteed.
Yeah, that's the greatest finesse in the entire history of representation in professional sports. You convince the Cleveland Browns to give you a fully guaranteed. Sorry, I didn't mean to click that. You convince the Cleveland Browns to commit that much guaranteed money to a serial rapist. What are we doing?
A dude that had red flags just coming out his nose. It's like, oh, Deshaun Watson's a walking red flag.
Yeah. Yeah. But let's talk about the Florida Gators.
Yeah, this is the other one, man. What a hell of a morning we got. This is the other one. And I was getting some stuff ready around the house, just looking at some stuff, and for those who want to know how I found out about this, Jordan sent me the tweet and I was like, oh, we're talking about this today. Billy Napier is for sure coming back. And I told you, I threw this out there earlier this week. Like, man, you look at it, I don't know if you can fire the guy, which probably also tells you that the powers that be of Florida have put out feelers, whether it's to Lane Kiffin or whoever, and nobody's willing to budge or move off their job right now. So you're going to bring Billy Napier back for another year. Man, if
I don't see the vision here. Like, genuinely, Scott Strickland, can you imagine being a Florida fan and you're 4-4 with your next 4 games being at Texas, LSU at home, Ole Miss at home, and at Florida State?
By the time they get to the Florida State game, like, are they even going to be able to, like, legitimately, are they going to be able to put a team on the field?
No, what I'm saying, by the time we get to Florida State, they're gonna be like, hey guys, we were just kidding. We were just kidding about the Napier thing. Because now if you fire him this year, you have to like plant drugs on him or something. Like, you need something big, right?
You're Jeff Long with David Beatty at Kansas. You're trying to find the dead hooker in the closet.
Yeah.
Dude,
sorry,
Jordan. We talked about it yesterday, and we talked about it all week. The thing is, if you bring back Billy Napier, it's very, and look, I like Charlie Strong as a guy. I really do. I like Charlie a lot, but it's very Charlie Strong-ish vibes where you're commending a guy and patting him on the back for your team competing through adversity because your roster's depleted and you've got all these things working against you. Okay. Whose fault is it that the roster's in a position to be depleted, especially in the portal era? Whose fault is it that you don't have the resources necessary to compete? And dude, say what you want about where they should rank all time as a program. You're freaking Florida. You shouldn't be, you don't get credit for things you're supposed to do, to borrow the old Chris Rock line. Like, I'm sorry, like, just competing and having heart, dude, if I'm a Florida fan, that's not enough for me to feel good. Like, you want to win some damn games. So, if you're a Florida fan, Jordan, where I'm going with this is you've got to feel like, all right, we know 2024 was screwed. 2025 isn't going to be much better. And I think CB and a couple other people have said it in the chat. Like, you talk about lame duck head coach. Like, I don't know what's worse than lame duck. Like, Billy Napier is dead man walking. Unless he wins like 9 or 10 games next year, which, by the way, the conference schedule is going to be the same, except where you were at home this year, you're on the road, so you're going to have to go to College Station, and you still got the Georgia game and everything else working against you.
You have to go to Miami next year. You have to go to College Station next year. You have to go to Orlando next year for UCF. You got to go to Kentucky next year. You got Georgia and the cocktail party, but I think that's in Atlanta next year is what they said.
Oh yeah, but actually it's going home and home, which I don't know if it's in Athens or Gainesville next year. Because I think is it going to a neutral site in Atlanta or is it going home and home?
I thought they moved it to a neutral site where they're doing like 1 year at Camping World Stadium in Orlando and I think 1 year at Mercedes-Benz. Maybe I'm incorrect, but they also got to go to LSU and Ole Miss next year. So there's that. One thing I think is interesting, though, Pete Thamel, ESPN's. I mean, everyone knows who that is.
Jordan, you're right. 2025, it'll be in Atlanta in 2025, in 2026, and in Tampa in 2027.
Got it. So Pete Thamel, after the Napier news broke, Pete Thamel, who's the kind of lead college football reporter for ESPN, tweeted. Couple notes on Florida bring back Napier per ESPN sources. 70% of Florida's NIL money is in freshmen and sophomores. There's a feeling in the program that star freshman QB DJ Lagway is aligned with Napier, and Napier can grow this core of young players. I get it for Lagway. Trust me, I get it. Because when you have an elite player, like not quite what I think Lagway is, but what he can turn into soon, I kind of see it being worth it. But on the other side, outside of Lagway, 70% of your NIL is invested in freshmen and sophomores.
Yeah. Like, you can use that money in the portal when they leave.
You can use that money in the portal when they leave. Like I was talking, one of the NIL agents I spoke to this morning, we were talking about there's a story that I forgot who even wrote this, but he asked me my opinion. And it was a story on 10 guys. And the story was 10 biggest bargains in the transfer portal from last year. And, for how well they played contrary to how much they were being paid.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, what do you think about Cam Moore not being on that list? And I'm like, what do you mean? Like, Miami's paying that dude 7 figures. Like, what are we talking? And he's like, dude, Cam Moore is the reason Miami is where Miami is right now. Like, they're going to win the ACC probably and will go to the college football playoff.
Yeah.
Let's say they're paying him $2.5 million. Do you know how much money they're going to make just off a championship, a conference championship, and the playoff?
Yeah.
$2.5 million is nothing.
Yeah.
It's nothing. And when he said that, I was like, oh, shit, you got a point. And he's like, yeah, the thing is, every Power 5 school in America or Power 4 is looking at the Cam Moore deal at Miami, and it's like, oh, yo, we can go get a big-name guy that can actually ball and take us to where we want to go. And it doesn't matter that we have to shell out $2 million because we can make $10 million off a playoff run or whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
yeah,
there are certain schools in the ACC that make $2.5 million a year off just concessions.
Mm-hmm.
You don't think they can pay that for a premium top dollar or top of the line QB? Because you know what it is in college football. The most important position is quarterback, right? It's like every level of football, but college football, an elite quarterback will get you further than anyone else will. Look what Caleb Williams did to Lincoln Riley. They've improved their defense so much since last year, and they're 1,000 times worse than they were last year and the year before. And that's because they don't have Superman at QB anymore. That's why. Miami is going to regress next year after Cam Ward leaves. But guess what? They already have a significant pool of money put together to go get a certain other QB who is going to be one of the most sought-after Power 4 QBs as well. So,
like if Auburn really paid, or somebody close to Auburn really paid Cam Newton $250,000 for that 1 year, it's the greatest bargain in the history of college football.
Exactly.
Like, 250 grand's a drop in the bucket at Auburn. How much was an undefeated season in the national championship worth it? You're selling merchandise, and your program is in a stratosphere where few others are, really, for the rest of time. I mean, we're still talking about, you look at Texas when you're able to do, television programming and marketing and everything off of a national championship that happened almost 20 years ago. Like, think about that for a second. So that's how much a championship, and in this day and age, a conference championship and a college football playoff run can mean to a school. So yeah, I agree with you 100%, Jordan.
Yeah.
That too, if it's $2 million for Cam Ward, 2.5, dude, it's worth every freaking penny.
Yeah, and when you are Miami and you've shown that this experiment in investing a shit ton of money into one game-changing player at the quarterback position can work and pan out and parlay into more dollars, guess what happens the next year? You have more and more donations because they don't just want one game-changing QB. They want to get a game-changing receiver to pair with them and a game-changing running back and all these other things. So, like, I don't want to accuse anyone of tampering, but Damian Martinez was not the only running back that Miami looked at. There was several other guys and several ones that will be selected in the top 5 running backs, like Martinez probably will, that they were trying to get to go in the portal. And I was hearing those numbers. It was a ridiculous amount. It was reported Martinez was making $400K or was set to make $400K at Oregon State before he went into the portal. So,
I think with tampering, I think Nick Saban really just ripped the lid off of that. When he was talking about Quinion Mitchell during the draft last year, just blatantly not even trying to hide it. Like, oh yeah, we kept trying to get this guy to go in the portal and he wouldn't. I think everybody knows what the deal is now. You shouldn't be surprised at hearing what you're hearing. Jake, I don't know, man. I don't know if Dylan Gabriel can find another year. I don't know if he can.
Connor Wigman isn't who I'm referencing. Miami's got their eye on another QB. Not Wigman though. So
yeah, trust me, well, you and I haven't talked about who it is, Jordan, but when you're buying look, man, and there's nothing wrong with buying quarterbacks. You can until it goes wrong. Florida State they gambled, and boy, they crap out, 10 times over with DJU. But I mean, you get a Cam Ward, Oregon to get a Dylan Gabriel, while you're waiting for either Dante Moore or Austin Novosad to decide who your next quarterback is. Hey, let's get Dylan Gabriel in here for a year. Oh, and compete for a national championship while we're waiting to figure out who our next guy is.
Yeah.
And there, look, man, I think that's what you're looking at, because look, regardless of however long Cam Ward is in the NFL for, you've only got him for 1 year, so you don't really care about his future. He's just a stopgap for you. He's got a really freaking good stopgap. That's what Dylan Gabriel is. I don't think Dan Lanning gives a fat rat's ass what Dylan Gabriel's NFL value is. Hey, he's going to win us a lot of games, a lot of freaking games.
Yeah, one thing.
You're basically, that's basically what some schools are going to do that with quarterback. Hey, we only need him for 1 year. Just come in here and ball out, and hey, we'll go
on. One of the folks I spoke with this morning in the NIL world very strongly believes that Bryce Underwood's eventually going to flip to Michigan from LSU. If that happens, this has a domino effect on Texas, because KJ Lacey could potentially be someone LSU looks at.
Mm-hmm.
I know when I checked in a week ago with the source, I asked, has LSU figured out who their backup plan is if they actually lose Underwood? And I was told no, they're watching film and are vetting guys right now this week. So I still don't know who that guy's going to be. I don't think KJ Lacey will be the number one option for them if that happens, but it is something that, I'm going to be aware about. But if Underwood goes to Michigan, Texas has to play that dude in year 3. Probably his last year in college football. So something to think about. Also, apparently, if Michigan gets him, they're still going to be looking to pay top dollar for a portal QB to play 1 year while Underwood sits. So, we'll see if that actually happens. I kind of struggle to believe that, because it's if I'm Underwood, I'm going to Michigan to start day one. I'm not going to go sit on the bench. So I'm curious if that'll work. No, Klubnik, that's a good one, Jake. But,
I think I would hope that people would learn from Billy Napier at Florida, and even from Elko and Colin Klein at A&M. How much better off would the A&M offense be right now if they never went back to Connor Wigman and just let Marcel Reed grow into that position? He probably doesn't have just the bottom probably doesn't fall out for him in Columbia. Maybe it does. I don't know. But you're probably in a much better place. How different would Florida be if Billy Napier hadn't done what I said he did, which was look at DJ Lagway and be like, nah, dog, we going with Graham Mertz. We're good at quarterback. No, you're not. You got a special talent. Just roll with him. That's essentially what Charlie decided. Charlie did. Actually, they did do that with Shane Buechele. They're like, look, Gerard Hurd and Tyrone Swoops have bled for this program. I need to save my job. I'm going with Shane Buechele. I'm going with the best option. And Sark did that with Quinn. I mean, Casey Thompson had a productive year. He didn't give up on Hudson Card, but it's look, I got a chance to get a guy who's maybe, is a first-round talent, could be a first-round pick by the time he leaves here. Yeah, I'm going to go with him. I think he's the best fit for my offense. I don't need him to sit.
Yeah, and the Oklahoma situation, Dylan Gabriel's fascinating because, retroactively looking back, it's easy to say, oh, you should have paid him. That situation happened because Jackson Arnold was getting.
Oh, Jordan dropped off. I don't know what happened there, but we'll get Jordan back here in just a second. Sticky 12 said, asked any chance Texas starts talking to. I assume you're meaning Keelan Russell. I think that ship has probably sailed. Jordan would know more about that than I do, but I think at this point you're less than a month until signing day. So I think to get back in on a guy like Keelan Russell, I don't know. I just don't think there's enough time to do that. Jake Bayless is Dave Portnoy, unlimited money hack for Michigan. I know he's talked about doing that, and maybe in jest, maybe
there must be someone hacking me from Oklahoma. Yeah. No, I'm playing. My Google Chrome just crashed. I have no idea why.
Ricardo's asking if you rage quit. No, he didn't quit. Hey, Jordan, real quick, because Sticky 12 asked, and I was talking about it just now. would Keelan Russell be an option for Texas if LSU goes all in on KJ Lacey?
I mean, I'm sure they'd reach out, but I don't know. I don't know how willing Keelan would be able to do that.
LSU might be reaching out to Keelan Russell at that point if they lose Bryce Underwood. He might be their backup plan.
Exactly. So, well, I mean, LSU has never had any kind of talks with Keelan Russell because they've had Underwood. Where I think they did recruit KJ Lacey before they landed Underwood, because Keelan was kind of a late riser, at least in, quarterback timelines, because, they're committing earlier than everyone else. But what I was saying about Oklahoma, though, Jackson Arnold was the highest paid QB on the Oklahoma roster last year. I'm almost positive.
Mm-hmm.
And he was sitting on the bench as a true freshman 5-star that was the Gatorade National Player of the Year coming out of high school. Not just Texas, but National Player of the Year.
Yeah.
Number 10 overall prospect, number 1 prospect in Texas. I know he has not panned out the way many people thought he would, but I liked that ranking of him out of high school. I completely saw the vision there. What do you land 5-star quarterbacks or the highest paid player in your team? What do you land those guys to do? To play in games, right? They were gonna. For Gabriel, I don't want to say they told him to kick rocks, but they're basically like, hey, we're paying this guy more. He came here to play. We're not paying him this much to sit on the bench. He's going to play. And Gabriel was like, okay, I'm not going to go, sit on the bench my last year of eligibility. And he went to Oregon. So, yeah, that's the way I believe the situation went based off what I've been told and put together. But as far as Keelan Russell, I think we're going to have to cross that bridge if we get there. There could be part of him that's like, no, I'm cool with Alabama. Texas, you could have got me back then in the spring, but you didn't. So who knows? Timing is also going to be important here. Like, if Underwood flips on December 4th, it's not like, LSU can just go magically get KJ Lacey and Texas can magically get Keelan. So timing is going to be very important there for if Underwood actually makes that decision. So.
Boy, CB talks about is Bryce Underwood going to pull a Ryan Perrilloux. It would be 20 years after the fact, because Perrilloux was class of 05. This is class of 2025. If finally the Mac Brown curse came back to give LSU karma, where they lose their big time quarterback, their big time quarterback right at the wire.
Tell me about Perrilloux. I don't know nothing about that. He must have not panned out if I don't know that name.
Texas like two guys in that class. Ryan Perrilloux, 2 national guys, Ryan Perrilloux and Mark Sanchez. Sanchez committed to USC, and then they brought Ryan Perrilloux in, and number 1, number 2 quarterback in the country, 5-star guy out of Louisiana, and it was getting pretty obvious that he was gonna go to LSU, and ends up that he kind of strings Texas along and doesn't decide until the very end that he's going to sign with LSU. Left Texas with only one. There was going to be a 2 quarterback class. They ended up with 1 quarterback in the 05 class. It just so happened that 1 quarterback was Colt McCoy. So they ended up all right at the end of the day. And Ryan Perrilloux had a bunch of off-field stuff.
Where is he from?
Louisiana. Yeah, he went to East St. John. And
where's that at?
It's in reserve. But it was pretty clear that he was going to LSU. Actually,
man, a dude with the last name Perrilloux from the state of Louisiana
ended up
like I would have put that crystal ball in freshman year and he was offered by LSU. I mean, what are we doing? That's like if his name isn't Manning and he's from the state of Louisiana as a QB and he's good enough, he's LSU good. Good luck, man. It's so hard to get kids out of that state, like we've talked about.
They were Texas staff, they looked at Ryan Perrilloux and saw the next Vince Young. They saw the easy transition to VY, from VY to Ryan Perrilloux. But actually in 2007, so that would have been his second year or third year at LSU, he actually made plays that helped LSU win a national championship that year. And that crazy ass wheels off 2007 season. So
yeah. By the way, while we're on the topic of Anna Allen stuff, one thing that's interesting to me, schools are already like locking in deals for their studs for next year. Like Brad Crawford, who's national reporter for 24/7, tweeted this morning. South Carolina taking the necessary steps to retain edge Dylan Stewart for 2025 through a lucrative NIL deal, and told he's in line to make more than double his current deal, potentially exceeding $1 million. Like, I've never seen anything like that. So, and I mean, y'all know who Dylan Stewart is. He's the best freshman edge in the country, along with Colin Simmons. So, it's gonna be nuts, man. Jevin Sneed is a blast from the past. I've had some of the best football stories in my life came from Chandler Morris telling me about Jevin Sneed. Chandler Morris wears his number because of Jevin Sneed, because Chad Morris coached him at Stephenville, and coach's son was running around the field during that time. So, yeah, shout out Loy. We got to get Loy on here one day. Chop it up, but we got to do an ad read before we forget.
Oh yeah, you got it, Jordan.
Yeah, let me pull it up. Do not want to forget. I forgot on Monday and felt bad. Awesome. This episode is brought to you by Real Truck, the #1 truck accessory brand in the United States, with top-selling upgrades to the ultimate Texas tailgate, hitch grills, powered coolers, weatherproof awnings, and more. Texas is still truck country. Bring your truck to lifeofrealtruck.com and hook 'em horns.
Dude, is the great Tom Loy in our chat right now?
He is. Be well, fellas. Catch up soon.
Awesome.
We will. Never mind. I was going to poke at the Irish, but I won't do that.
And I don't jest. I don't kid. That is Tom Loy is good people. I was just looking at, because athletic directors get hired and coaches get hired and fired at weird times. I was looking at it. So Scott Strickland has been the AD at Florida. He will have fired Jim McElwain. He didn't hire McElwain. He just fired him. Fired Jim McElwain after McElwain allegedly fornicated with a shark. Go look it up on the Google machine, kids. Hired Dan Mullen. Fired Dan Mullen. Hired Billy Napier. And he's probably going to be the guy that fires Billy Napier, and at this rate is going to get to hire the next coach. Man, if you're an AD at especially at a school like Florida, you maybe you get to hire 2 football coaches. You're going to get to fire 4 and hire 3.
So
there's got to be a change coming from the top at some point, Jordan. Somebody's head's got to roll.
Man, what's hold on. Let me figure this out. I need to figure out how long Napier's contract is. What is his contract through? Because he obviously hasn't been extended yet.
I know if they bought him out, it would be they would owe him something like, I think like $32 million. I could be wrong. I thought that was the number that I saw earlier this week. It's like 32 or 33 million that they would owe him.
Why can't I get contract details? Let me see this. 7-year contract. Jeez.
Like,
this is year 3.
It's not that much. So this is actually we just mentioned Brad Crawford. Brad wrote this in September. It's on September 21st. Billy Napier, Florida would, if he was fired during the 2024 season, they would owe him $20 million. That is insane.
What does it go down to if they fire him next year?
Okay, so it's more actually. So Napier's buyout during the 2024 season would be $26.7 million. That's 85% of the remaining salary. Let's see. If Napier's fired before the end of his contract, language within the deal suggests Florida owe him 50% of the total money owed with it. So basically, it's a fully guaranteed contract. They owe him the rest of it if they fire him without cause.
Yep, they got finessed by
Sam Pittman is $51 million.
What? I don't think that's correct.
Oh no, that's Billy. Is that what Billy Napier's deal was worth?
Yeah, it was 7 years, 58 some.
51.
How about Lincoln Riley?
Napier got a $50 million contract.
7 years. Hey,
what are we doing, man?
Lincoln Riley has a $90 million buyout, my friend.
You know what though? At the time, I'd have said Lincoln Riley was worth it. I like Billy Napier. I don't know if I've ever considered Billy Napier to be a $50 million coach.
Yeah. My thing is, all right, let's play hypotheticals. Who does Florida hire next coaching cycle then?
Oh, gosh.
Who's going to have a good season next year that'll be a big coaching name? Do we think Cignetti returns to Indiana?
I mean, Kurt Cignetti's 63. So if you're hiring Kurt Cignetti, you're not hiring him for more than 4 or 5 years. I think it's going to be short term. And hell, he might like it at IU. I don't know. Here's my thing, dude. Like,
go get my boy Stein.
Well, I think part of that, I think Florida just needs to look at it and say, okay, look at some of the other coaches that have been hired and kind of look at how long they were head coaches, and maybe you want to go there. Now they would have had to have success somewhere at the Power 5 level as a coordinator or Power 4 level as a coordinator. Rex mentions Mike Elko. Mike Elko was the head coach at Duke for what, 2 years?
Yeah, 2 years.
And then gets the A&M job.
Thing is, A&M has money to keep him in College Station if Florida comes calling.
Sark hadn't been a head coach since 2015 when he was fired at SC before he got the Texas job. So that's Texas going. Now, granted, you hired Alabama's offensive coordinator, who at one point in time was viewed as the next hot up and coming head coach. Who I think we all figured, hey, there's still something there with Sark. Let's see if he can just keep it, keep it down the road. Hands it 2 and 10. He's going to be fine and be a good football coach. But what does Florida want to be? Do they go hire a coordinator? Like I said, if Oregon ends up making a run to a national championship game, I mean, would it be the worst thing in the world if they hired Will Stein? Could Will Stein put together a staff though? Like that's the type of stuff you need to ask yourself.
Yeah, I will also say, I don't think Will Stein has ever coached in Florida. Or really recruited the state of Florida too much. So
just using that as a hypothetical.
Yeah. Rhett Lashley is interesting because Rhett Lashley has recruited the state of Florida. He was at Miami for a little bit. So that is definitely interesting. Also, while we're talking about Rhett Lashley, can we talk about the Prince of South Oak Cliff, Kevin Henry Jennings? Like, seriously, his story is unreal. And the thing I like most about the way he's been playing, everyone in Dallas finally shut the hell up about them benching Preston Stone. Preston Stone has been cooked mentally for a long time. I knew this was coming. I don't know if we're ever going to see Preston Stone actually play Power 4 football at a high level or even at any level again. I was not surprised at all by that move. And I mean, I was very happy, and I'm very happy Kevin's playing the way he is. SMU is going to probably make him one of the highest paid players in all of college football next year because everyone is going to be trying to tamper with him.
Yeah.
So, yeah. But I love that story and definitely think Rhett Lashley could be a name for Florida. That is a good one.
I don't think he wants to leave Notre Dame. I haven't gotten any indication. Does Florida go pursue a guy like Marcus Freeman?
I would not. I would not. No. What are we talking about? This is Florida, right? At Notre Dame, and I know, he would change the styles, but at Florida, you just recruit the best football players, all right? You get what I'm saying? At Notre Dame, you recruit the good football players that are also good humans, right? Well, at least most of the time, I should say. You're recruiting a different type of person at Florida. And you're recruiting a different part of the country at Florida. Notre Dame, I don't think has a ton of success in South Florida in that Southeast region as the schools in the SEC do. They're not usually competing too much with those big-time SEC programs down there. Usually it'll be a kid who wants to leave that region that's considering Notre Dame like that. Also, the way Notre Dame recruits with their NIL setup is a night and day difference compared to how the SEC programs work. So he would have to get accustomed to a bigger bankroll. And while I'm sure he would enjoy it, it's just, I feel like it's such a different coaching job that, I don't know, it'd be strange. I mean, I think Brian Kelly's done a good job at LSU, but I think that kind of worked because LSU doesn't even have the money Florida has. And Florida has a lot of money. So I think that kind of worked because LSU doesn't even have the money Florida has. And Florida has a lot of money. So I think that kind of worked because LSU doesn't even have the money Florida has. And Florida has a lot of money. So I think that kind of worked because LSU doesn't even have the money Florida has. And Florida has a lot of money. So I think that kind of worked because LSU doesn't even have the money Florida has. And Florida has a lot of money. So I think that kind of worked because LSU doesn't even have the money Florida has. And Florida has a lot of money. So I think that kind of worked because LSU doesn't even have the money Florida has. And Florida has a lot of money. So I think that kind of worked because LSU doesn't even have the money Florida has. And Florida has a lot of money. So I think that kind of worked because LSU doesn't even have the money Florida has. And Florida has a lot of money. So I think that kind of worked because LSU doesn't even have the And Florida, they don't even have the money A&M or Texas has now.
Yeah.
So
that's why a little off topic, but when it was pretty clear Jim Schlossnagle was going to be the next head baseball coach at Texas, I felt way better about that hire after his time at A&M than if he'd have gotten hired from TCU to replace Augie in the first place, because there's a big difference even in the college baseball world, especially now with NIL and the portal, going from a private school like TCU to a big state school like Texas A&M. So the fact that Schloss was able to make that transition and figure some things out going from TCU to A&M, he already kind of knew what the deal was going from A&M to Texas, because now you're not doing the private to public thing or vice versa. You're just going from one big state school to another. So I do think what you're saying about Marcus Freeman, I do think that there's some credence to that. There's some legitimacy to that. And let me throw another name at you for Florida, right? Again, I'll throw two names at you for Florida. One that I think you have to do it. And like Rex mentions it in the chat. Thank you, Rex A. Charles. Dan Lanning has to be your first call. I mean, he just does. And you know what? Sark probably has to get a call too at some point. But overall, and where I was going with the Sark thing earlier, Florida, you lost a defensive coordinator at one point in time named Bob Stoops, who got hired by Oklahoma and was one of the 2 or 3 best head coaches that program's ever had. So don't be shy away from hiring an assistant coach. What about Brian Hartline at Florida? I know he's an Ohio State guy, but is the Florida head coaching job, does Brian Hartline just say, you know what, that's too good to turn down? I can't turn that down.
I think Ohio State would have to lose to Michigan and Day would have to be fired, because Hartline has had so many opportunities to leave, whether for college or the NFL, and he stayed in Columbus every time. A big part of it, he wants to raise his kids there and continue raising them there. And also, like, some guys just don't want to be head coaches, That's true. He has a pretty good gig going on as, wide receivers coach. He's got an NFL factory going on in his position room. And, I've sat in on his pitch to one of the top receivers in the country. I know what he's telling these kids, and it's that I'm not going anywhere. And also, let's say they do fire Day because he does lose to Michigan, hypothetically. I almost can guarantee you Ohio State is still going to be like, yeah, everyone's gone. This Hartline dude, he's coming back. They're not going to get rid of him, I don't think, ever, or unless he does something to where he has to be fired. So that being said, the only way I could see Florida or someone getting him to actually leave Ohio State is if they're tearing it down at Ohio State and they're like, hey, you're about to have to work with a whole new staff. You want to try it out over here or something like that. I don't know.
I think I know Jake mentions might as well bring Urban back. I think USC has figured this out with trying to hire Lane Kiffin and Sark, and by proxy Clay Helton. Texas with hiring Tom Herman, Florida with Dan Mullen. And I think at some point you just got to stop trying to recapture the past and just move on. Like, just completely break away, and nobody with ties to Urban, just try to find a new guy. Now, I know you did that with Billy Napier, but if you're not going to humble yourself to hire a coordinator, if I'm Florida, I start kicking the tires on NFL guys that might be out of the game that may look at Florida like, if you can put together a really good staff, give me a pool to put together a hellacious staff. Yeah, I'll go coach there. Like, I think a guy like Mike Vrabel, just his style, I think would work well in college football. I don't know if it works that well in the NFL at this point, or maybe it does. I don't know. Maybe I'm mistaken, but I would lob Mike Vrabel a call just with his background and his connections and his resume.
I think, it's an interesting point, but I think going forward, there's going to be, like, the coaching route of going from NFL to college, I think is pretty damn near extinct. It's at least endangered. These guys don't want to, on top of having to deal with recruiting, you have to deal with all this NIL stuff. So, and that's why, geez, Rex is on one today. That's why, That's why college coaches are leaving for the NFL at a higher rate than they ever have. They're tired of dealing with the portal and NIL and stuff because the jobs that they grew up dreaming of having never had this on the table. Never had this on the table. And the jobs they had 4 years ago never had this on the table. Yeah. They didn't get into coaching to deal with NIL, the portal, and guys maximizing earnings by threatening to go in the portal and having leverage. That's not the game they signed up for. And they're being forced to coach through it and figure it out. And these guys are getting burnt out. Like I'm reading this book right now called The Price of Winning in Big Time College Football. It's by John Talty, and I forget the other author, 2 co-authors. And each chapter is different, and it dives into, the behind the scenes of I'm through 4 chapters. It's behind the scenes of Saban's last kind of few days at Bama and also his beef with Jimbo, if y'all remember that from springtime. It talks about the Harbaugh experience at Michigan and how the brass started naming the month of January Harbaugh-uary because he would always threaten to go to an NFL team and flirt with NFL teams during January. And then the other chapter was about Kirby and Saban. And in Kirby's section, I didn't even realize this. After they won their first championship, the Georgia line coach just left. And I'm pretty sure he just retired.
Yeah, Matt Luke did,
Yeah. Why did that happen? He doesn't want to deal with NIL in the portal, and the dude just won a national championship.
Mm-hmm.
So, guys are getting burnt out quicker than they've ever been before because of the way this game is now, and I completely understand it. So, if Florida's going to hire a guy from the NFL, I have no idea who that guy is. And I don't know if that guy knows what he'd be signing up for, because it's a different
you gotta find a real coaching sicko, somebody that honestly cares about being a football coach almost as much, if not more, than they care about being a husband and a father. I think, and I'm not saying speaking ill of any coaches, but I'm saying it's to be a college football head coach right now, it doesn't give you time for much of a social life.
Yeah, no, you're correct.
I know this is gonna be crazy, but a guy like Joe Judge, who's former head coach of the Giants, he's another Belichick guy. He's an analyst at Ole Miss right now. I know, Florida hired an Ole Miss analyst to be head coach, but I would at least kick the tires and at least interview the guy. Maybe you find something.
Mm-hmm.
Jeff, Jordan, first off, what's going on, y'all? I had to jump in right there, Jeff, when you said a coaching sicko, someone who does not necessarily care about being with their family or not. You're going to think I'm being funny. I'm not. I promise you, I'm not being funny with this name. There is someone who is out of coaching. And also, shout out to Double R. Let me set the scene. We are here at Via 313
Dan
Lakeway location. Hang on, Jordan. We're at the Lakeway location. Come on down. If you are here between our show, we got a $50 gift card and one lucky listener. I'm going to set the stage here before I jump into this. I'm not being funny when I say this. I'm being serious as someone who is a Floridian, lived in that area, and this person not only fits the description that Jeff just named, but was an NFL coach, Jordan, who had ties to college jobs in the past and wants to get back in the game. John Gruden. I'm not being funny when I say this name. I'm not.
Yeah. That's
Jeff, the guy, he lives in Tampa. His kids went to Carrollwood Day School, and he wants to get back in. I'm being serious here with that one.
No, I get that. And it's not a question of his coaching acumen or anything like that. He just had the other stuff that's going to kind of loom over him. But that get away from the NFL and go turn a college program around.
And Jeff, Jordan, I seriously want you guys' thoughts, but I'm just giving you the perspective of someone who, has – I didn't go to UF, but obviously being in Florida, I'm familiar with Gainesville and that program. It's not like, Jeff, he's going to coach, I don't know, Georgia Tech or SC.
Right.
Like the things that forced him out of the NFL, I'm not trying to cast any aspersions on the University of Florida. I'm just saying you can move past it there. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. This is kind of why Eric, I get what you're saying. It is a good point. And I think that is something interesting. But is Florida going to hire this guy when this is what he's doing right now? You can't hear this, but he's doing these TikTok reaction videos.
Jordan, are they just reaction videos to coaching? Because I haven't seen these.
Eyeballs on the program on top of that.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the other part of it right there.
It's he like reacts to highlights from NFL games and talks about scheme and breaking it down, and he's like, "Oh, this is a phenomenal plan," and there's beat drops and stuff. It's a whole ordeal.
Jeff, you are old enough to remember this, right? And Jordan, I'm not picking on you for age here. Florida, fun and gun. They are a program, a fan base that believes you win, but win a certain way. You bring in an offensive-minded guy like Gruden. Now, granted, he's more of the West Coast style, but I'm just telling you. If to your point, Jordan, you said, would they want to hire someone who's making TikTok reaction videos? I'm telling you right now, if Billy Napier were fired today and John Gruden were brought in tomorrow, that fan base would be bought in because it's an offensive-minded guy who won a Super Bowl. And Tampa is Gator territory, and Gator territory is Tampa. I'm not saying it's imminent, but when you talk about a name who could fit that bill, that's one.
Honestly, no joke. Like if I'm, and it probably shouldn't be Scott Strickland, but when Florida hires a president, maybe they hire a new AD. If they haven't already hired a president, I go to like Andy Reid, and Kyle Shanahan, and pick your top offensive minds of football, and I start picking their brains, and maybe I come up with, maybe they give me a name and a name in common when I'm like, hey, who's the next guy? Because if you're not going to hire a name, you better hire a damn good X's and O's ball coach.
Sure,
that can coach his ass off.
See, I see Ben Johnson thrown around in there in the chat. But I think that's a situation where Ben Johnson's going to land in the NFL.
Absolutely.
I mean, there's absolutely no doubt about that. I mean, he's not going to take the step back. But I mean, hell, he may end up in Dallas. But I don't know. I don't know. But
the Napier thing, though, Eric, I'm sure you and Rodney will talk about it. But Jordan's right. Like, how are you supposed to recruit? How are you supposed to hire coaches when everybody knows you're just a seat? You're just a seat filler. You're a seat filler at the Oscars. Like, you're just keeping that seat warm for the next guy that they hire next December.
Yeah. No, Jeff, that's a really, I mean, especially in today's college football, that is a good point. Unless they give him some sort of security, which we know isn't going to happen. I don't know how you recruit against the SEC's programs and you're trying to get premier talent. It's like, hey, you're not going to be here. And why would I go sign up double R for especially in an environment when it really is just year to year. And we'll get into the Jonte Cook thing because I have thoughts. Jeff, I don't want to keep you too long, but I have thoughts on the Jonte Cook situation. And this reminds me very much of Bobby Bowden circa 1995. Not that I'm old enough to necessarily remember it, but we all heard the stories, right? When they had Randy Moss at Florida State and he had to go, but they had Peter Warwick and Lavernius Coles and Ron Dugans and all these guys. And Jeff, I made the joke with you the other day, right? Like leading up to the 2000 season, I believe it was. Lavernius Coles, you and Peter Warwick get the 5-finger discount at Dillard's. Yeah, you know who's got to go? It's not him. It's you. Because we got other guys, right? That kind of reminds me of what Texas is dealing around with the Jonte Cook situation. And obviously the verbiage was mutual, but you can't go into Steve Sarkisian's office. I'm not saying this would happen. I'm just making hypothetical and be like, bang on the door, like I want playing time, so on and so forth.
Exactly.
This wide receiver room is loaded.
Yep.
As Jordan and I have discussed, you mentioned the name there, Eric. Ron Dugans will be looking to be gainfully employed here in the next few weeks because if he's coaching football somewhere in the year 2025, it ain't going to be at his alma mater.
Yeah,
most definitely.
All right.
Also, last thing I'll say, can you imagine how Miami boosters and their collective feels right now in their fan base? Looking at one rival, Florida State is tied to Norvell, and they have no receivers committed in recruiting, and they currently, I think, have 10 commits. They need to hit the portal hard. And then on the other side, you have Billy Napier, who just is now waiting another year to get fired. Meanwhile, you have Cristobal, arguably the Heisman winner at quarterback, and are almost a lock to make the college football playoffs, if not a lock. I don't know if there's ever been a better time to be a Miami fan in this century compared to the other three schools.
If anybody wants to know what it would have looked like if Texas would have brought back Charlie Strong for 2017, watch Florida in 2025 and you'll have your answer.
Yeah, but kind of, Jordan, to your point right there, I mean, what we're seeing there with Florida and Florida State, they're kind of in the spot where Miami has been. Because Miami had kind of fallen into stuff like this, and now they've dug themselves out somewhat. So Florida, interesting situation over there with both of those schools.
Yeah. All right. Make sure you guys get out to Via 313 to see Double R and Eric. Say hi to those guys. Jordan and I are done. Everybody, thank you for tuning in to It's Only an Hour. And it's only an hour and some change today. We will pass it off to today's edition of Fall Start is Eric and Rodney. You guys have a great show. Everybody enjoy the rest of your Thursday, and we will be back tomorrow on a Football Friday.
Take care, man.
Sure. See y'all. Y'all have a good one.
Thank you, fellas. As you just heard, that was It's Only an Hour. Jeff Howe, Jordan Scruggs struggling to use his technology to get off the line, but we are here, as we said, at Via 313. Come on down. We'll be here till 1 o'clock. The Lakeway location, Lakeway Bee Cave, 620. Come out here and get a free $50 gift card. Get some of this great.
Man, and you got to check out, because they got the seasonal stuff out now.
Yes.
We've got an MVP laying over here, and it's a seasonal pizza. You'll have to help me here, Eric. House marinara, Tito's vodka sauce, pesto sauce, and fresh shaved Parmesan. And here's what I need for this throat that I've got going on right here.
Okay.
Brown sugar hot toddy, my man. That's going down my gullet before we're done.
And really quick, not so fast. As the Sunshine Scooter Lee Corso would say, not so fast.
Hold up on that car wash, gentlemen.
Double R, you may not know this. I'm a sweets guy. So this is what's calling me, the Hubcap Trio. Get a look at that right there. You cannot beat that.
There it is.
So come on down to Via. We'll be here till 1 o'clock. All right. So the big news of today, and of course, I would love to get your thoughts, Double R, on a slew of topics. The college football rankings, Texas heading into that, coming off of the bye to play Georgia. But do want to start here with the big news of the day. It's Jonte Cook, no longer with the program. A former 4-star, 5-star recruit, kind of depending on your recruiting service where he landed there. I believe 24/7 had him as a 4-star. Got off to a really quick start to his career. When you talk about a receiver room in 2023, that 3 NFL guys, Xavier Worthy, Jordan Whittington, A.D. Mitchell, he's the next guy up to crack Steve Sarkisian's notoriously tight wide receiver rotation. Get some playing time, burns his red shirt. But this year, the natural progression wasn't there. And depending on some of the reports you've seen, the company line, the word that Steve Sarkisian was mutual, but maybe it wasn't quite mutual. Right. Double R, your thoughts?
For me, Eric, it's been where I've been waiting for this to happen.
Sure.
At UT, where it was going to be somewhere, where there'd be the beginning of the year. I thought maybe the running back room, with as loaded as that was, maybe that was going to be the case, because you've got all of these guys that come in, whether it's through the portal or they work themselves up through those rooms, and they want playing time. But it's really hard to spread all of that out when you have all the talent that you have on this club.
Yes.
And so the fact that this goes down, Eric, I'm surprised it took this long. But I will tell you one thing, because when I saw it this morning, my number one thought is, okay, you can't let your culture get away.
Sure.
You cannot let your culture get away.
Sure.
And it looks like Steve and the staff handled this, as far as we can tell, as the public and covering Texas, they've handled it as well as you can.
There's no doubt about that. And listen, I'm not here to, I don't want reckless speculation or kind of throwing things out, right? But to your point, you can't have any malcontents. I'm not calling Jonte a malcontent.
Absolutely.
I'm just saying, especially in a year, this thing, I don't know how you feel about it. We haven't had a chance to really talk about it. We can talk with the college football rankings, but I think this year is as wide open as any year that any team can win a national title. I don't see that dominant type of team. So especially where this program is trying to get to 8-1 and ideally finish the year 11-1, no room for an unhappy camper, because not only can that affect this year's roster, but it can trickle down to other guys who are looking like, oh, well, that guy, made a bunch of noise and this is what happened. And Steve maybe capitulated and gave him playing time. So I'm going to do that. So you can't have that precedent being set, to your point.
And I think that this is very much going to be a byproduct where these elite college football programs, you better be prepared to deal with this, because this is what you're going to have. I mean, because obviously, Ohio State, Texas, these are the most alluring programs to be a part of right now, and you're going to draw the most elite athletes that you can get. And how do you keep them all happy? That's the hard part. I mean, we could talk about rotations and all of these different things, but you have to think about where it's like, if you go out and it goes back to where I've said, if a dude is hot one day, keep that dude in there.
Yeah.
But that's going to piss off the other guys.
Yeah.
And that's where it gets really hard, because now, and what's good, and no, it's not good. What sucks about this now is it can be, I'm done, I'm leaving.
Right.
That whole commitment thing is something that drives me crazy, because there's a lack of it right now. But you just have to learn to deal with it because, like you said, it's wide open right now.
Yeah, and it's funny you talk about the commitment thing because I was going to say, in my mind, the way, and I think this is coming in the near future, once we get these guys under contract, and I say we being, college football, college sports, then at least you know what you're dealing with, right? Like once whether it's 1 year deal, a 2 year deal, you know what you're dealing with. But to kind of, reference the point I had made earlier, this is the thing that I think really benefits Texas. And Steve Sarkisian is this guy. He's done it with the quarterback position. Now can do it with the receiver position. He's kind of getting there with the tight end position. When you can point to a position and say, hey, look at my track record.
Yeah.
I put guy after guy after guy in the NFL. Doing that with quarterback right now, right? They did that with receiver, obviously, with the 3 guys last year. JT Sanders in the NFL tight end. Gunnar Helm is going to be an NFL tight end next year. That, to me, is the biggest recruiting tool, to your point, when you say, all right, what's the reason for me to stay, right? At least 2 years. Well, I can point to that and it's like, hey, just follow the process. I put those guys in the NFL, right? That's the selling point, I think. And that's why I said, Rodney, when I referenced Florida State back in the 90s, right? When, for those who may not know, I'm sure most, college football fans know this, but Randy Moss, initially was a Notre Dame guy, got in a little trouble, went down to Tallahassee. Bobby Bowden at that time, Tallahassee was known a little bit as kind of the home of wayward souls. If you were a talented guy, but you got a little trouble, you go on to Florida State, right? And Randy Moss couldn't keep his nose clean, but there was a point where they could have had Randy Moss, Peter Warwick, and Lavernius Coles all in the same lineup. And then also referenced with Jeff in 2000. Again, I remember this like it was yesterday because I was raised a Florida State fan. I'm a 9-10-year-old kid, and my dad's there like, man, I can't believe we kicked Lavernius Coles off the team. And it's like, both of those guys got caught with the 5-finger discount at Dillard's. The guy who's going to be the future number 5 pick, I'm keeping him, right? Texas is kind of in that situation where they have so many guys. So to me, I think that's almost an impetus to say, like, listen, you got to stay in line because look at the talent we have. Whether it's behind you or in front of you, this train's going to keep moving.
And something that you said a while ago, Eric, when you talked about Jonte Cook this year, the start that he had, and part of what you need to be prepared for within this day and age of NIL and transfer portal is, like you said, you need to be ready to go. When Isaiah Bond is limited, I really don't think Jonte Cook took advantage of that situation right there because that's when the fall off started. And that's, I'm assuming had a big part of this.
Sure.
But, I mean, you have to be ready to go. And you have to forget about pride. I mean, it can't be, well, I don't want to be plugged in when another guy goes down,
right?
Because you're all that good,
right?
You were all that good, and you have to be ready to go. But we're talking about 20-year-old kids here. That's with a lot of leverage, E. Henry. That's them having the leverage is that's tricky as hell, man.
Listen, it is. We heard Mike Gundy talk about. There's another coach. I think it was Penny Hardaway over at Memphis basketball, right? Who essentially had to dismiss a player. Again, I'm not saying this what happened with Jonte. I'm just referencing to your point. Had to dismiss a kid and said, yo, you're not coming to my office negotiating a contract. Like, we're done. The season we're here, right? The time, just like in the NFL, in the professional ranks, the time for negotiation is the off season. Once you get to the season starts, just like you see NFL guys, NBA guys kind of put their negotiations, let their agents do that, right? And that's another thing that eventually will come in college football. They'll have representation who will handle this, right? Maybe not the players themselves. Because to your point, and I don't want to, paint a broad brush when you talk about 20-year-olds, some are more mature than others, but Steve Sarkisian is he's going 73. So a 51-year-old man probably doesn't want, a 20-year-old kid coming in here banging,
making demands,
money, right? So there's that point. So that's kind of the deal there with John. Did you have anything else you want to add, Double R? Or on that?
No. I mean, it's all of that right there. Like I said, the one thing that I took out of it when this broke today was, I hate to say this, but it's about time because I knew it was coming. I didn't know if it would be him or who it would be, but this is where you go back to the caveat to all of this conversation is, okay, move on. Move on. We're going to be okay. And hopefully Jonte Cook's going to be fine as well.
Sure.
And I'm sure he will, because he's going to find a really good lane. I'm sure his phone is ringing right now.
It's funny. I was thinking to myself on the drive over here, like he'd be a perfect fit at Oregon. That type of program that uses those fast, quick guys out there.
Yeah, absolutely.
So he will find a home, no doubt. But Double R, before we transition into the college football rankings, some of the things I want to talk about, if you listen to Fall Start, you know we're pretty irreverent at times. Even though I'm not here with Keenan, I'm going to bring a little bit of that here with Double R. So
right.
I want to ask you a question. Okay, so
right.
I referenced this on the show. I believe it was Tuesday. Just general faux pas, right? That sticks. I mean, I'd love to know for you. What's just that thing, that common courtesy, decency that, like, if this doesn't happen, you feel a little bit miffed. And let me paint the picture for you. As I referenced on the show Tuesday, I had some friends coming to town, you know, and they showed them Austin. So like, yo, we want to go out, right? So we went out to the Domain, and we're out there having a good time, right? You know, listen, you go to a bar, you go to a club, you know, you're going to get bumped into. Someone's going to spill a drink. Someone's going to step on your shoes. Like, you know that's going to happen when you're in a crowded space. Someone grazed, you know, when someone grazes your shoe or accidentally bump into someone, you just turn around as you walk in, like, hey, my bad.
Sorry about that.
Sorry about that. Someone, Rodney, didn't just graze my shoe, right? Like 3/4 of my foot planted off of it like it was a stoop, you know, walking by, right? So I'm just like, all right, he's going to turn around and, my bad, nothing, right? And I'm not going to lie, that person came back around. I had to, you know, I'm 33. I'm not going to fight somebody, right? But over that, but I'd give him a little shoulder check, like, hey, you know, what's that common courtesy that if someone doesn't, you know, give you the wave, is like you kind of let them in, or, you know, you hold the door. What's that common thing? It's like, if you don't do this, it's like, come on, what are you doing?
Mine is traffic.
Okay.
Because traffic drives me crazy.
Okay.
And I'm very
good luck to you living here.
Well, I know. And I'm very much the kind of guy to where it's like, because I do a lot of traveling out in isolated places, you know, 2-lane highways with farmers and cattle trailers in front. And you know, they pull over for me, and you know, you give them the old wave or whatever. But it's kind of one of those things when you're trying to merge in somewhere, and you get somebody that's sitting right there in your back pocket, and they're sitting there and they're not going to let you in, and then you finally get yourself in, they come by and flip you off or something like that. And it's like, okay, well, I'm the same way, where it's like you with the shoulder check. I'm like, all right, I'm going to pass them back, and at some point, I'm going to cut their ass off. And the race car driver comes out, because I'm like, damn, I'll brake check your ass, and because if you hit me from behind, yeah. So no, the traffic stuff, man, give me a wave, give me a wave, give me a break. We're all trying to get somewhere, right? And it's road rage. It happens. It happens, brother. It happens, man. That's a good one, man. Because isn't it it's the smallest things.
I'm right there with you, especially when it comes to traffic, right? You know, if I first off, and this is, I will say, I think Texas is better than Florida about just letting someone in the road, right? In Florida, no one's gonna let you in. You got people who just like, and you know what really bugs me about that is it could be literally standstill traffic where you're only moving a couple yards, right?
Yes.
And it's like, you're not getting anywhere any faster by not letting me in this traffic.
Right.
Just let me in, right? So Texas, I find, is better than that. But in Florida, that's the one where it's just like, what are we doing?
Or you get like for example, here where we are via 313 here in Bee Caves, you know, you've got all these different intersections right there.
Sure.
Let's say you want to get through this intersection to get back to the main thing, and you get the guy that's in line trying to get out, and he doesn't leave that space.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, you've been sitting here for 4 minutes. You're not going anywhere. Just let me in. Just let me in.
It's as simple as that. Like, listen, I know everyone's in a rush. You know, you're probably trying to, you know,
probably late for something.
You know, you're thinking, all right, I'm burning gas here and whatnot.
Gas.
I don't
know.
Yeah, I don't know what it is.
My charge is running out in my electric car or something like that.
Like, listen, I know funds are tight, right? But, Double R, if you need to save some money, and it probably wasn't my best transition, but it's the transition I had. If you are in the market to save some money, we all are in the market to save a couple bucks. Look no further than our friends at Parallel Lending, because y'all, the markets are getting more and more volatile every day. Need to diversify your investments is more present than ever. While investing in stocks and bonds are always great strategies, the most savvy of investors diversify their portfolio with alternative assets. Right now, the most popular investment strategy is investing in private credit. So that's where our friends at Parallel Lending, again, parallellending.com, want to help you out. They're a lender that provides short-term business purpose loans backed primarily by single-family real estate here in the great state of Texas. They just launched their flagship fund, which gives accredited investors an opportunity to fund the loans which they provide. And the best part about it is your investment is only locked up for 1 year. So your income is distributed monthly. It's like a little monthly bonus in any bank account.
Mailbox money, brother.
Cannot beat that. Double R, no doubt. So if you're interested in investing passively, into loans backed by real estate. Inquire more now. Parallel Lending, parallellending.com. Accredited investors only. Returns not guaranteed. Investment in Parallel Fund 1 LLC involves risk. Please review all disclosures before investing.
So speaking of real estate, and
Yes,
I'll keep this short. I will keep this as short as possible.
Yeah.
So for many years, I actually still hold a real estate license.
Okay.
But for many years, for 12, 15 years, whatever it was, that was all I did.
Yeah.
That was all I did. Yeah. And I had a lot of friends, you know, that my clients. I mean, I know a lot of people, so that was always really good.
Sure.
But it seems like at least 4 times a year, I would have friends that either, hey, buddy, you want to come to my housewarming party? I'm like, you bought a house? I'm like, you know what I do? or you get that, or somebody calls me up and asking for real estate advice. Hey, what do you think about this or whatever? And I'm like, oh, are you thinking about buying or selling? No, I'm under contract right now. Hello?
What about your boy?
Papa's got to eat. You know what I'm saying? It's like, come on. Now that one really drives me.
Listen,
that one would really drive me crazy.
Listen, mine isn't as intense as yours, because yours, it's like, come on, yo. Like, first off, if we're tight like that, I'm gonna do my best to help you out, and it's a win-win situation, right? It's like, I would assume if someone went to BK and was like, hey, you know, I just heard this great morning radio show, sports show on such and such, BK be like, yo, your boy's right here. You know, like BK or Bucky, 8 to 10 a.m. We're right here. It's like me, you know, for example, you know, I always hated it when I was dating someone who would be like, oh, I need writing advice. I'm like, you know what I do for a living, right? I'm right here. I'm right here. So yes, I can understand that. But we'll transition back to sports, back to football, the college football rankings, Double R. What were your thoughts at Texas at number 5 and kind of the projected matchups? Because right now you do have some intriguing kind of situations as far as how they can shake out.
I am perfectly happy with the number 5 ranking.
Okay.
I think that and I'm even super more excited. And again, I want to preface all of this. I'm seeing a lot of backlash. I'm seeing a lot of people that are either pissed off or don't agree with whatever. You got to remember, this is the first one.
It's the first one.
It's probably the most irrelevant one of them all.
Yeah.
Because this is just kind of set the path and charter the course here for the next 5 or 6 weeks, whatever we have left. But Texas spot right there, I think it's totally justified. I may be in the minority with that. I'm a minority anyway, but now I'm really in the minority when I say that, because I think that spot. What I don't like about this is where you had BYU, where BYU slotted in, but they're going to have a bye if it all ended today. But I get that. That's part of the system.
Sure.
That's part of the system. For me, the bigger story was I don't know why I'm getting so jazzed up about SMU. I wanted them in that top 12.
Okay.
I wanted them in that top 12. But I think the Texas spot's totally justified. Your thoughts? You cover them in and out every day.
Sure. My thing with Texas is this, right? It's not necessarily as much a Texas thing as much as it is indicative of the strength of the Southeastern Conference, Double R.
Mm-hmm.
Look at where Alabama was ranked. That's a 2-loss team. That's sending the message to the rest of the college football landscape. Big 12, ACC, y'all are getting one.
Oh, yeah.
Y'all are getting one, unless there's some fluky thing. You talk about SMU. Let's say SMU plays Miami in the conference title game, right? And then SMU beats Miami. Then maybe it's like, okay, maybe we have to put, you know, that Miami team in there that lost only one game, maybe, right?
Yeah.
So, maybe. We saw what happened to Florida State last year, the 12 team and a 14 playoffs. That should go to show you kind of the perception of those other leagues. But that says to me, the SEC, they're getting 3 at least, and possibly a 4th, depending on how things shake out. So that's what that message says to me. But for Texas, yeah, I do think Rodney, I have, and this goes back to my time covering Group of 5 football.
Mm-hmm.
I'm really curious to see where that G5 team lands.
Yep.
I think it's a foregone conclusion that they're the 12th seed, even if it's Boise. Because you take a look at the rest of Boise's schedule, the team they're probably going to have to beat in the Mountain West title games, Colorado State. We saw that team this year. They all right. They're all right.
Yeah.
They're nothing special. It's not like, for example, when UNLV was undefeated, right? And you got both of those teams coming in. Then at least you can say, hey, you beat top 40 team twice, right? If you're Boise, you don't have any real teams in the rest of your schedule that's going to impress the committee. So they're probably locked into that 12. I think 12-5, if it is Texas 5, and again, they're going to have to get seeded as the 5, right? That's a great matchup for Texas.
So
Boise
too.
State. Ashton Genty, a Texan out of Frisco. You still wonder how he got out of the great state of Texas because all he's done is ball. Well, we actually do know is that he's 5'7". Yeah. He's listed at 5'9". Listed at 5'9", so means he's 5'7". If that kid was 6 foot tall, he'd be in burnt orange right now. But I think that's a great matchup, Rodney, for Texas, because one player, especially a running back, is not going to beat this year's Texas team, especially defensively.
Yeah. And something you mentioned right there, it really is evident the power of the Southeastern Conference.
Yeah.
Because you are going to have, I personally would not have put Alabama in this top 12.
Neither would I.
Yeah. They'd have been maybe one or two out. Yeah. First or second out. I'd put SMU in and left them out. But it really is, and it's one of those things to where I know it's going to factor in. Like, for example, this week, you've got an elimination game there for them that they lose again, and that's drastically going to affect their chances. Or is it? I would think.
Right.
But you're going to carry that brand power, and that's where I go back to with all of this being done where it's not a true, playoff bracket, as you would call it, where you still have that human element that's going to be putting all this together. That's where the brand power, whether it's Alabama or LSU or Ole Miss, depending on what happens, to where they're going to work themselves in over some of these others that they just don't have that clout that those schools have in this conference.
There you go. That's what it is.
It's the conference.
It's the strength of the Southeastern Conference. Again, and it's going to be interesting to see how it shakes out in this playoff because, again, whoever, let's just say that third or fourth, or really, third or fourth SEC team that are in, how they fare, right? Is this going to be a situation? Again, I'm looking at it from the perspective of someone who covered Group of 5 football, and I used to make the argument as far as why you could let a G5 team in because the old case was, if you put a G5 in, there's going to get smoked, right?
They're
it's going to be
destroyed.
70-0.
Yeah.
Double R, I don't know if you've ever looked at it. In the history of the 4-team college football playoff, you have something like 13, 14, 15 games, whether it's the first round or second round, that not the championship, first or second, that were decided by 17 points or more.
Yeah.
So that just goes to show you that, you had blowouts in the CFP, and we'll see what that looks like if it's a situation where that third or fourth SEC team gets in and they smoke whoever else. And it's then it validates the point of putting them in, or if it's the other way around and that team gets blown out, it's they weren't good enough. Maybe we should have let an SMU.
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting to watch.
And this is where it'll be interesting because I can't see it right now, but where BYU slots over with the bye.
Yeah.
So I think, the way I remember it, so they would play Ohio State.
Right.
And it's come on. I think what you're going to have is that you're going to have one of these conference champions in not the SEC, not the Big Ten, that's going to get blown out.
Yeah.
And it's going to be okay, we need to change the system. But with an automatic bye, that part I like because it does give the Big 12 and it gives them still that opportunity because otherwise the brand power and everything else is going to win out every time.
Let me ask you this, right? Just 10,000-foot view here. Because this has always been my case. And I love your perspective. Do you look at the 12-team playoff the same way you look at the NCAA tournament? Because for me, listen, before I was covering college basketball. Now that I cover college basketball, I don't bet on college basketball because it's too close. I don't want to be any situation. Not for me. I still want someone to look at a bet and be like, all right, you have access to the players, you got information, whatever it may be. But one of my favorite things to do was to go to Vegas for March Madness with my boys. Just post up at a sports book. The first and second round, you got endless basketball. You drop a couple bucks on that 116 match for 215, and you're a fan of upsets in March Madness, right? Yep. Do you look at college football the same way? Because that was always, whenever someone would say, "Man, why can't we put?" I'll use my alma mater, UCF, 2017 UCF, right? Why would we put them in there? Don't you want to see, is it just because football is so different than basketball that you don't get that attachment to man, what would that underdog do against Duke, right? I'm using Duke as basketball analogy, of course.
Yeah. I think with football, I think we get, being that it's a shorter season, I think we get so emotionally invested in our schools. Sure. Obviously you don't want it to, I don't want it to happen to the school that I root on. Sure. You don't want to see it. But I got to tell you, right now, the parity that you were talking about this year, Eric, I love that Vanderbilt beats Alabama. I love that that's happening right there because I think that's really just good for the sport. Right. And it does afford folks. I love that part. That is the beauty of when you get to March Madness because you have those upsets. And then when teams make runs, I mean, if somebody could make a run, if Army made this hellacious run this year, wouldn't that be really damn cool to watch?
Rodney, you took the words right out of my mouth, because the matchup I would love to see, and I've talked about on the show a little bit, that if you're a fan of Texas, you don't want to see Army come in just because of the fact that they run such a unique system that you don't prepare for, right? Then it's like, that's how an upset happens. But just speaking, if I'm a general fan of college football, yeah, I'd love to see Army go to DKR, right? And the underdog and this service academy playing Texas, right? Like, that is a storyline.
Can you imagine that place? Dude,
I would, like I said, as someone who covers games, I would love to be there for that.
I heard that.
Right. So that's just something I always find curious when you talk about the format, and everyone's just like, no, it needs to be these blue bloods with football. But I think you made a great point when you say how short the season is. That probably plays a factor in juxtaposing to basketball, where you have such a longer season.
And I see it a lot in high school football, covering high school football, to where you get, like you're talking about there with the system, when these really elite teams, whether it be in 4, 5, 6A, whatever it is, when they have to go up against a slot T offense and they're totally confused. and it's like, I talk to coaches and they're like, oh man, this week we got to play Liberty Hill or Coach Les Goad, and he's going to bring that damn slot T, and man, we can never cover it.
Yeah.
We don't know where the ball is. And that's where that element right there, when you get to something like Army or one of these teams that could sneak in, SMU's another one. Sure. I mean, that could get in there and just ruffle everything up. It doesn't have to be the blue bloods.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to. As a matter of fact, it's time that it's not the blue bloods, to be honest with you. I mean, not Georgia. I mean, I want Georgia to win again.
Right. Yeah. I mean, first off, and obviously Texas in name recognition is a blue blood, right? But for all intents and purposes, Texas hasn't won a championship since
it's been
a long time, right? Since Vince Young. You look at Miami, right? Again, they haven't won a championship since 2001, right? 20 something years. So in that sense, at least you're getting something different than your Georgia Alabamas. But to the point, again, a great point you made using the high school analogy, right? Because you look at it again, whether it's college basketball, a reason why you might see like a Princeton advance because they run it's not about, I have Zion Williamson, I have insert player for 1 year. It's about this team, this funky little thing that they do that comes in as an underdog. So I would love to see more of that element involved in college football. And maybe if you would expand to 16, you get to that. But again, I think you hit the nail on the head, Rodney, as we got
what you got there? What is that?
I'll also get with the call. Yeah.
Look at that right there. Cinnamon sticks.
There we go.
Oh my
there
goodness.
we go.
That's another good for the sore throat right there, man. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, listen, what happened was you heard me talking about the sweets, and that's why you brought it over, right? You heard me talk about the fact that I love sweets. You get that, I get a little hubcap going here, and then I'm in good shape. Yeah.
That's good stuff.
Appreciate my man Scott from Via jumping on here and showing us a couple things. There he is right there.
Yep, there it is. There's a man right there. Come see Scott out here via 313 over here in B Cave. It's funny. I was having a conversation with a coach, or it was about a month and a half ago, where the slot T thing came up.
Yeah.
And he goes, we have had to prepare for that so many different times. I may implement a little bit of slot T into my offense. and this was a 6A coach.
Right.
He said, I might implement that because it's different. Nobody can defend it.
It's
crazy,
again,
isn't it?
It's wild, especially in football. So again, we'll see what happens. Like I was saying before Scott came over, I think you hit the nail on the head because of the difference in games.
Yeah.
Maybe there's it's so, you're so emotionally invested in those teams, and maybe you want to see, quote unquote, those power matchups as opposed to the underdog versus whoever it may be.
Yeah. And I think a lot of times, I think it's just so different because like with college basketball, you can stumble around a little bit.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah. If you come out of the gate slow or maybe drop a couple of conference games, you can, you got to play them all twice.
Yeah.
Where football, it is very, very small window. And that window of error is just so small. But like you said right now with the parity, everybody's stumbling.
Yeah.
Everybody's stumbling around. So
let me ask you this, just kind of, spin it forward to Texas. And of course the matchup coming in with Florida this week. As a fan of Texas, what are your expectations down the stretch? Because it feels to me, and this was just a sentiment I got on our message boards over at Horns 24/7, that I don't know if we're going to finish 4-0. And maybe some of that was just reeling off of the Georgia performance. But in my expectation is this team should finish 11-1. I'm sorry. It's okay to get wrapped up in the Marcel Reed thing for one game. I don't see Texas A&M as significantly a better team. It's a game that Texas could lose, but my expectation is they're going to win, go 4-0 through the stretch, and be in Atlanta on December 8th.
Yeah, that environment there concerns me.
Sure.
I've said since the beginning of the season that I was really concerned about Arkansas.
Yeah.
Same reason.
Yeah.
Same reason. But I'm kind of getting over that. I'm kind of getting over that. But I'll tell you what does concern me.
Okay.
Because if you go back and you look at this, the way with the 2 bye weeks in there, you were going to have you go and then you get to the first bye week, you go again, and then you're going to everything firing, hitting on all 8 cylinders. They haven't been hitting on all 8 cylinders. And the logic there was, okay, you get another bye week, then you come out and you're hitting on all 8 cylinders. I hope that they're hitting on all 8 cylinders, or at least 7.5. And I really hope, Eric, that they clean things up.
Yeah.
False starts, pre-snap penalties. You can't be doing that. I mean, you might get away with it against Florida. You might get away with it against Arkansas. But when you get into the college football playoff, those are the mistakes that eliminate you.
No, listen, the thing that's so challenging about some of the pre-snap penalties, and I hate to pick on Cam Williams again, I think there's a reason why these projections have him as, if he leaves, possibly a first-round pick. He's got all the physical tools, and he's having, in terms of just blocking, a good year.
Sure.
I haven't tracked the number. I think Cam is at 11 offensive penalties right now. When I last tracked it, Rodney, 7 of his false starts took place in Austin.
That shouldn't happen.
Nothing would drive me up a wall as a coach, as a fan, than if you false start on the road. Sometimes we're just a crazy environment. It's Kyle Field. It's night. It's whatnot. Sure. You get it. It's like sometimes it gets rattled. But it's like, all right, you get it. You're at home.
You're at home.
You practice at DKR. You play at DKR. Steve Sarkisian said, "Oh, sometimes the noise and we're going to see." I'm sure this quote is going to come back to revisit come Texas A&M week. But when he said the noise in practice is sometimes louder than we have in the games, all right, well, that'll probably come back come Texas A&M week. But nevertheless, you practice in Austin. Why are you false starting at home?
Yeah. And with him, I know he's the new guy on that line.
Yeah.
And that's okay for about 2 games.
Yeah.
I'll give him that for about 2 games. You remember he was grading out really well through the first 2 games. He's still grading out well. It's just these mistakes right here. You can go back to, with him, it's learning to deal with the atmosphere and all that. You should have that figured out by now, especially at home. And the Arkansas and the A&M atmospheres are going to be just outrageous.
Rodney, let me ask you this, because kind of using the penalties as a segue, right? I just published a story up on the site today about Texas's short passing game. I asked Steve Sarkisian 2 Mondays ago about the importance of the screen and the shallow passing game in his offense. And he really raved about it. Said, hey, it's something we do well. It's something Quinn does well, those check downs, those screens, those shallow passing game. And you've heard him say this here multiple times, kind of the old school Bill Walsh offense, right? That short passing game being an extension of the run game. As a fan, what do you make of Texas's run game? Because I essentially, in my article, I make the point that this run game isn't getting any better. It's ranked 64th in the nation. They're averaging $158 per game. There's a chance that maybe they bump up, 10, 15 yards, or they have one breakout game. But I think the rest of the way, this is it. It's a team that's 14th in the nation in passing, just here under 300 yards per game. Middle of the road run team, average at best. They're not getting any better. So if Texas is going to make the run that you talked about, it's going to be via the passing game, specifically those short passing games, kind of keeping them on schedule, because those penalties you talked about, that also makes it hard to run when you go from 2nd and 6 to 2nd and 11. So just overall, your thoughts on all that.
I'm such a big advocate of old cliche. You got to stay ahead of the chain.
Yeah.
Second down and 4 or something like that, man. When I see that, I'm like, and if I'm doing play-by-play for a game, I'm always pointing that out.
Yeah.
Staying ahead of the chain, 2nd down and 4, 2nd down and 3, whatever. I don't know why Texas hasn't been able to establish a running game, because I think part of it is, because you had Jaden Blue, you had the fumbles, all of that. You've gone to Wisner. Wisner seems like he's ready to vault this running game to where I truly feel you should be running for 100 yards a game.
Okay.
I really do. And the other part of it is, when you talk about middle of the road running games and all of this, can Texas establish a little bit of a deep threat here? I mean, because we're sitting here, we opened the show talking about a receiver no longer on the team anymore. It is all the underneath. Gunnar Helm is just unbelievable, and passes to Wisner out of the backfield. I just don't see those long ones. I just don't see the big ones, and I don't know if that's on Quinn. I don't know if he's not able to do that, but can you imagine if they put all this together?
Let me give you the answer, at least from Steve Sarkisian's words,
okay.
Right? And I've talked about this before. I don't like to psychoanalyze coaches' words in a vacuum. I like to say, okay, you said this, then let me take a look 4 games. Give me a 4-game sample size, and then come back to those words, right?
Yep.
On Saturday, Steve Sarkisian said, last Saturday, Steve Sarkisian said, or 2 Saturdays against Vandy, sorry, the weeks all ran together, that when asked about the deep ball, he said that tell teams to come up. He was asked, like, tell the secondary to come up, and we'll throw it over their head. He essentially making the argument going on with the NFL right now, the too high shell, those safeties taking away everything deep, that it's hard to throw the ball deep. I said, okay, all right, fair enough. I got 4 games left. I'm going to watch a secondary. I'm going to watch opposing secondaries and see how they play Texas. To his point, we had a great view at Vandy, that stadium. You're not too high up. You're right at the 50-yard line. Those safeties and the corners, they were playing off. And I think, this is my opinion, when you're a team like Vandy, you don't have the greatest of athletes in the world, at least in comparison to Texas.
Yeah.
You got to play off, right? Yeah. So I will say that. Against Vandy, they were playing off. But I would be curious to see the rest of the way past defenses, R, that Arkansas, Florida, and Texas A&M all ranked 70th or lower in the nation in passing yards allowed. So I want to see if they'll have the opportunity to push the ball down the field. But to your point, at least for one game in Vandy, I can say that, yes, Sark was right in that they're trying to take away everything over the top.
Okay. And that makes sense. I mean, because it is when you look at it that way, because it is, maybe the lesser athlete or whatever the case is. And that's logic right there that makes sense. So you've convinced me there. But the other part of it is now, like you're talking about with what you have with those teams you mentioned right there, Kentucky. I mean, this is your chance. But I do, man. I need to see that running game established. Yeah. It's just you've got, other than some stupid penalties, you've got a good offensive line. Maybe they're not going to win the Joe Moore Award anymore, but you've got an offensive line right there that can open up holes, and then that underneath stuff gets even easier.
Yes,
if you can establish a run. People undervalue the establishing the run thing. It seems like to me. I guess it's with the devaluation of a running back these days, right?
Listen, it's one of those things that, and Sark essentially told us, right? When you saw him passing early in games, as much as he was, that was his tell. That's the direction his team is going in this year. And you talked about kind of being curious as to why the run game was what it's been so far. Let's not forget CJ Baxter. I know CJ was kind of a guy who was like, oh man, he was playing to start the year in front of Jonathan Brooks, who ended up being a 2nd-round pick, right? First running back selected. Then he ends up behind Jonathan Brooks. That's just such a tough, place to be in, Rodney, because you get your spot taken as the 5-star back. It's clear as another back who is better.
Yeah.
And then everything you're doing as you're trying to learn on the job, it gets compared to that back who clearly is better, right? And I'm speaking as a broad space here because I was a big CJ guy. I thought he was going to be the starter. I didn't think you could just, when he was injured, you could just replace him. But I did think that Texas would have more success than they're having now. So we as a whole, I think, really devalued or undervalued the loss of CJ Baxter and what he, while maybe he wasn't the guy who was going to break every tackle like Jonathan Brooks or Bijan Robinson, he's going to get you 4 or 5 yards a pop.
Yep.
And those things, staying on schedule, that's how you do it.
Yeah. And then, with Jaden Blue, I mean, it seems like, okay, Jaden Blue's going to be the guy. And I remember doing a show with BK.
Yeah.
And it was right at the beginning of the year. And it's like, oh, okay, Jaden Blue is going to lead the SEC. This was a Vegas prop.
Sure.
That he was going to lead the SEC in rushing.
Sure.
Again, they're not looking at that, but they see that.
Yeah.
And it's like, but this is, so do you think, Eric, with these guys, do you think that it should be running back by committee? Do you think it should be running back with a hot hand? I mean, do you name a starter? I mean, it's got to be. This goes back to the receiver thing, where you've got so many horses in the stall. How do you handle that?
This is my opinion. First off, you can't have a game, and I know Georgia was really a unique game where it got a little out of whack.
Yeah.
This can't be a situation where because of the injuries. It can't just be Quintravian Reisner's getting 15 carries, Jaden Blue's getting 4. You got to have in today's football, even the NFL, you say the same thing. You got to have that balance, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, to your point, it's challenging because Steve has already demonstrated, I want the run game to close games this year, right? He's established that.
Yep.
You saw how they did it against Vandy. They got a couple timely runs, third down runs. He's established that's how he's going to do it. So the number of carries is limited because if you're not running it that much in the first half,
you're
not going to go make up the game. I mean, unless you're up 17 points, you're not going to go make up 40 carries in the second half. So to your question, I almost feel like it has to be whoever breaks down, establish themselves, and right now it looks like Quintravian Reisner is that guy. He's got to get my lead back needs at least 15 carries in some form or fashion throughout the game. And then if that's Jaden Blue and Jarrett Gibson and maybe a little Ryan Niblett, if they can combine for 10 to 12, that makes me feel good. But to your question, yes, someone's got to be that lead guy that can get in rhythm.
Set the tone. Set the tone.
We take running back for granted, like it's not like quarterback, and that those guys got to get rhythm too. Every time I ask a running back, I ask Jaden Blue, I ask Trey Wisner. They're not trying to bash the other guy, but every time I ask a running back, is it hard to really establish a rhythm when you're in, out, in, out? They say yes.
Yeah.
So you gotta feed one guy and then play off of that somehow.
Yeah, and I know because we've heard it for so many different years. Whether it's, I mean, I can really date myself back here and go to Roger Staubach and Craig Morton with the Dallas Cowboys. I mean, I don't think I was born then. Well, yeah, I was born, but I didn't see these games.
Right.
But where it's like where you talk about if you have a 2-quarterback system, then you don't have a quarterback because it's so rhythm driven to where you have to have. Not necessarily the bell cow, ideally the bell cow.
Ideally, yeah.
But at the same time, you have to establish that running game to where when that dude needs a blow, put the other dude in there, and he's going to pick up exactly where the other guy left off. Because it is so much about cadence. It is so much about rhythm. It's about all of that, just like a quarterback. What happens when the backup quarterback comes in? You're going to get a false start right off the bat, or you're going to fumble the snap on a shotgun. You got to establish that in that's what I really want to see in these final 4 games. So my question for you, Eric.
Yeah.
So here taking on Florida.
Yeah.
Obviously, you want to see a Texas win.
Of course.
How do you want to see this team come out 11 o'clock on Saturday? I mean, because don't come out stumbling. You had a week.
Well, that's the first thing. That's the prerequisite. As much as Sark likes to say he loves that word prerequisite, right?
Yeah.
That's my prerequisite, is that coming off of a bye week, how about we clean up some of the sloppy stuff, right? Let's come out, looking sharp. That's step one. Offensively, I would love to see, you saw Quinn Ewers complete 17 straight passes against Vandy. Get him in rhythm early, right? And again, that may be via the short passing game, the shallow game.
Mm-hmm.
Something else I'd like to see, and I made this point in my article, if Jaden Blue isn't going to be your guy, he's too explosive of a player to just not get anything out of him. So find a way to utilize him in the pass game. Right? In the shallow game, to where if it's the Georgia game, if he's getting 7 receptions, Jaden Blue should be able to take one of those receptions, maybe make a guy miss, get 20 yards down the field, right? So you're working your playmakers back into rhythm. That's offensively. Defensively, I don't care who starts this game for Florida. You got to go out there, play with their hair on fire,
hit him in the mouth.
Hit him in the mouth. And there's no reason to believe that Texas defense, which has been outstanding this year, won't do that. But offensively, that's what I want to see. Again, I know most fans say, all right, come out, establish the run. Fair enough. Look at the stats. Steve is not running the football early in games. So if you're going to pass it, the formula for Texas to win this year, as Steve said, is going to be trying to establish that lead. Come out first drive, get a touchdown.
Yep.
If you can get up 17-0 and then play your game where then you can go into your run, I think that is the formula for Texas the rest of the year.
I want to see them be able to cruise is what I want to see. Yeah. I mean, go out there, like you said, the hair on fire thing, man. Go out there and play with a sense of urgency. Not that they're not going to do that anyway, right. But go out there and have the mindset that your season's on the line. Something, whatever you got to do, because I think what has happened here in the recent past, these last few games with Texas, is now there is some question. The number 5 ranking, is that justified? I mean, that's what's kind of come up when you were the number 1 team in the country not so long ago. You go out and you get manhandled by Georgia, and that has drastically changed. Not that it matters what anybody thinks, but it does kind of matter what people think. You know what I mean? Because you hear the negative shit.
Yeah.
And that's mindset. That's mindset.
It's funny, we can kind of end on this, but it's funny as 1 o'clock hour, Chip and Zay, of course, will be on. But Steve Sarkisian mentioned in his Zoom, he was asked, hey, do you watch the college football playoff rankings? And he kind of went into this Sark-esque answer, which typically, right? Prerequisite. No, typically, and this is the one I thought was coming. This is my favorite Steve line. We do not care. I don't care. That's for you guys. I thought he was going to say that. But what he said was he and the staff were actually out at a dinner. And it happened to be on, and they watched, and then he decided to ask the players in a team meeting, how many of the players watched? And he said about half of the hands went up, right? Listen, Rodney, I don't care what Steve says.
Yeah.
They watch. They listen. Yeah. Now, ideally, you don't bring whatever it is you watch or read over into your game preparation, right? Into the game. And it's not mental. But they all watch. They all listen because they want to know. They're, what did we just talk about? 19, 20, 21-year-old kids. You think they're not curious what people have to say about them?
Yeah. And it's, Eric, it's impossible to tell them don't watch it because you don't have to watch it, but you're going to find out right here. So yeah, I mean, and you hear all of that. So yeah, I mean, I do want to, not that there's not going to be one, but I just kind of want to see a little sense of urgency on Saturday morning. You're at home again. You're at home. Go out and get that crowd enamored into the game, and get ready because I think Arkansas and Texas A&M, not to put the cart before the horse, but those are going to be tough. You need to go out and take care of this right here and just reestablish yourself. I think is what this team needs to do. You're a one-loss team. Look, everything's still in front of you. Just go out there. Just go out there and finish the job. You're in the last quarter of your regular season.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And like you said, to reestablish yourself, for Quinn specifically, right? Now, Quinn is someone who, this is where I got to give Quinn Ewers credit. He is pretty unflappable. When he talks about leaning on his faith and leaning on his family, sometimes those answers can be a little bit unsatisfying as a reporter, but I think it's genuine with Quinn. He's pretty unflappable, but you'd like to see for Quinn just to come out and have that type of performance as well, right? So you can put all of that noise to bed. And not that there was ever any question internally, right? But just for his own confidence. Quinn Ewers is someone, Double R, who doesn't turn the football over a ton in his first 2 years. He's got some games where he's have some picks. You'd like to see a clean sheet from Quinn, right? Because that would probably go a long way. Probably would go a long way for him as well to just have that kind of Quinn Ewers game that we've come to expect.
I want to see a very confident Quinn. I mean, he leads this team, but I want to see him. I mean, I don't mean that. I want to see him glowing.
Yeah.
I mean, I want to see him shining. Yeah. And the thing is, Quinn Ewers is mature enough, like you're talking about with all of that right there. Quinn Ewers comes out and throws for 350 yards and 4 touchdowns, no interceptions. What's the narrative going to be? Well, that was against Florida. Doesn't matter. He needs a confidence game.
Yeah.
I think he really needs a confidence game right now.
No, I completely agree with you, especially when you're going to go Florida, Arkansas, then Kentucky, right? Because listen, whatever you want to say about Kentucky, the problem they don't have is defense, right?
Yeah.
They're 111th or something like that in scoring. But their defense, if their offense wasn't setting football back into the 40s and playing leather helmets, they'd be a 6-7 win team.
Yeah,
right?
Absolutely.
So you just expect, to your point, you want to build some confident performances going to a Kentucky team where do I expect Texas to lose? No, but I know that defense is going to show up and maybe make life difficult for that offense, and it could be a game where it's 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. You don't want to have those type of games leading into. So, like you said, build Quinn. Have some confidence going into the rest of that slate.
Yeah, and I'm sure you guys will break this down more tomorrow, Wags, and I will as well.
Yeah.
But what I want to see Texas do, I want to see Texas come out now that those rankings are out, all of that part's done. Come on out and beat up on a team that you should beat up on.
Yeah.
For 4 quarters.
Yeah.
Not a 30-15 win when it really wasn't a 30-15 game. Go beat them down is what you need to do.
And Rodney, I don't know how much you watched the playoff ranking show, but the conversation from Greg McElroy and Joey Gallo, it's like they haven't beaten anybody.
They haven't beaten anybody.
Right? Well, okay. You can't control who's on your schedule, but you know how you can shut up that conversation? 49-10.
There it is.
Simple as that.
Emphatically win.
Simple as that.
Emphatically win. Just you don't. They can say you didn't beat anybody. Whoever you beat, just beat the hell out of them.
Beat them down.
Beat them down.
That's how you shut down.
Beat them down.
That conversation.
Hey,
right
Eric, I do want to mention, man, Jake, I hate to see that right there with Kurt Herbstreit, man. That his pup there, man, is a dog owner. I've got 5 of those little boxes laying around my house.
Yeah.
And my 2 pups are my best friends, and I hate to see that right there. That very, very, very hard part. Didn't mean to sour our conversation on that one there, E. Henry.
No, listen, I'll just quickly add.
Yeah.
It's one of those things that I didn't grow up with animals, but just through happenstance of, relationships and living with roommates and whatnot, I then came around a ton of animals.
Yeah.
And listen, I don't care who it is. Like, that's always tough. And of course, Ben got to be part of the college football landscape with Kirk bringing him on the road and whatnot. So we all kind of feel a little attachment to Ben. So yeah, condolences to Herbie and everyone there.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's bring in our man. There he is right there. Look at him. Looking fly.
No, I told him not to use that damn brush when he come on my show. So you're lucky, because here's the thing, right? Rodney, you still have hair. You know what I'm saying? I had
somewhat. Yeah.
You got it. I had to. I didn't have to, but I made the decision at 28. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna come on home. And I was going. Actually, this is a little younger than 20. I was like 26, but I was living in Chicago for grad school.
Yeah.
Didn't bring a car. I didn't feel like walking in the snow to take the bus to go to the barber. I was like, let me go and do it. Right now, the thing that I didn't realize is that once you do it, and Zay will appreciate this, you kind of mess up your lineup when you do it, right? You can't just grow it back the way, I should have done it the way brothers was doing it in the 90s, right? Where my stuff could have grown back, the way it did. Because now that I shaved it, it doesn't, I can't.
It don't grow back right?
It doesn't grow back
the same way.
It doesn't grow back the same way. So my line is kind of pushed back a little bit. So I give Zay a hard time because he likes to hop in the waiting room at like one-on-one. And I told him about that damn brush. You want to come on here brushing this here? Now, here's Rodney. Zay had a whole hour. I'm assuming Zay doesn't wake up at 12:55 to do the show. So he had a whole day to brush his hair, but you want to brush his hair in the waiting room while I can see him.
Well, and then he come. Me and you are over here in polos,
right?
He come in a t-shirt. Come on, Zay.
Right? Like that's my problem. The only thing worse than Zay is when Chip Brown come here eating. He in the waiting room
I've seen that.
107, stuffing cereal in his mouth, and then want to be like, "I'm ready." Like, no, you're not ready, dog. Like. No one wants the salami hanging out your mouth. Like, what are you talking about, bro?
Is that milk on the side of your mouth, or what is that? What's that white stuff coming out of your mouth?
Chip, what is all that, man? I guarantee you can be eating right now.
Yo, man, y'all at via 313, living good, eating the best pizza, while I'm at the crib. Y'all trying to talk about me? Come on, man. They trying to clown us, Chip.
That's what friends do. That's what friends do.
That's what friends do.
They clown each other.
Yes.
That's right.
Yes.
It's one big circus.
Chip, did you get your meal in before you came out? Because you like to pop on the air eating food. So are you good?
Yeah, I'm good. I wish I was at Via.
Right? Me too.
Room. You could have came down.
I know. I should have.
See,
just got done writing about John Tate Cook.
Well,
we even got friends.
Well, yeah, we got friends, and I know. Well, never mind. I'm not going to say that Chip would want an adult beverage, but
oh yeah, look at that.
Not yet.
For once, I'm not the one drinking at the table.
I might grab one of those in a second.
I'm about to. I think I'm about to. I can't get rid of this cough.
Fellas, we're going to let y'all have a great show as always. As you just heard Chip say, he just wrote an opinion column on the departure of John Tate Cook, the Chip mutual parting of the ways. I'm sure Chip addressed that in his article. I've got some thoughts that I'll say for next week in my 4 downs column. But Chip and Zay, y'all have a great Thursday, fellas. Y'all take it away.
Take care, boys.
Appreciate y'all.
Double R, E. Henry. Thanks, fellas.
Appreciate y'all. Hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. We're happy y'all are hanging out with us on a Off the Rails Thursday. Chip and Zay getting it done for you right here in the midday on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Zay, how you doing?
I'm good, man. Just got done hugging my dog for about 3 or 4 minutes. I had to bribe him with some snacks, but the news on Kurt Herbstreit's dog, Ben, who passed away today, hit me a little hard because if you're a football fan and you're an animal lover and dog lover, like you and I both are, Ben was the dog of college football and NFL with what Herbstreit does on Thursday nights. So know he was dealing with some problems, and feel for Herb Streak and that family and all of college football. That hit a little bit. So yeah, I got some dog hair on me because your boy was hugging Champ, and it was nice because Champ's one of my best friends. Love that dude. Me and my wife, we always say we don't know what we would do without him, and what were we doing when we didn't have him, which I know what we were doing. We were making sure that we stayed together so we could get a dog and not have any problems. So, yeah, hearts out to Herb Streak and the fam, man. That's a tough one.
Yeah, that is a tough one. He brought in like non-sports fans with Ben. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
I mean, my wife, who is, she's somewhat of a college football fan, was like more into, is Ben at game day? Where's Ben?
My wife too. Same.
I mean, he's been a part of the landscape. He's walking on the field with him when he's talking to coaches. He's with him on the private jet to the Thursday night game that he does for Amazon. And so, yeah, man, RIP to Ben. That's a tough one.
Yeah, he was at DKR. Bevo didn't lose it on Ben. Even though you could tell they were holding Bevo back a little bit just to make sure. But Bevo was cool around Ben. Ben had that type of vibe. Ugga don't got that swag. You know what I'm saying?
Well, Ugga's a bulldog.
Yeah,
Bulldogs,
true.
they were used to round up bulls. So there's like a natural instinctive hatred of bulls to bulldogs.
Yeah.
But I don't know who thought that was a good idea, but lesson learned. Everybody learned on that one.
And Ben was pretty cold to Reveille too. I could appreciate that. Ben, when Ben was on Kyle Field, Ben didn't give Reveille much love. He sniffed once. He was like, nah, something ain't right here. Something ain't right. What's going on with you, Lassie? What they got? And again, it's not Reveille's fault. Reveille's in the cult. Somebody, PETA, they need to do some more research about Reveille, especially with all the weird stuff going on down there at College Station. Is Reveille in the right environment?
Right.
And just making sure, just all the stuff that we see before game day on the field, all the chanting and stuff. I don't know. Champ couldn't be around it. I wouldn't have Champ. How people say I want to have him take care of my kids or babysit my kids. I wouldn't have nobody from A&M that participates in all that stuff that they do take care of my dog, no matter what they do to Reveille. Reveille's probably traumatized, seen some stuff that shouldn't be seen.
I mean, is it weird that Lassie is the highest ranking member of the Aggie Corps of Cadets?
Yeah. Yes, it's weird. Absolutely. Yes, 100%.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Weird.
But hey, listen, the Aggies have their own doing things. It works for them. Their students go to something called fish camp, and they learn all those yells where they're saying things like hullabaloo, knick, and chigga rum.
No.
Words sounds like out of a Dr. Seuss book, but hey, it works for them. And come November 30th, they can't wait to unleash all those hullabaloo, knicks, and chigga rums on the horns. It's going to be outstanding. It's going to be incredible. And that kind of leads us into where Steve Sarkisian is with Jonte Cook. Because on Monday, we heard Steve Sarkisian talking about how he's trying to get his offense's mojo back. Remember this?
Mm-hmm.
He said, I'm trying to get the mojo back, trying to get, whether you want to call it our urgency or our swag, trying to get that back. And so, he hears that maybe Jonte, and things got weird for Jonte. He had the big drop against Mississippi State.
That was it.
but he was talking. According to sources I talked to, said he was complaining about a toe injury, and toe injuries are tough because it's a pain thing. So you're having to go by the player on that. It's not always an X-ray or an MRI that reveals something, and so his snaps dropped off from 7 in the, he was averaging 25.8 snaps per game through the first 4 games. Then, Mississippi State comes off the field after the drop, talking about a toe injury. And so he doesn't go back in. Then he only has 4 snaps against OU? Yeah, and then no snaps against Georgia and Vanderbilt. And meanwhile, there's murmurs that maybe Jonte's thinking about transferring. Well, if that's going on, and Steve Sarkisian is trying to get his offense's mojo back, he's not gonna have a lot of patience, especially at a position where 5 guys are kicking butt and getting it done. Am I being too callous here?
No, hell no. Jonte, 5-star player, a lot of optimism, a lot of promise. But if he's checked out, we're trying to win the championship here. That's cancerous. That's unacceptable. Again, we don't know everything. If he had a toe injury and, everybody's hurt this time of the year. So some coaches are a little more empathetic than others. And when you have to keep it rolling, hey, man, sorry, but we can't wait on you. If you're telling us your toe hurts to where it's a problem and you're dropping balls, we're already having all of these penalties on false starts and holdings. So we need as many reliable people as possible. And if you aren't, then it's tough. You thought that he would be a guy that would just stay locked in, that would understand the process, because if you're hurt, okay, get treatment, do everything it takes to try to play on Saturdays. But in the meantime, support your teammates. Be a good teammate. Be a leader out there. Because, again, you're only a sophomore. So you got time. This microwave society that we got, everybody wants it so fast. Just because you're a 5-star doesn't mean you've already earned something before you even touch down to the 40 acres. And again, I'm speculating here, but leaving mid-season when you got maybe 9 games left on a team that has national championship aspirations, it'd be different if you're Florida State. If you're in a Florida State situation, then yeah, it's a toxic program. Who would want to really be a part of that? But you're not. The locker room is together. The locker room is tight. And even though that loss to Georgia was bad, a lot of teams wish they were in the situation that Texas was in, especially with the college football playoff rankings that just came out. So for him to bounce and for it to be mutual leaves a bad taste in my mouth. And again, I get when you look at the roster and you look at what's coming in with Lockett and French, and who knows how these guys are going to do in the transfer portal, who doesn't want to play with Sark. The last few years, getting Adonai Mitchell, getting Matthew Golden, getting Isaiah Bond, they don't trip about players being available once the season ends. So if you're Jonte Cook and you see that and you feel like, you're not being supported on this toe injury, then yes, there could be a huge disconnect, which leads to what we got today and him parting ways with the team.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a bad timing situation for sure. Because Steve Sarkisian is the offensive play caller, and he's trying to get his offense going again to match and complement what his defense is doing right now. So he's not exactly relaxed because the last 3 games, his offense has been bogged down by turnovers and penalties. And he's trying to get it going. There's just no room for fence sitters at a time like this, when you're number 5 in the college football playoff rankings and everything's there if you handle your business. So, here's the thing too is, and look, Jonte he probably thought he was going to be a bigger piece of the offense. And then, he's the only guy returning receiver who had catches in a game last year. And here comes Isaiah Bond, Matthew Golden, Silas Bolden, Ryan Wingo. But only Bond and Golden were really getting, major snaps. They were getting 40 snaps a game. Everyone else, like Cook was third. He was getting more than DeAndre Moore through the first 4 games. DeAndre Moore's a starter. But DeAndre Moore just kept grinding. And then for Jonte, he, drops the ball, talks about his toe. And then what happens? In the OU game, Silas Bolden comes up with one of the plays of the year, running 55 yards to recover a fumble. Well, the coaches are going to reward that because he was getting the least number of snaps. And that dude's out there working his butt off, trying to make it happen. And so then Silas Bolden finally gets a little run. And now you're like, if you're Jonte, you're like, oh man, now I'm 6th. Because Wingo's making explosive plays. He only gets like 2 touches a game, but he makes them count. He's got 2 of the longest runs on the team this year. Mm-hmm. And catches. I mean, he had the 44-yard catch and run. He's had he whenever he touches the ball, it's explosive. So, and DeAndre Moore in the last 3 games has cemented himself as the
you can't
leader.
take him off the field. No.
Right. You can almost not take him off the field now. Like you could interchange Bond and Golden. You have to have DeAndre Moore because he's the best blocker on the team. He's unbelievable on special teams, and he's emerging as the leader of that room as a sophomore. So things change and things develop, and that's, I think, where, Steve Sarkisian was asked, is this expected, where you have a talented guy in a room with 5 or 6 playmakers for one to transfer? And Sarkisian said, well, we consider ourselves a developmental program. And we've had guys who didn't get much run. They weren't frontline guys for their first or second year, some even their 3rd year, who became frontline guys in their 4th year. Jalen Ford wasn't a frontline guy until his 3rd year. Mm-hmm. And then he became an NFL draft pick. Christian Jones was all over the place in his journey. But, and Sark talks about the culture and everything. It's like, man, with everything that we offer here and our culture and this bond and a potentially a championship season, forgive me, I'm expecting guys to be all in at this point. So it's understandable. Guys are young. They're hearing it from their friends and family. Why aren't you on the field? What's going on?
Oh,
you were 5-star.
Yo, ain't nothing more dangerous than the ignorant South Dallas uncle. Not saying that Jonte has those, but we've seen it way too many times, Chip. Too many cats in your circle. Oh, ignorant Uncle Elroy that grew up South Dallas, went to Dallas Carter and won them state championships back in the 80s and didn't make it because who knows what. The coach had it out for me. That's what they always say. They out here getting locked up and stuff, but the coach had it out for me. Hey, nephew, what the hell going on? You better than him. You better than all these guys. What's going on? He don't respect you, nephew. Let's go get the bag somewhere else. Gotta weed those dudes out, man. They don't have your best interest because once you get paid, once you make it, oh, nephew, I'm rent coming up and, I'm behind on my payments and the baby mama tripping and all this and that. And now you paying Uncle Elroy's rent and mortgage for the next few years because he helped you get to this point. Weed them dudes out your life, man. Again, I'm not saying Jonte has that. It just could have not worked out. But I thought that he balled into the grind. Look, you came here to play with Arch Manning anyway. That was a big part of your recruiting process. You and Arch, boys, dapping each other up, learning handshakes before you even touched down at Texas. He waiting. He ain't tripping. He over here like, yo, this Quinn Ewers guy, I know he's the guy, but it's not like he's playing perfect games. And he's injury prone. But you know what? I believe in Sark. The fam has me locked in. We know he got the good uncles. Them uncles, they get it. They've been there and done that. They over here like, yo, Neff, you might need an extra year, even though you're draft eligible, just because what the scouts like, them 30-plus starts. If you get that, then no matter what you do in 2025, you can still have that experience and all that film thrown on you for 2026 and be ready in that draft. So for Jonte to check out, man, it sucks. It sucks because he has a lot of promise. Hell, a lot of these guys that are in the draft or were in the draft this past year, these rookies, when they were talking about, hey, yo, who's next up? A lot of them were saying Jonte Cook. He's basically a Xavier Worthy type in the making. So you can't just think that. You got to go out there and prove it. And if you're not working hard enough, if you feel entitled to this and that and feel disrespected because Bond and Golden came in and they're getting all your touches, like some guys, it motivates them, and some guys, they go to the next place.
Yeah, Cook had 8 catches, 2 of them for touchdowns. So it wasn't like he wasn't, that he was the only receiver who hadn't gotten into the end zone or something like that. And I get it. But I get the feeling there were some people in his ear. And that's going to happen. It's going to happen. And Sark said, look, we don't just naturally think guys are going to come here, be in a room full of talented players and decide, 1 or 2 are going to decide to bail. He's like, again, we're a developmental program. We're trying to coach these guys up. Everybody has different timelines, different, situations where the light bulb goes on and they figure it out. And, but I understand when one decides that, they're thinking about transferring or likely to transfer at the end of the semester. And that's, at least Jonte was honest, maybe too honest, because I do think he was thinking about, man, I want to play with Arch. And who knows? Bond and Golden could both move on. And then you're the 3rd-year guy with all the experience.
Third-year guy with 2 years left to show some real film. Like, you want to get to the league. Like, yeah, we want to go to the national championship, but selfishly, you want to get to the league and change your family's life. This NIL money, it's cute and stuff, but ain't nothing like that second contract paper. So, and again, he's going to be sought after. It's not like he's not going to go to another big-time Power 4 and they're not going to give him a chance. Like, he's that type of talent with that type of upside.
Yeah, CB said Cook retweeted a tweet from an OU fan account. I'm sure.
He wildin'. He wildin'. He gotta go. He has to go. That tells me everything. He has to go. And I saw him acting crazy on another site too. Somebody posted his departure, and he commented on it and said, yo, the next stock about to be crazy, and had all these laughing emojis and stuff. And it's like, oh man, you checked out for real, bro. Like he's on the, it seems like he's on that type of, I can't wait to get back at Texas. Like, I'll go to A&M just so I could play Texas again. I'll go somewhere in the SEC or OU. I'll go somewhere like that just so I could play Texas and show them. Like, he seems very hostile right now. And mutual ways or, whatever. All right.
And remember how, I talked about when a kid commits to a school early, the fans get attached.
Yeah.
They get attached. DeAndre Moore was a flip. He flipped on signing day. And so fans were like, oh, DeAndre Moore, who's he? Interesting. Well, DeAndre Moore should be everybody's favorite player because of how hard he works, the blue collar, dirty work, the special teams, the blocking. Like, that kid reminds me of Amon-Ra St. Brown as a blocker. And that dude's an elite blocker. Like, Dan Campbell talks about how Amon-Ra's like, run it, because I want to block the crap out of this guy, And that's where that's if you're a coach and you have that in that room and you've got a guy who's a fence sitter and you got Jamie French coming in and Khalik Lockett coming in and, Dalen McCutcheon.
Who knows in the transfer portal?
Right.
Who knows?
Everybody, AD Mitchell, didn't take a visit here. He just talked to Sark on the phone. It was like, hey, what do you think? Yeah. Okay, I'm coming. Because I like your offense. And I like how it's going. And y'all need me. And I need more. Yeah. And he wanted to get back to Texas where his daughter was. So, but guys come to this offense and they get the training they need. And the NFL likes the receivers who comes out of this offense. Xavier Worthy's showing everybody, okay. And those Texas receivers coming out of Sark's offense, they get this NFL stuff and they're making plays as rookies. AD Mitchell had a great toe tap catch.
Oh my gosh.
Last weekend. I'm like, can I get number 10 in the game some more?
Yeah. Flacco was horrible, but that was a good play.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, Anthony Richardson being all fake and stuff, giving high fives to everybody. Oh, now you're a good teammate, bro. Now you're a good teammate. I'm tired, coach. Coach, I'm winded.
I need a blow.
You don't get your out of shape ass out of here, man. What are we doing? Like, too busy rapping and stuff. Yes, he's a rapper. Like, all these guys think they could rap. Nah, not everybody's Dame Lillard. Not everybody's Shaquille O'Neal. You know what I'm saying? Go out and become a Hall of Famer. If you're a Hall of Famer, you can rap a little bit. Even Kobe tried to rap a tad bit. He was on that whack-ass Brian McKnight song. Love Kobe. God bless his soul. That was a bad moment. Froby, that was a bad moment. That was when Hollywood gets too much. That was a bad moment, man. He knows. But yeah, you're right, Chip. Like, I'm part of the Texas fan base that there is an attachment, Jonte Cook, especially with how highly rated he was from all of these media sites. Like, he was a 5-star, seemed like on everybody's. So,
and he was a 5-star at a time when the program was kind of trying to get out from under it, right?
Yeah.
They went 5-7 in 21. Then that 22 season, they go 8-5. And that's when Jonte committed, was during the, toward the end of that 8-5 season.
Yeah.
And
he's a Texan.
Right.
We saw him in the state championship game. Like, everybody watches the state championship game, and he put on a show there. So it gets you excited. Right. It gets you giddy. He was the 4th wide receiver on last year's team. The 3 of the guys that went in front of him all went pro. So it seemed like, it's this dude's time. Here we go. And it just didn't work out like that. And this toe injury, how real is that? Because I used to airball jumpers and I always look at my finger and shake it off like I got it jammed early or something, knowing damn well nothing's wrong with me, but you got to play it off. You got to play that airball off. Yeah, when you drop a pass, now I'm hurt. My toe hurts. I pulled something. If I was healthy, I would have caught the ball. I wish Jonte Cook the best, but it's bad how he went out. Like Jalen Catalon got on him last year for how he went out. Like, dude, you don't even want to show up to the Sugar Bowl? At least Casey Kane was there having fun with the guys. We knew he checked out. We knew he was gone. But Casey Kane was like, yo, these are my brothers. You don't get these opportunities often. Even though this isn't going to work for me in 2024, I still have been a part of this team. I still have grinded, did everything Torrey Becton, strength and conditioning coach, has asked of me. Those are some hard-ass workouts, by the way. I want to be a part of this till the end. We don't even get that. It's tough, man. It's tough.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of those that, and look, Texas football is going to move on. I mean, they've already moved on. They're getting ready for Florida. Sark knows how difficult this game could be. Florida's defense, massive up front. We talked about our man, Desmond Watson. We're going to talk to Graham Hall from Swamp 247.com. Desmond Watson, the 449-pound nose tackle. Sark was talking about how he was recruiting that guy at Alabama. And he's like, the guy can move. Like, he's got some twitch to him. And they do a lot of that stemming that Georgia does right before the snap. And they move him.
Yeah.
Like, he comes up out of his stance and,
Oh, yeah. He going to be like a 5th-round pick somewhere late. Somebody going to take a chance on him.
From Plant City, Florida.
Wow.
So,
yeah.
Yeah,
we better throw all over these fools. They got like 4 quarterbacks out, hurt, limping around. Throw all over these guys, especially with Big Bubba in the middle clogging stuff up.
And Big Bubba wears number 21.
That's nuts to me. Come on now.
450-pound man wearing 21. I love it. It's like when Larry Dibbles wore number 1 for Texas. He's 290 pounds. That little single digit on a 290-pound man is tough. Especially when he's got a little, he's got some love handles.
Yeah. Hey. Big guys want to be those fast, small guys. So I get it. But yeah, side to side, intermediate, Quinn Ewers, got to get back to that bag, baby. Got to get back to it. Isaiah Bond probably coming back. Got to get back to the basics. And I want to see this team run the football. This offensive line, they got to be better pushing guys around too. I know Jaden Blue and Travion Wisner, they can have their ups and downs at times, both of those guys, coming back from injury in a way. But with the penalties and having calls being brought back, hold-ins and stuff, got to get back to that balance and picking up those nickels, man. Those damn nickel backs at the star position, they've been blitzing their ass off, Vanderbilt and Georgia. Go back and watch. Quinn Ewers getting those balls batted and stuff and getting sacked. You got to pick up on that.
Yeah.
Whether it's before the snap or going into the play, now that's a thing that every coach is going to use. You're telling me Austin Armstrong, defensive coordinator for Florida, is not going to put that on his defense? Like, oh, yeah, Quinn Ewers, he doesn't recognize the blitz from the nickel spot. let's get after his ass, because Vanderbilt and Georgia did it. So, yeah, got to pick up on that, man. And if you could take care of it, there should be a blowout, and they should cover.
Yeah, I mean, if you got to think that during that off week, they were sending a lot of heat at Quinn Ewers so that he's picking it up and seeing the field quick, knows where his hot route is. You know, hit that check down. Don't be afraid to take a profit. And when you got guys like, people are like, oh, all these passes are behind the line of scrimmage or 0 to 5. What are they getting? If that pass is getting 6, 7 yards, 8 yards, there's no complaining. It's fine. Hell, the air raid offense is built on, passes 0 to 10 yards. They ain't sitting back there, throwing deep all the time. That air raid, Mike Leach, those wide splits, the whole reason he and Hal Mummy developed that offense is because not everyone can recruit NFL offensive linemen. So Leach wanted massive guys with wide splits who could get in the way of a defensive player for a couple seconds and make it a long way for that guy to have to get to the quarterback in time for him to unload a pass. Quick. Everything's quick. 2 seconds. Ball's got to be out. So, there are adjustments that Steve Sarkisian can make. The killer's the penalties. They've got to stop that. They've got to wipe that stuff off the board, because your margin for error as you play these teams that have big, strong defensive fronts like Florida and Arkansas, Landon Jackson and A&M, Nick Skirton, number 11. Get to know that name because that dude don't play.
Yeah.
Well, you can make adjustments, and the reason that Sark is sticking with Quinn Ewers is because he's got 3 years of experience, which should help him to make those adjustments quickly and process quickly. And I have a feeling Quinn's going to lock in. I think there was some physical stuff, but I think it was piling up on him too a little bit. And they just need to play clean. Like if his teammates want to help him, play clean. Yeah. That offensive line, make sure that you're on the snap count.
Yeah, that offensive line, man, got to pick up on stuff too. When you got Hayden Connor and Jake Majors double teaming the same guy, and that linebacker shoots through the gap to blow stuff up, that ain't good for nobody. Like, they're better than that. Like, this should have been a rough week, even though they went bowling and had the kumbaya moment and stuff. Kyle Flood, he shouldn't have been very nice to these guys. Like, yeah, you could give Kelvin Banks a baby shower gift and stuff, but once you get on the field, we got to be cold, because that's unacceptable what they've been doing. And again, Gunnar Helm, one of the most reliable guys you could have on this team. He's been making a lot of self-inflicted wounds and those type of mistakes. Get him back right. I'm trying to see Amari Nyblack, man. Like, sprinkled a little bit of Amari Nyblack against Vanderbilt. He's sticking to it, clearly. He could have been one of those guys like Jonte Cook, like Kendrick Blackshire, who before the season realized, man, I ain't trying to work for this spot. Are you going to give it to me or not? Johnny Nansen, you going to give me this spot or not? LaFowl, this Hawaiian brother? What? Who is this guy? Man, I'm gone. My man Amari Nyblack, especially with what's been going on, for him to stick to it and say, you know what, I got to work. I got to keep working. This team's a good team. I'm humbled now because I'm not where I'm supposed to be. So now that he got a little bit of bump, even though he had that big holding call on the 3rd and 1, that was huge. But still, everybody's making mistakes. Have that bye, have him come out, and have him be a threat, especially for this run that you want to have towards the end where you could possibly play 9 games. Like Gunnar Helm, come December, Gunnar Helm's going to have a lot of wear and tear. So Juan Davis, I don't think he's that receiving threat. Amari Niblack can for real be something. Let's give him another chance.
Yeah, I mean,
chances.
You look at and that was, Gunnar Helm had that false start on 4th and 1 against Georgia. But yeah, I mean, if you're Amari Niblack, you see Gunnar Helm, whose stock is soaring. He's moving on after this season. I haven't checked to see if Juan Davis has another year or not, but you got to play for that opportunity to be the guy next year. And I like Spencer Shannon a lot. And I think he's going to be a really formidable, complete tight end. He can block. He's 6'7", 255. He can block. He can run. Like I'm kind of excited about Spencer Shannon. He's a little different from what Sark tends to play with, but if the kid can catch at that size, oh Lord. He may not be as fast as Amari Niblack, and speed down the field is big for Steve Sarkisian at that tight end position. But if you can sell a block and release and get out and you're wide open, that's what it's about.
Yeah.
You got to be a smart, high IQ football player.
Oh, when the ball's in Gunnar Helm's hands, he be making guys miss.
Yeah.
He is smooth.
Yeah.
I'm really impressed with what Gunnar Helm has shown us to this point because I thought he was going to be reliable. Talked about him last year, especially when JT Sanders took that injury, why he isn't getting more bump. And now it makes it even more crazy because I thought he had a little bit of that last year because he be juking and hurdling cats. Like Gunnar Helm's athleticism is pretty impressive. So yeah, he got to stop making mistakes too, man. Like, I want Big Boy to get pancaked. Somebody needs to pull and go lay him out. 21, lay his ass out because he's good when he's in there. You see his Pro Football Focus grade. It's pretty high, higher than you would expect. Like, he's productive. It's just you can't play him that much because he need that oxygen. But when he's in there, he be working. Yeah, he be on this Anthony Richardson. It's okay when he does it. When he says, I'm tired, we understand. That's a lot of weight he carrying around. When Anthony Richardson does it, you get benched.
All right, let's get a quick little mention in here before Lance Taylor rolls in. Look, if you're looking for the big screen of your dreams or you've been thinking about it, there is only one place to go, and that is AV Consultations. Tom McKay, Tom and his crew bring everything to you. From the free consultation to installation, all you have to do is call 255-8678. And Tom and his crew are going to bring you the best price on big screens, surround sound, surveillance, new lighting, electronic shades, any of those things. Tom and his crew are going to bring it to you. You don't need to be lugging TVs around town. The holiday season's coming up. You want to surprise your special someone, and you're going to enjoy that TV too, but you can say it's a gift to them. Then think about it now before the holiday season gets crazy. And all you got to do is call 255-8678. And passes.com. We've been talking about passes.com, really amazing creator content platform. And all you need to do is go to the Texas One Fund account on passes.com. You don't need to be going on there looking for all those 40 UT student athletes. Just go to Texas One Fund's account and you're going to find all the cool opportunities to interact with UT athletes, get signed memorabilia. It's, we're streamlining the process, if you will. So go to passes.com and just go to the Texas One Fund account. And that's where you're going to find everything you need to get connected to all the UT student athletes that you want to be connected with, to get, to help out with NIL, but get something in return. It's great to make a contribution, but it's even better if you're getting something back for it. So go to the Texas One Fund account on passes.com to get all that cool interaction with the UT student athletes, the VIP tailgate opportunities, signed memorabilia, all of it. It's an awesome platform for UT fans. And Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. I mean, the best seafood in Austin, Texas. If you love scallops, if you love raw oysters, you go for happy hour, 3:30 to 6:30, 3:30 to close on Mondays. Best selection of raw oysters anywhere in Austin, and crazy raw oyster specials. So how about stopping there? Maybe you're going from south to north on Mopac. Get off at Rolling Wood. Go into Salt Traders Coastal Cooking and enjoy happy hour. And then wait for the traffic to die down. Get back on Mopac, and away you go. Look at that. You'll thank me later. Just telling you. All right, Zay. Obviously, it's a big week. We're going to talk to Graham Hall, who covers Florida for 24/7 Sports in the 2:00 hour. I'm hoping we'll get a little time with Lance Taylor, because I don't know why I'm thinking this. I think Ole Miss is going to maybe have the game of their lives against Georgia. And I know that sounds, I think Kirby gets up for Lane Kiffin the way that he gets up for Steve Sarkisian. Like, oh yeah, you think you're the next Saban disciple? You're coming for my crown. But the more I look at Ole Miss, they have everything. Like, they lead the nation in sacks. They've got the pass rush. They've got playmakers everywhere on their defense. I think they're getting Trey Harris back, their receiver. They've got the number one quarterback in pass efficiency in Jackson Dart. They've got Quinshawn Judd. Well, no, they don't have him anymore. They have Ulysses Bentley, who came over from SMU, who can tote the rock. Like, I don't know. I know everyone's been saying Ole Miss, if not now, when? This is the dream roster, and it's producing. They're hard to run on. I don't know.
Yeah, they get in their own way. That's the problem.
Yeah.
I mean, you go back to when they were in Baton Rouge, they blew that game in those last few possessions, and then they got in their own way at home against Kentucky. So Lane Kiffin, gonna Lane Kiffin.
You're not buying it.
No, I'm not buying him. Until he proves me otherwise, why would I believe in him? As up and down as Kirby Smart's Bulldogs have been, big games that they know they need where they have to play desperate like this one, they can't afford to have another loss. That won't look good, especially with the rest of their schedule. They got the hardest schedule left in college football. So, again, what are they going to be in December? Like, I don't know if they get to the Final Four, how banged up are they going to be? Like, what's the cost just because of this schedule being as brutal as it is? I get it. SEC is one thing. See what Texas has, but their SEC, that's going to take a lot out of them. And your quarterback, something's off with him. He's absolutely shook. So if he continues to be shook, then what you're saying, very possible. But they're still winning games, even though he's throwing picks. They're still finding ways. And they just, I don't know how they're doing it. Like Florida gave up the game, even though they had third string in Aiden Warren. They made some really bad mistakes at the end of the game that put Florida in great field position to go score and completely ice it. You know, the Texas game, I don't know. I don't know if we could just use that as the example to make this team the scariest team in football. You just don't know. But Lane Kiffin, that dude showed me time and time again. They can't be trusted. At the big game, just too much for him. All the distractions, he'd be posting the sorority girls with his dog and stuff. And it's like, all right, Lane, I see you, I feel you, but I wouldn't do that at my program. So,
yeah, Lane had his dog Juice tweeting at Hawk Tua girl.
Oh my gosh. Hawk Tua girl that's probably out here dead fishing, but getting all this love for the things that she said that I know she can't even do.
That is the quote of the day. That would be the perfect time for Lance Taylor to come in on this.
Oh, right.
He says 2 minutes. We're going to have like 10 minutes with him. Yeah, I don't know. I hear you, but I don't get what's going on with Carson Beck. I don't. 8.
You blaming this woman. See, that's how I know I'm rubbing off on you. You out here, you came on this earlier this week. You blame Cavender twin.
No, I said that Georgia fans are asking, do we have a Cavender twins problem?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, who are the Cavender twins? And then I look them up and I'm like, oh yeah, I can understand that.
Oh, we've talked about them.
Because it's not like they're on campus together.
No.
She's in Miami. He's in Athens.
Mm-hmm.
And she came up for the game to Jacksonville and was on the field with him afterwards. They were doing TikToks together.
Yeah. Yeah, it'd be different if she was at the University of West Virginia or she was at Louisville or something. She's at
Wild?
Miami.
Bienvenido a Miami.
Yeah. Yeah, Will Smith told us it couldn't be me, Jackson Dart. Hey, who you talk to today? Where you been? Why ain't you answer my call? I was at practice.
I'll be where I'm at.
Yeah, like, no, I'm not trying to hear that. Who are you with? Hey, I saw you with a picture with some guys going viral. Who's that? Yeah.
That's Jacques St. Jacques. Let me throw this over my shoulder.
Shout out to Eddie Murphy, man.
What a pretty lady like you doing all alone in a place like this.
Oh, that's so funny.
Eddie Murphy raw.
Yeah.
I can
Carson
watch that.
Beck, come on, dog. Carson Beck, you tougher than this. Do this for the fellas, man. Do this for not against Texas if you happen to play again, but yeah, man. Let the folks know you secure. You got it going on, bruh. You got your little tatted arm sleeve, you know. So what if you're a bootleg looking Case McCoy? You're your old man. Now he's dropping in the draft and stuff. She might drop him. His status, before when she got one of them, she saw the dollar signs. Oh, potential first round pick. NFL starter rookie season. She saw the dollar signs. Now, I've been seeing some mock drafts. I got them in the 3rd round, late 2nd. I don't know.
Speaking of Case McCoy, tomorrow, Case McCoy is going to be at Covert Bee Cave. So get over to hang out with Case McCoy over at Covert Bee Cave. I love Case. I think Case he had some huge comeback wins in his career. And I mean the win over OU in 2013. You heard Gabe Eichert come on our show and go, I still can't believe I lost to Case McCoy. He's like, I went 3-1 against Texas, and the one loss was to Case McCoy in 2013. All right, so get over to Covert Bee Cave tomorrow for lunch with Case McCoy. All right, there he is, Lance Taylor, Lance's lock. LT, why do I think Ole Miss is going to give Georgia a game? Am I crazy? Should I just snap out of it?
I agree with you. Now, I will say this. Kirby Smart in 33 games as a road favorite since 2016 is 30-3 straight up. And they're obviously a 2.5-point favorite here. They've lost once in Baton Rouge, once in Tuscaloosa, and once in Auburn. And Lane Kiffin is not good in these situations. He's been downright awful against top tens. But the way Carson Beck is playing right now, he was, 6 picks and over 400 attempts last year. He's turned it over 3 times in back-to-back games. They've still found a way to win those games. I will say the benefit for Georgia is this Ole Miss offense isn't sneaking up, especially with the numbers they put up last week in Fayetteville. So I think Kirby can, again, call them out. Everybody's doubting you guys. Everybody's doubting this offense, much like he did when they rolled into Austin. And if they play their A game, then Georgia can beat anybody. But I've kind of got a sneaky feeling that you've got, Chip, that Ole Miss is going to win this game. Trey Harris probably out again. No Henry Parrish. They're missing some offensive weapons. And, has Jackson Dart won one of these massive games before even going back to his USC days? The answer really is no. But I do have a feeling that Ole Miss wins this game. I don't know why.
Yeah. I mean, Jackson Dart leads the nation in pass efficiency. The defense leads the nation in sacks. Like, they've got some formula for success, but like you said, Lane.
They hadn't played anybody. And I would say their most impressive win was either this past weekend against an average Arkansas team or the 24-3 win over South Carolina. The one thing I would say, Sellers was in his second or third start for Shane Beamer in that game. So Sellers is getting better each and every week. I think if they played that game, it would be a little bit different. I think Ole Miss still wins it. But Ole Miss and you look at the competition, they really haven't beaten anybody of substance.
Speaking of South Carolina, Lance, how surprising was that victory over the Aggies? I mean, I felt like Jimbo Fisher was probably at home having some wine, laughing at that outcome, especially with what Mike Elko said. And, Rocket Sanders and Laura Sellers, they ran all over the Aggies.
Yeah, that was a dominating performance. And it wasn't surprising to me, Zay, if you go to lanceslog.com on our 6-3 Saturday, we had South Carolina plus the 2.5. Yes. But this South Carolina team's gotten sneaky good. And now all of a sudden, when you start to list this Saturday, your top 5 to 7 games, South Carolina at Vanderbilt, it sounds ridiculous to say it, but those are 2 really good 3-loss teams. So I'm kind of excited about that matchup. It's very overshadowed because you look at the game that Chip referenced in Oxford, and then obviously what we've got Saturday night in Baton Rouge. But those are good teams.
Well, Saturday night in Baton Rouge, who do you like? Bama at LSU.
Well, so Nussmeier's turned it over 7 times in his last 3 games. The lasting impression we've seen in Nussmeier that second half against Texas A&M, where in 19 attempts he throws 3 picks. I think it comes down to which quarterback plays better. I did think he got a little positive momentum coming into the bye with Jalen Milroe, played pretty well against Missouri. Alabama played their most complete game defensively, shutting out Missouri. And then on the other side, LSU's kind of limping in with that awful second half against Texas A&M. Brian Kelly's been good in these spots at home. Kalen Boer's been great in, top 25 matchups. I just think Alabama's a little bit better. They're a little more complete. I'm going to lean Alabama in this one. Thing that scares me, it seems like there's more public money on Alabama minus the 3. But Alabama has dominated. This is their 9th straight trip to Baton Rouge where they've been favored in this game. And they have really been a thorn in the side for LSU, especially in Tiger Stadium. So I lean that Alabama wins this game, but I think it's kind of too close to call. The weird thing, fellas, to me is we're in November, and I still don't know a lot about these teams because you haven't had teams that play a full 60 minutes. I think we've talked about this before. Like, I think Oregon's looked good their last couple of outings against Illinois and Michigan. But outside of that, man, when you look around the SEC, I haven't seen a full 60 minutes from a lot of these teams.
Lance came out today that Billy Napier is safe. going into next year, which is pretty surprising for a lot of us preseason, thinking of what this Florida schedule looked like. But seems like a lot of that had to do with DJ Lagway, former 5-star, who's big on Billy Napier. Is this a good move for Florida, or do you think they could have went somewhere else maybe next year?
Yeah, normally, Zay, I would say you probably need to make a move. Coming into the season, I thought everybody was on the same page that Billy Napier was dead man walking, especially when you look at that schedule. But the way this thing is played out and how they've played over the last month, you go back before the Georgia game, they were 3-1 in their last 4, and that one loss was overtime in Knoxville. And DJ Lagway is showing some promise. They were leading that game when he went out of the cocktail party this past weekend, and that game was closer than the 14-point outcome. You bring in a third-string walk-on quarterback in Warner that just wasn't going to move the ball against that defense. I think if Lagway doesn't go out, they've got an outstanding shot to win that game. So I think it seems like at least they're playing for Billy Napier. It seems like it's going in the right direction. And I just don't think Florida wants to reset. They've just been resetting every couple of years. And you've even got Florida fans now saying, damn, I wish we would have given Dan Mullen more time. So I think Napier deserves another year based on the way they're playing right now. And, we'll see what happens there.
Well, how do you see the Texas-Florida game going 11 a.m.?
Well, is Lagway going to play? I don't think he is going to. Have you guys heard anything differently? I know it's still a possibility. But if Warner plays, I just don't know how they move the ball on Texas. Texas, 21.5-point favorite for a reason. I probably even would lay the 21.5. Florida's scrapping and clawing, but they just don't have anything at the quarterback position right now.
Yeah.
Lance, college football playoff rankings came out this week. Your thoughts on it? Anybody that shouldn't have been there? Anybody too high, too low?
Not really. I didn't think there was much of a surprise. I was fascinated to see, BYU, Boise, Indiana, the teams that we didn't expect much from. Like Boise, you start to look around. Ohio State, you could say he's got the best loss in college football, losing in Austin by 1. But Boise only lost by 3, and Genty went nuts on that defense. So, Boise, they also beat Washington State by 21. Washington State's a pretty good team. So I think it is interesting, borderline fascinating that Boise could end up being one of the highest ranked, one of the top 4 highest ranked teams that actually win their conference and get a bye. I think that's on the table. Look, I really don't know. I think there's so much that's going to happen over these next couple of weeks, including this weekend. I think there's going to be some major upsets this weekend that nobody's maybe talking about. And, this thing will shake itself out, but nothing really jumped to me.
Are you referring to Ole Miss, Georgia, or do you have another game?
Ole Miss, Georgia, I think, and you guys know Chandler Morris, I think North Texas is going to give Army their first loss. That's not significant. Now, it's significant maybe on the back end of this stretch when you look at Notre Dame. Can Notre Dame absorb a second loss? It would be helpful if they're able to beat an Army team that's undefeated. But I think that's going to be a top 25 loss. Obviously, LSU or Alabama is going to go down. Vanderbilt, they're an underdog in this game. I just think there's going to be 6 or 7 teams that could lose this weekend. I think Colorado is one of these teams very interesting going to Lubbock. We're now, that was the biggest takeaway from last weekend is the Big 12, kind of the implosion with Kansas State losing to Houston and then Iowa State losing to Texas Tech. I just don't think a lot of people saw those coming. And, with that happening, things have really opened up for this Colorado team, which will be back on the national map this weekend as a slight favorite in Lubbock. But that's a very losable game for Colorado.
All right. So SMU, I don't know how Miami's up there at number 4. I don't know what they've done. That is all eye test and Cam Ward.
My upset alert, we do them every Tuesday. I got Georgia Tech. At least keeping it within the 11 and a half. They play everybody tight. They are so fortunate. And I'm trying to think of another example. Maybe it was Miami. Maybe I'm just going to use this example. You guys remember where we saw the turnover chain back in 2017 under Mark Richt. And that's a team that started 10-0 and got as high as number 2 in the nation. And it was kind of a house of cards. Cam Ward is fantastic. And I think he's going to be a really good facilitator at the next level. I just don't think this Miami team overall is that good. You can't take much away because they are undefeated. Say what you want about the Virginia Tech game, the Cal game, where they were dead and gone. It's going to catch up with them sooner than later. And I just wonder if Miami undefeated gets to an ACC championship game, if they actually could lose that game and still get in with one loss.
That's what I said to Zay this week, because I think SMU is playing well enough. SMU gets into that game. The way that they've got Miami ranked right now, it would tell you that if SMU wins that game, a one-loss Miami is getting in.
Yeah, and that's and what does that do for the fourth or fifth team or the third or fourth team in the SEC? The same in the Big Ten. You know, it's got that domino effect where it falls down. But you're right. I mean, if you have Miami that high in their first loss they take on is in the conference championship game, which, by the way, other teams that won't play in it won't be punished for not losing that game. Yeah, it's going to be really, really difficult, especially if SMU wins out. I mean, SMU's one loss that Friday night game to BYU, who, by the way, if they win out, BYU is going to be close to the top 5.
Crazy. Wow. What, how you feeling? Oh, go ahead, Zay. Go ahead.
Yeah, last one for me on college football, Lance. You sold on Indiana, or you kind of iffy because of the logo and it's a basketball school and stuff?
I am 100% my allegiance now that USC is 4-5, which is ridiculous and embarrassing. My allegiance is all Indiana. I noticed them 3 weeks into the season. I watched them play UCLA, and I brought this up on the show. I said, a lot of people haven't watched this team. They are so disciplined. They've got so many veterans. They play together as a team. There's nothing flashy. Curtis Rourke is one of these quarterbacks that's not going to make mistakes, be very efficient. Signetti, his confidence has spilled over into these guys. He's got a lot of his former James Madison players that obviously transferred out and came to Bloomington with him. I think Indiana is a legitimate top 8, top 10 team. Do they lose in Columbus? Probably. But hell, who would have thought, a couple of months ago, they'd be a 14.5-point favorite over Michigan, the first time they've been favored against the Wolverines since 1988. I think they're legitimate. How deep are they? We don't know yet. They haven't been tested. And people that say that, I get it. And the opponents haven't been good. They didn't put together their schedule. All I know is they have beat the hell out of everybody they've played. So I can't discount that. I think they probably beat the hell out of Michigan again this weekend. And we'll get a better gauge when they play Ohio State. But even if they lose that game, as long as they don't get run off the field, I think worst case they're 11-1 and they're getting in the college football playoff. And I think they can make a little noise.
Yeah. Curtis Rourke is number 2 in the nation in pass efficiency, which is usually a pretty good barometer of how well that quarterback is playing. All right. So how you feeling about your Rams? Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
I really think Curtis Rourke, with another, couple of big performances, I think Curtis Rourke's going to end up getting a seat there.
Well, in New York?
In New York.
I do.
He's playing well. I mean, he's playing great.
Yeah.
All right. What do you think of your
watch, man? No problem with that logo, man. I'm pulling for him.
What do you think of your Rams?
I think my Rams are good. They're not great. I think their defensive line has just been incredible. I mean, you're talking about, 2 guys that were rookies last year, and Byron Young from Tennessee, and then Kobe Turner out of Wake Forest. And then you go out and you get 2 Florida State guys. And we're talking about, Florida State is 1-9 in their last 10 straight up. A lot of that, is the fact that Jordan Travis isn't there, but it's also Jared Verse and Braden Fisk. These guys, I mean, it's crazy how much pressure they put on the quarterback. They sacked Geno 7 times last week. The Rams were lucky to get out of overtime with a win. Puka gets ejected. I thought that was ridiculous. Kyron Williams didn't do much on the ground. They got a really dangerous game against Miami because I think the Rams' strength right now is pressuring the quarterback. And Tua is so quick in that Mike McDaniel offense, getting the ball out, not taking the sack. So I'm scared to death about this weekend, but I like where the Rams are.
All right, what's going on over at Lance's Lock?
I got to be honest. I think a lot of people are excited about the election results. I know you guys don't want to get political. I never get political on my show. But with that said, Tuesday, Wednesdays have been awful days. I've got to bounce back. I had some really good years with the first Trump campaign back from 2016 to 20. And we're coming off an incredible week. We were up until Tuesday night. we were on a 37-22 college football run. So we were on a heater there. We do have 2 plays in college football tonight. We've got the NBA. We've got 2 games, college hoops. We've got both side and total in the NFL. So we've got everything. Sides, totals, player props, everything is available. $100 a month. You get a free play every single day. It's going to be a massive weekend. You know, we were 10-5 just a couple of weeks ago on Saturday. We were 6-3 this past Saturday. We've been killing college football Saturdays. We will continue to do so. Jump on board, win with us at lanceslock.com.
Lance Taylor, nextroundlive.com and lanceslock.com. Lance, you're the best. Let's do it again next week.
Yep. See you guys. Thank you.
Appreciate you, Lance.
Cheers. There he goes. Lance Taylor. Follow him on the socials at the Lance Taylor. How about a quick mention right here for Cover 3 before we talk to Graham Hall of Swamp 24/7 covering the Gators. Cover 3. I mean, this is what a headquarters during the college and NFL season, because you're going into a restaurant, has a great vibe, great menu, getting great food, the brick chicken and mac and cheese, the ruby trout, the ribeye tacos, and you're hanging out with your pals, eating great food, watching your favorite team. Get to Cover 3, and by God, you got to have the Sean Adams prime rib sandwich with the Parmesan fries. You're going to love it. Get over to Cover 3 on Anderson Lane, up north in Round Rock at Old Settlers, and Cover 2 at 183 in Lake Creek. All right, I see him in the green room. Let's bring in Graham Hall of Swamp 24/7, covering the Gators. And Graham is in Austin. You're already here.
Yeah, I made sure to get here early. Make sure I know there's so many good restaurants. I got to make sure I don't miss any good ones that are on my list here. And I'm glad I did get in a little bit early, because right when I got here, we got some news about the Florida program that was maybe a surprise to a lot of people, but it seemed to be trending in the direction the way things were heading here in Gainesville and from everything that we were hearing.
Yeah, Billy Napier gets the he's staying. Tell us about that, Graham. What did you make of it, and the timing and everything?
Well, I think Billy Napier is really highly regarded inside Florida's program. I don't think anyone is satisfied with the results that you've seen in the win-loss column, but this is a team that has made improvements since losing their first 2 FBS contests this year to Miami and Texas A&M. They've been more competitive. They have made defensive improvements. Their offensive line play has gotten better. That 2 offensive line coach setup is starting to pay dividends. And frankly, they have a ton of exciting underclassmen. I mean, DJ Lagway, before his injury, was the highest graded freshman quarterback in the nation, according to Pro Football Focus. Jaden Baugh, a true freshman running back, has been a little bit, a bit of a revelation for Florida here, a guy who played linebacker at the high school level. A lot of programs were after him coming out of high school, including Alabama, and he's been really, really good. They have a ton of talent at wide receiver that they feel very good about moving forward, from Tank Hawkins to Eugene Wilson. And their secondary has made, I think, very critical improvements. Last year, they had coverage lapses, which made it so that Florida gave up a ton of points last year and also was coming from behind, but they have fixed those issues. So making midseason improvement, and I think most importantly, not losing the locker room in this transfer portal era age, speaks very highly for the belief that a team has in a coach. And all those things culminated in Florida believing that Billy Napier was worth sticking around in year 4 and seeing what he could do with increased investment in the transfer portal, maybe some alterations to the coaching staff here. And the injuries have been quite unfortunate, from Lagway to Montrell Johnson Jr. to Eugene Wilson, who's going to miss the remainder of the season. They're missing, I think, their top 4 cornerbacks on the roster, and Jason Marshall Jr., Devin Moore, Dijon Johnson, who is questionable for Saturday, and Jakeem Jackson, who was a starter earlier this season. I mean, they are just as banged up as it gets here in the SEC right now, and that really has kind of killed a lot of the hope from earlier in the year. But Florida feels that with improvements made to the roster, the rate of progress that they've shown this season is worth taking a chance on a fourth year of Billy Napier, even if history does not speak kindly to making that, taking that leap of faith here that a coach is finally going to turn it around. Even if we've seen some coaches recently have success in their fourth year, from Mike Norvell, Eli Drinkwitz, Billy Napier has a lot to overcome and has a chance to make history if he can really turn this team from closer to a pretender into a contender here in the SEC next year.
Yeah, Graham, DJ Lagway, seeing him getting carted off the field against Georgia, that stung a little bit because he's a Texan, even though he's at Florida, which the entitlement of being a Texas fan's coming out because I'm still salty that he got out of Texas to go to Florida, but that just goes to the relationship that he has with Billy Napier, which I'm sure helped lead to him being there for another year. But talk about the Willis, Texas QB and just what he's brought his first year in, because he throws a beautiful deep ball and he just has a certain swagger that you don't really see from many freshmen.
Yeah, probably the most accurate deep ball that I have seen, freshman, senior aside. I don't really care who you are. Just his accuracy on throws downfield over 40 yards is just incredibly impressive. Still has a ways to go, of course, but he's a freshman quarterback. Game management aspect is something that he's going to continue to improve upon, knowing to get rid of the football, avoid taking unnecessary sacks. He's going to get better in that regard. But what he did was he made Florida's offense more explosive. And no disrespect to Graham Mertz whatsoever, but that was more of a methodical game manager of a quarterback. I kind of hate that cliche here because it makes it sound as if, you're just adequate in a sense. And Graham Mertz was really, really good for Florida. He completed more than 70% of his throws. He minimized turnovers. He brought leadership to the building, but unfortunately it had back-to-back season-ending injuries. And so you turn to DJ Lagway, who had gotten into the game earlier this season, had a start against Samford when Mertz suffered a concussion against Miami. And you put all your trust in this freshman quarterback, and I think he really elevated the ceiling of Florida's offense. They were able to score quicker, capitalize off of turnovers. Any given play, he had a chance to take the top off of defense and drive them downfield. And so losing him is a massive blow to Florida's offensive chances here moving forward, starting with Saturday. You saw when Aiden Warner got into the game against the Bulldogs, that's a preferred walk-on quarterback who, as positive as they feel about him, he only started taking second team reps a month ago. He was coming back from an ACL tear of his own, still learning the offense, a redshirt freshman. How much can you really rely upon him to reach those similar heights that you saw from DJ Lagway? I think the chances are pretty much slim to none. I know they haven't ruled DJ Lagway out of this contest, but you think, a grade 2 hamstring strain, how difficult that can be for a quarterback who, let's not use the term, I guess, dual threat, but a guy who has the ability to use his legs, get outside the pocket, use his mobility to create some issues for the defense here. It being his left hamstring as well, he drops back and is going to power through that and drive off that leg. That's going to make it very difficult. Unless he has little to no pain, it's going to make it very difficult for him to play in this contest and moving forward, especially knowing that a hamstring injury, this is the guy that you're going to put all the chips in the basket for next year. You don't want that to become worse, or God forbid he tears it or it becomes a lingering issue that needs surgery to repair. It's an injury that they would be well advised to let heal up properly, knowing that you're going to need him to do what he showed he could do next year with Billy Napier.
Well, Graham, how much can Florida rely on its running game?
It's a good question. I think that Montrell Johnson Jr. has been out since Florida's contest with Tennessee here. We've thought that each week that there was going to be a chance he could come back. Trayon Webb, we reported over at Swamp 247 this past week, he suffered a fractured tibia at some point in the past month. It can be, I think, a little bit of a difficult injury to diagnose and really get to the bottom of, because he wasn't on that availability report last Wednesday before facing Georgia. And then he shows up on Thursday, even though he had missed the previous 3 games. So he's going to miss the remainder of the season. And that was Florida's 1-2 punch to begin the year. But I think it speaks highly to the backs that they have brought in to this program in the past couple of years. Jacoby Jackson is a guy who transferred from junior college level at Pensacola here, a really good eval for Florida, and he has proved to be all the makings of an SEC back. He had 74 yards on 12 carries against Georgia last weekend here. Got into the end zone once. And Jaden Baugh, like I mentioned, is a guy who I think has a very bright future as an SEC running back here. He had 64 yards. So those two guys combined for nearly 140 yards against that Georgia defense here. They're going to lean on them on Saturday, and you're going to need them to establish the run game for Florida to have a chance in this contest to be successful. You can't rely on being one-dimensional and trust that a preferred walk-on quarterback in Aiden Warner is going to go out there and win you the game. I think Aiden Warner did some good things on Saturday against Georgia, but he's going to need to have the run game going for him to have a chance here to be successful. He's going to be he needs to be more accurate. He needs to take better care of the football there. He had a late interception that all but sealed Georgia's win in that contest here. But the run game is going to have to be very effective on Saturday. If they can't run the football against this Longhorns defensive front, it's going to be very difficult to find a path to victory for this one for Florida.
Do they have a wildcat quarterback? Do they have anyone who can run some zone read with, take direct snaps?
It's possible. I mean, Jaden Baugh did some of that at the high school level here, but how much Florida has been able to practice that this season, from what I understand, it really has not been something that they have worked on much. I think that they've tried to prepare so many different things at quarterback that there may be a wildcat package there. Maybe it's a handful of plays, but it's not going to be enough to enable you to have some success consistently. It could give you a different look at times, and you'll probably see some end arounds and some jet sweeps and maybe a trick play or two here where they, try and confuse the defense here. But they're going to have to go out there with everything that they prepared for the last 10 months. And that is really a similar Billy Napier offense that's key on 12-man personnel and relies on establishing the run consistently and requires the quarterbacks to just make the throw when called upon to do that. And if they can do those things, the offense is going to look very similar to what we've seen all season long, except you're not going to have a quarterback there who has the ability to strike at a moment's notice and connect on a 60-yard throw. I don't know if Warner is able to do that. He's closer to a Graham Mertz type quarterback than DJ Lagway, and that should be one of the reasons why Florida fans are feeling pretty pessimistic about their chances in this game, is because you're relying on a guy who has never started in the SEC before, has only made a handful of snaps here, has completed, 9 passes in the SEC to go out there and face one of the top teams in the country on the road in a hostile environment. It's a very tall task.
Graham, talk to us about the Clay Millen situation, because it seemed like it was expected for him to be the third string quarterback coming in from Colorado State. And obviously Aiden Warner is out there probably going to get the first team snaps coming into Texas. What happened there?
That's a good question. I think that there are probably some things behind the scenes we don't know about. I mean, Clay Millen is on his third school. He started at Nevada, transferred to Colorado State, and now finds his way to Florida. His father played in the NFL. And when he got here, I don't know if he was discontent with his role, but Florida, from my understanding, didn't lead him astray. And that's pretty tough to find a transfer quarterback who's going to want to come into the program and accept being the third string guy. But he seemed to embrace that role. But at some point in the last month, I don't know if he's looking at redshirting, having not played, and now with 4 games left, there's no risk in him playing if they do choose to use him. But at some point in the last month, he got passed up on the depth chart by Aiden Warner. And I don't know if that really is an indictment of Millen or whether it's some praise that maybe they found this preferred walk-on quarterback who is more capable than a lot of people thought he would be. But you now come to the program and find yourself as the 4th string guy. That's a difficult situation to be in, but now he's 1 snap away from being the guy. If he was, frustrated with his role early, he is 1 bad play away to Aiden Warner from being the guy for Florida for the final 4 games. So he took all the reps with the 2s this week for Florida, even though they were attempting to get DJ Lagway to work on some things in practice here. And he was able to do some stuff in Wednesday's practice. And I would be surprised if he's not trying to do a little bit more here today before they get on out to Austin. But Clay Millen is a guy that, if you're Florida, you look at the film, he has the ability to make plays at times, a little bit streaky. And I really think when it comes to his arm talent there, you're not looking much improvement between Warner and Clay Millen. So they must have seen some things in practice that made them think that Aiden Warner gave them the best chance in this contest. And it's hardly the first time where a coach has evaluated his quarterbacks in a practice setting and made kind of an interesting decision, because how effective you are in practice is going to certainly influence the reps that you're going to get come game day here. And Aiden Warner, from everything we've heard, has been a very effective practice quarterback. I mean, there were times there where Florida's coaching staff was thinking that he was able to run the offense at a higher rate than TJ Lagway was. Now, I'm not saying that he has a higher ceiling than him, but based off of practice alone, he impressed at a higher rate than Florida's star freshman quarterback. So I do think it comes down to practice setting, and Clay Millen has settled into that fourth string role, and now he is the second string guy who's a play away from seeing the field in this contest.
All right, Graham, tell us about Desmond Watson. 449 pounds. That's what he's listed at. But Steve Sarkisian was saying today that he recruited him when he was at Alabama. The guy can move. So when they stem right before the snap, Desmond can, hop over into from one gap to the next. Tell us about big number 21.
Yeah, this is no offense to you whatsoever. I think it's kind of sad in the sense that all the focus on Desmond Watson is on his weight, and he understands that, right? I mean, Florida has the biggest player in college football, and they also have the tallest player in college basketball in Olivier Rioux. They got a couple guys who were just absolutely fascinating physical specimens to look at, but Desmond Watson was someone that everyone, I think, has counted out for consistently throughout his career. They've said that he's too big to be able to play more than 20 snaps a night, that he needs to continue to lose weight. Well, this is who he is. He has the ability to play with the weight that he's at and in goal line situations and being able to rotate in at nose. He has just been very effective this year. He has averaged more than 20 snaps in that rotation, and he's probably going to play a larger role on Saturday because Cam Jackson, who is Florida's starting nose tackle this season, has been listed as questionable on the availability report. So if he's unable to go, you're likely going to see a larger role for Desmond Watson. You're probably going to see another guy who was committed to Texas initially in DeAndre Robinson, who's going to play a larger role on Saturday as well. It's a difficult situation here from a depth perspective because, Desmond's a guy, he's not an every snap guy. People know that about him, but he has been really effective when he has been in there. I thought a couple of games this season, he was arguably their top interior defensive lineman here, even though he wasn't one of the starters to begin the season. He was a guy who had a promising start to his career. He started 10 games as a sophomore, kind of lost a lot of his role last year. They wanted him to get in better shape. He did get in a little bit better shape throughout the offseason, has just really gotten better from a conditioning standpoint and playing at the weight that he's at. And he's now playing a larger role than he has in a couple of years. And, just one of the nicest guys out there. When you talk to him, he is, absolutely a sweet soul here. And he's going to play a much larger role, it seems, on Saturday due to their injury situation. And that's someone that, we'll see if he's able to make it to the next level here. I think that there still is some physical improvement that they're going to want him to make in order to make it to the NFL. But right now, you can't say that he's not an effective defensive tackle nose in this league because he has been able to do it consistently at a high rate for that Florida defensive front this season.
Graham, tell us a little bit about the defensive coordinator, Austin Armstrong. I mean, came from Louisiana with Billy Napier, even though I want to say he was at Southern Miss for a little bit, but real young guy, real bright guy. His defenses play hard for him. He gives you just different sets in fronts and, throws a lot at you for an offensive coordinator like Steve Sarkisian. What has he brought to the program these last few years?
Yeah, good memory. He was at Southern Miss there as their linebackers coach. And when he became, someone who was on the market, there were a lot of people who thought that he was going to have a future as a defensive coordinator. He briefly was at Alabama for a couple of weeks before Florida hired him over for that defensive coordinator role. And everything that we're hearing about him is that he's one of the young, bright minds here in the game. But Florida hasn't had the defensive success that they've wanted. So they shook the coaching staff up a little bit in the offseason, and they brought in Ron Roberts, who was at Auburn for one season, who had previously worked with both Armstrong. Armstrong was a GA at Louisiana under Billy Napier, and when Ron Roberts was at Louisiana. So they brought a reunion for a guy that kind of, revolutionized that creeper defense in a sense here. And Armstrong has some variations of that in his system as well. And they brought him in here to kind of work, in sync with him in a sense here. And there was initially a belief that Armstrong was going to be up in the box to begin the year. And then right before the start of the season, they decided to move Ron Roberts up into the box to be the defensive play caller and have Armstrong as the guy on the sidelines talking to him about what he sees and working with the personnel on the sideline here. So it really is kind of a two, co-defensive coordinator system here where you have a 30-year coaching veteran in Ron Roberts who's working with one of the brighter young minds defensively. I think Armstrong is just 31 years old. And it really has started to really, be successful for Florida. There were some, bumps along the way, especially last season and earlier this year. But defensively, Florida is just playing at a much higher level here. I think that they have simplified some things. They're not really asking to be as multiple as they were earlier this year. Missed tackles were an issue. Communication issues were an issue. And they really kind of simplified a lot of what they're doing. They were missing double-digit tackles to begin the year. And now you're seeing them miss 6 to 8 tackles a game. Still want to, cut that down a little bit, but it absolutely has been far more successful than it was to begin the season. And I do think you got to credit Austin Armstrong's willingness to work with someone else in Ron Roberts, to have another defensive coordinator come in here. I mean, this is a prideful business. Not everyone would embrace that, a decline in their role here when they feel like it's going to affect their trajectory as a head coach. And I think he deserves some credit for being able to do just that.
All right, I'm going to probably butcher his name. Is it Shamir DK?
Very close. Shimere DK. Yep.
Shimere
You can just
DK.
call him Chim. He goes by Chim, which makes it much easier to remember. Just like his Twitter handle is. That's exactly how you say it. He's been a revelation for Florida.
Yeah, talk about, he's on punt returns and what else? How else does he impact the game?
Yeah, I think that his rapport with Graham Mertz was well documented. I mean, that was a guy who, they probably thrown, and caught 10,000 passes together in their career between when they were at Wisconsin together for 3 years. Then you get him to come here. They knew that he was going to be one of the top punt returners in the nation when they got him. But I think there was a belief that they would try to have one of the younger guys, whether it was Tank Hawkins or Aiden Mizell or Eugene Wilson, be the punt returner. But then it wasn't working out in fall camp, and DK decided, hey, I want to take this role on. And he's been one of the more successful punt returners in the nation, as well as being a reliable target for Florida here. I mean, that's a guy who, at the H position has just been fantastic for Florida, along with another transfer wide receiver in Elijah Badger. And even more that probably goes unnoticed is that DK is on the punt coverage team. So there have been, I think, 3 times this season where he's been responsible for downing a punt inside the 5-yard line. So a guy who really does it all for Florida, has provided leadership along the way, even though he's been here for 10 months, has been a really effective addition for Florida at wideout here. And he was someone that I said was, I think, flew under the radar a little bit. And maybe that was because of what Wisconsin's offensive system was. And I can't blame anyone for thinking that, but he certainly has proved Florida's coaching staff right in thinking that he was going to be a wise addition in the transfer portal at wideout, at a position they certainly needed to add some talent to. And he's paid off absolutely this season.
Yeah, it looks like the special teams for Florida are on point. Punter Jeremy Crenshaw's averaging 47 yards per punt. That's kind of what Georgia's punter did to Texas, pinning them back in their own territory the whole game. And then their kicker is Trey Smack. Talking smack. And he's been good. Right, Graham?
I mean, that's a peak, kicker name, right? I mean, smacking him is just a layup for graphic teams everywhere at the next level as well. I mean, he was been a guy who dealt with some injuries early in his career. Last year, they had a little bit of a kicking battle between Adam Mahalik, who was a walk-on kicker, and Trey Smack. And then eventually Trey won the job, and he also won kickoff duties as well. And that can be a daunting role for a young kicker to, be attempting field goal attempts, extra points, and handling kickoffs. I mean, you're going to be pretty tired after that. I know people out there may be scoffing and saying, well, it's just kicking. That's a pretty tough job for a young guy, 19-year-old kicker, and he's done really, really well. Last year, he was extremely efficient on extra point attempts. I think he was 17 of 21 on field goal attempts. And this year, he's picked up where he left off. I think that he absolutely has improved some aspects of his game. He did miss an unfortunate kick there, in that contest against Tennessee in overtime. But otherwise, he has just been absolutely effective. And then Jeremy Crawshaw, it's pretty funny about the narrative about him. People, I think that, he pretty much was slept on the last couple of years. I thought he would be a candidate for the Ray Guy Award in years past. And he's part of that renaissance of Australian punters that we've seen around the nation here, where they really have an unique style here. And he's been really effective. He's improved his hang time. Last year, he was averaging nearly 49 yards per punt, a career high. He was extremely effective. Made some improvements as well. This is an aspect of football that I think is pretty fascinating, because when you look at some of the changes of the game in the last 15 years, you don't hear people talk often about the improvements made on special teams. I mean, it's harder to block a punt these days than it was, I think, 15 years ago. It's much more difficult to block a field goal attempt. You've seen some formational changes. You've seen some changes to mechanics for players here. It's one of the more fascinating aspects of the game to me that goes unmentioned here. And I think Jeremy Crawshaw and Trey Smack sum it up. And I got to, since we're talking special teams, I got to shout out Rocco Underwood. I mean, go out there and look at some of the clips, Florida's long snapper, of him tackling guys on punt returns. I mean, he has absolutely just laid a couple dudes out this year. You want to see some hard-hitting tackles. You don't expect to see it from a long snapper, but that is absolutely the case for Florida this season. Rocco Underwood at least has had 3 tackles on punt returns that make you just go, jump back. You don't see many hits like that anymore, and he has been very effective. Last year, he only had 1, from how they track it, unsuccessful snap. He's been really, really good this year. I think he's got a future at the next level of the position. Florida specialists have been really, really good this year. Even if they've made some special teams errors in recent years, those have gotten the majority of the headlines. Their specialist play has just been very, very solid the last couple of years here at Florida.
All right, go ahead, Zay.
All right, Graham. It's a good question here from Hair of the Dog. Appreciate you for joining us on Chip and Zay on Texas Sports Unfiltered. What are your must-tries when it comes to restaurants here in the ATX?
Ooh, that is tough. A couple people told me of, man, I'm going to butcher the name. It was like, you guys got to give me some recommendations. It starts with the T. It's a barbecue restaurant, and it's like
Harry Black
or something. That could be it. That could be it. Someone gave me a list of restaurants here, and I've been meaning to hit them up since I got in the hotel. I've been working all day. I've only had a little bit of an airport meal here so far, and there's a nice, Tex-Mex restaurant right across the street from me that's called Amaya's Taco Village, I think. And I went over there earlier for a chalupa. Blew my mind, honestly. I'm not a big corn tortilla fan. I usually, if I can stay away for a corn tortilla, I'll go for a flour one, but I had to try the corn tortilla. Also, what they say in Texas, everything is bigger in Texas. I kind of thought that was cap. I was like, there's no way that is absolutely true. They bring me these chalupas, and they're taking up this entire, 30-inch plate or whatever. I was able to eat one. I'm hoping that I can eat one a little bit later here, but that may be my meal for the day. I'm going to need to find a way to, digest some of this food if I'm going to hit all these restaurants out here. I need to just eat only Tex-Mex and barbecue while I'm out here. So if you guys have any recommendations for me, please. Amaya's absolutely is the truth. I hadn't heard of it, and it literally is walking across the street from my hotel. So I'm like, I got to go check this restaurant out. It's right here. It's got pretty good Google reviews. I'm probably going to be not regretting my decision to eat Tex-Mex. I walk in there. great decision. I will be back before I am gone. Casino El Camino, I will definitely check that out as well. I'm going to have to write all these down if I'm being completely honest, or else, I'm going to leave here with regret. I don't know when I'm going to be back. Now that Texas is in the SEC, I'm hoping it's going to be within the next couple of years, but you never know, and I got to make sure I capitalize while I'm here.
Well, Graham, we appreciate it.
Amaya's, I've been going there since I was a little kid, man. My mom's been going there since she was a little girl. It's one of those places. So you're off to a good start.
I lucked out, honestly. I mean, I didn't think I could go wrong with any Tex-Mex restaurant around here, but knowing that I'm going to a really good establishment, because we got Chipotle and Moe's out in Gainesville, but I'm hard pressed to find some really quality Tex-Mex.
Authentic.
It's easily my favorite. Yeah, it's my favorite type of food easily. Pasta is a close second. I'll be completely honest. Barbecue is right up there as well, but I knew when I was coming here that I was going to have to find some good Tex-Mex. So I'm glad I'm off to a good start. I'll say that.
Graham, man, have at it, and I'll see you on Saturday. But thanks so much for the time.
Hey, the pleasure's all mine, guys. Thanks for having me. It was a great time. We got to do this again soon here. Looking forward to a great game on Saturday. I'll see you up there. Thanks for having me, guys.
Thanks, Graham. Appreciate you.
Graham Hall breaking it down. Swamp247.com. All right, I've got to let my dog in because he's barking at me. So I'll be right back.
Yeah, let him in, man. Shout out to Graham too, man. Bob Ross ain't got nothing on Graham. Graham out here styling, profiling, the Soul Train fro, man. He was fly out here. I appreciate that. Graham got some serious soul, man. And yeah, Maya's Taco Village, he's off to a good start. You see that Bob Ross fro that my man Graham was rocking? That's clean, boy. I thought he was clean. Out.
That is clean. I thought I was talking to Matt Hill. That is awesome. Yeah, Graham, great guy.
That was great. I really appreciated that.
Good stuff.
Great insight. Yeah.
All right, let's get to the chip shot. Okay, so obviously the Jonte Cook news is the big news of the day, and I understand all sides in this. And I think if you're Jonte Cook and you're frustrated and you feel like life's passing you by, maybe you've got some toe injury that has caused you to fall further back. Because here's the thing. If you're feeling sorry for yourself and you got people in your ear telling you how great you are, then it's going to be easy for you to get frustrated. But I also understand Steve Sarkisian, whose team is right where it wants to be. It's in position to make the run at the goals that they have for this season. They still have the highest percentage chance of getting into the SEC title game based on the ESPN predictor, whatever that is. And if they win out, they're probably going to be in the SEC title game with the remaining games that are still out there. Bama, LSU, Georgia, Ole Miss, Georgia, Tennessee. And so I get that Steve Sarkisian is not going to have a lot of patience for guys who are riding the fence or having doubts or second thoughts. And so the timing was weird, and it bubbled up, and here we are. But you got 5 guys making plays at the receiver position. You've got Khalil Lockett, Jamie French, and you got guys fish jumping in the boat. They want to come and play, and I think Jonte Cook did want to play with Arch Manning, and maybe he didn't think things through all the way, but it looks like, based on what we're seeing from the tweets or the retweets that are happening, he's loving the attention he's getting from other schools that want him to consider them, like OU. He's retweeting OU fans. And look, I get it.
So petty, man.
I get it.
You get that?
Listen, I hope he goes to Oregon or OU or wherever and has the great college experience. I hope he doesn't end up somewhere else and realize, oh man.
That's like breaking up with your girlfriend and trying to smash her nemesis. That's what he's doing. Like, mutual breakup. All right, cool. See you later. Your arch rival, I'm going to slide in her DMs tonight and start liking and retweeting all her pics.
Yeah.
So, not like this.
Listen, you've got a receiver room with dudes that are grinding. DeAndre Moore, Ryan Wingo, Isaiah Bond, Matt Golden. It is, hey, we're trying to get our mojo back. We're trying to get to the SEC championship. We're trying to win a national championship. I can't have guys sulking around. So finish up the semester and go do your thing. But you're not going to be around the football team. So I get it.
Yeah, that hurts, but I get it too. It's a part of the game and the college football world we're living in, Shep. So
yep. You got NIL agents out there. They feast on players like Jonte Cook.
Yeah, they can't wait.
They can't wait.
Can't wait. Yeah.
I'm going to get to go market him for a new NIL deal. All right, let's get to the right call.
Let's get it. First, we got to get to those mentions. Shout out to McCall Custom Homes, Central Texas. If you're thinking of renovating your home, trust the experts that have been doing it for 40 years here in the ATX. McCall Custom Homes, family owned and operated. They're all about the quality. They're all about the craftsmanship. The father and son team have a combined experience of over 50 years, and they will take your existing home and turn it into something special. That's what everyone dreams of. And the guys at McCall Custom Homes will take care of that for you. Again, they're Austin Knights. So how can it go wrong when they're Austin Knights? They're authentic. They're reliable. They will hook you up and make your home just feel beautiful and stand out in your neighborhood. So hit them up on Facebook or Instagram, search at McCall Custom Homes, and then give Mike a call at 512-633-9580. That's 512-633-9580, or shoot him an email at mike@mccallcustomhomes.com. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value to your home. And shout out to Covert Bee Cave. Remember, tomorrow the crew, Texas Sports Unfiltered, will be at Covert Bee Cave. And Case McCoy will be there. Legendary lifetime Longhorn will be in the house. Enjoy the free lunch from noon to 1. Smokey Mo's via 313. Talk some football with Cole and get ready for the Florida Gators. And look, you might want to buy a vehicle too. How can you beat that? Those guys at Covert Bee Cave, they've been doing it for over 100 years. They will take care of you. They will hook you up, and they're reliable also. 7 terrific brands to choose from: Cadillac, Ram, Jeep, GMC, Buick, Dodge, and Chrysler. You know me and my wife are Covert Bee Cave people, and you can be too. Visit their website at covertbeecave.com. for all the latest specials and inventory. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. And after you get your home renovated by McCall Custom Homes, you might need some decorating outside, indoors. Either way, Leaf Landscape Supply will take care of you. They'll hook you up when it comes to specialty plants, trendy house plants, rare plants, collection of plants. They are your wholesale plant retail nursery and landscape supplier. They are the best. Monterey Oaks, 290, or Pond Springs, their 2 locations. Visit their website at leaflandscapesupply.com. And remember, you go in there, you mention my name, you mention you heard from Texas Sports Unfiltered, you get 10% off. Can't beat that at Leaf Landscape Supply. All right, Shep. This is an interesting topic for the right call today. So, TJ Watt, probably going to get Defensive Player of the Year if he keeps up this pace, and if the Steelers keep on winning. Who knows how they're going to do with Russell Wilson taking over. We know Mike Tomlin is all about going 9-8 and 8-9, whatever. He's always even, you know, but he does take teams that don't have as much talent and he makes them competitive. That's a gift that Mike Tomlin has. But if they make it to the Super Bowl, TJ Watt, his wife, might be due during that time. They are pregnant, getting ready for a child. I don't know if it's their first child, but either way, she's pregnant and due in February. Therefore, if they make it to the Super Bowl, he might miss it. No. Nah, bro. No. TJ Watt, I hope you marry the real one to where this shouldn't even be a discussion. She'll be fine. You got money. You're very well off. I'm sure she has a great doctor that will take care of your wife. You are way too important to miss any type of Super Bowl. Hell, any playoff game. Regular season game, okay, that's cool. I'm not, you know, it's fine. But playoffs, Super Bowl, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Horrible. I remember when Vince Carter, even though he played in this game, Game 7, Eastern Conference playoffs, this fool Vince Carter went back to Chapel Hill to graduate and walk the stage. Came back to Philadelphia, got his ass whooped. Now Allen Iverson and his team's moving on. Vince Carter didn't play well. Priorities. You can get that damn diploma in the mail. I love Vince Carter. Never forgive him for that. You can get that damn diploma in the mail. Hell, you're rich. Recreate a stage in your backyard. Get whatever the hell person who gives it to you from North Carolina to hand it to you there. Take pictures, flicks, put people in the crowd. You can recreate it. But we need you here. You're the best player on the team. We need you. Just like the Steelers need TJ Watt. He bet not if they get that far. That's a big if. There's a lot to get through, and can Russell Wilson be the quarterback to get them to the Super Bowl? I don't know. But the fact that this is going around social media, if I'm TJ Watt, I'm coming to whatever interview that I got next, and I'm letting them know, yo, JJ could fill in for me. Like, at least it's a Watt. At least it's a defensive player of the year Watt there. You know what I'm saying? Like, I got to play in this game. My baby will understand when TJ Watt is done with his career and retired, then he can focus on his kids and family. But you don't get many times like this. I'm sorry. People are like, damn, Zay, you cold. Hey, man, this the Super Bowl. I don't know what you want from me. This the Super Bowl. Like, you know, these opportunities don't come around often. You ain't no deadbeat if you don't show up. And again, if your woman makes it a problem, if she gives you like an ultimatum or a situation like that, she ain't the right one anyway. She ain't the right one. Brittany Mahomes wouldn't do that to Patrick. Brittany Mahomes probably gets on birth control to make sure that she don't got any problems with having a baby in the season. All them babies from March to August. I don't know, but I'm sure she's that type of ride or die. No distractions for Patrick. Zero distractions for Patrick. And we know that family has a lot of distractions going on. It's about the Super Bowls. Come on now.
Hey,
PJ, that's the right move.
Spoken like a true coach's son.
Yeah, man. Yeah. If Cece was coaching in the state championship and my mom was pregnant with me, you know how mad I'd be at my dad for leaving and having his assistant coach. And if they lost or something, Cece wouldn't have left. Sorry, Annie. Sorry, mama. You tough? You tough? Go get that shot to numb you up. You know what I'm saying? You'll get through it.
Oh, my God.
You know, my grandma would have been there. Brothers and sisters. She would have had plenty of family. Cece, I hope he would have made the right decision and coached that game. You don't get many chances, man.
Oh, my
Them
God.
them kids still going to love you. They don't even know what's going on. They have no idea. They won't even remember that.
What if it's true love? What if TJ loves his wife so much he doesn't want her to go through that pain and that scary? How many kids they got?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Maybe if it's
this
their
is the
first
one, I don't care.
Oh man, I am cracking up.
She's expecting February 2025. That will be their first one.
I am cracking up. I love that you fished
I'm
this
with
out.
Rodney. Yeah, I'm with Rodney.
Months in advance. That's
Absolutely.
so funny.
Absolutely.
Oh my God. I hope this becomes a thing. I want to see if you even remember to bring it up in February.
They got to make it. They got to make it. What you going to tell Mike Tomlin? What are you going to tell? He's a legend in Pittsburgh. TJ Watt? A legend in Pittsburgh.
I told you he's better than his brother.
Yeah, that's a stretch. If he wins the Super Bowl, he has something on his resume that his brother wasn't able to accomplish. So your take, it hits a little different if he wins the Super Bowl. But if he don't even play because he's out here holding their hand and stuff, squeezing their hand, we don't even want to see that anyway. That's gross.
If he's supporting his wife.
No, it's gross.
If he's supporting his wife, then he drops off.
Hold her hand, look the other way.
Map. We will say, like, if he goes to be with his wife when she's giving birth, he should be dropped from consideration for the Pro Football Hall of Fame. That's what you're saying.
I'm not going that far.
What kind of football player is this guy?
Yeah, what kind of guy is this guy?
Where's his priorities?
Hey, just like my man James Vanderbeek, we talked about this Varsity Blues. The fact that he didn't take down homegirl in the whipped cream bikini told me everything about him. He can't be my quarterback. He can't be. I need a gunslinger. You know what I'm saying? I need a gunslinger. Who cares if homegirl, whatever her name was, the little country chick that he was with. So this is high school.
Little country bumpkin.
Little country bumpkin girl. Old girl had the whipped cream bikini, and he didn't take that. But we expect you to win us another district championship. You don't got it in you, son. Go off to Brown.
How many times did they have to reapply that whipped cream for that scene?
I don't know, man. That's a classic scene. A lot of folks hate football, but remember that scene.
They remember that scene.
They didn't stand the movie at all, which is not the best movie. It's a classic, but if that scene wasn't in it, who knows? That's up there with Denise Richards and Wild Things and Homegirl and Fast Time at Ridgemont Fly. What was her name? You know what I'm talking about?
BB Cates.
BBT, you remember.
The red bathing suit. Old boys in the bathroom staring out at the pool. Working
you
some things out.
remember. That's why you my guy, man. I knew you.
The next thing you know, Phoebe Cates, somehow he left that bathroom door unlocked. And she walks in and he's like,
yeah, not the master of his own domain. Not at all.
Jose, can someone on the current roster immediately take number one from Cook if Steve Sarkisian says so?
Damn. That is a good number that he was hogging.
Oh, it's a prime time number.
Prime time number.
That's prime time.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see what the flip card says this Saturday. All right, let's bring in the fellas, Chris Phillips and Cole Logic Thompson. Good boy, Ben. Oops. Sorry.
Yeah, Kirk Herbstreit's dog passed away.
Rest easy, Ben. Rest
easy.
Rest easy, Ben. Yeah.
I know before I jumped on the show, I was hugging my dog Champ for about 4-5 minutes, man.
Yeah. Just anybody out there that has a pet, anybody out there that has ever been able to be blessed with the love of an animal, just give them a little bit of an extra squeeze tonight. Let them know that they're a good boy, good girl. Let them know that they are a big part of your life, because there's so many moments when we look at ourselves and we don't feel like that we're good enough. We don't feel like that we've done our part. We've had our own fair share of struggles, but that animal looks at you in a way that you want to look at yourself internally with pure love, with pure joy, with optimism, with all of the happiness in the world because of they're with you and they bring out the best light in your life. And so to Kirk Herbstreit, to the Herbstreit family, to anybody who is going through the loss of Ben, please know that us here at Texas Sport Unfiltered, us here at SEC Unfiltered, you're in our thoughts, you're in our prayers. And Ben, you did your job. Good boy.
Sure
Go
did,
Reds.
right?
Cole.
How beautiful.
That was beautiful.
I feel like I was listening to Tom Rinaldi or something. Who does all those like lead-ins on the ESPYs and stuff?
Usually it's Rinaldi. I mean, that was when I first got into this business, that was the person that I honestly look up to the most was Rinaldi. And I was in college. I'll never forget. I was Alabama, Georgia week. It was the SEC championship in 2012. It was the hit made against Aaron Murray. And Rinaldi's there doing a pregame thing with Nick. And the bus is outside. And I'm on my way to take my math final. And I bump into a producer. And I'm like, oh, just tell Tom Rinaldi. It's like, do you want to go meet him? And I got to go meet him. And I got to spend 20 minutes with him. I was late to my math final. I barely passed. But he wrote me a note saying, "Dear Cole, please know this is just the start and never stop thinking it's the end." And I still have that hanging in my office today. So
That's
Tom
awesome.
Rinaldi is a very, very big influence in my life and how he has gone about things, and very sweet man. And I always wish him the best.
Man,
Cole's just dropping bars today.
Cole, you are on fire.
I was looking at Zay, seeing if he was going to crack a smile or not.
Oh, man.
Dropping bars.
Motivational.
By the way,
Cole.
we're repping the brand today. Repping the brand today.
There we go.
I guess
Oh,
we got
look at that.
Yeah.
And by the way, Mountaineers play tonight. App State, Coastal Carolina. Big showdown in Myrtle Beach. Conway.
On the teal
That's
field?
On the teal turf.
That's the Texas Tim Beck coaching Coastal Carolina.
Yep.
Yes.
Everyone's like, oh, Tim Beck was at New Mexico State and went to Vanderbilt. I'm like, no.
Yeah,
Not
there's
that
No,
Tim
no.
Beck.
Not that one.
I
Not
was
that one.
very quickly informed. There's two of them. Because
You didn't know that?
because the week of Vandy, Texas. No, I did not know that. No,
I know it.
I didn't.
yeah.
I know y'all knew it, but I didn't know it.
Yeah, he ain't feeling too hot right now. He's got to start winning again. Gain back some of those supporters down in Chanticleer Nation.
Yeah,
Y'all
weird.
feeling-
some of the classic like G5 teams that do pretty well are struggling this year. Like App State struggling, Coastal struggling.
I mean, Tulane's still doing well. I wonder why.
Because Mr. John.
Because of the guy that should have been at Mississippi State. Yeah, I think that's usually a thing that happens. That's just my 2 cents of the situation.
Hey, it's like that head coach at ULM. He should have been at UAB.
I'm Chip, we do not have time to go down the Bryant Vincent path. I will
Bryant
be here.
Vincent.
I will be here for hours explaining why I cannot fathom UAB anymore. I am disgusted at UAB for how they treated Bryant Vincent. It's still to this day. You know what? We got a show to do. We got things going on. I need to keep my blood pressure down. I don't need to have a heart attack during the middle of a Thursday afternoon. So Trent Dilfer, please just make sure that when you pack on up, you make a phone call over to Brian Vincent and say you were right. That's all I'm asking for.
Hey guys, really quickly before we get going, guys, give me some insight because I saw the Jonte Cook news and I saw his stats and I thought it was like a no big deal type of thing. Just a big deal, little deal, or no deal?
It's a deal.
It's a deal.
Just a
Right.
deal.
It's a deal because he was a top, recruit. He was committed for a long time. And if you've been committed to a school for a long time, the fans get attached to the idea of you. And they got 5 guys ahead of him who are just absolutely killing it right now. So Sark's like, if you're on the fence, go ahead and move off the fence.
Chip, let me ask you, is part of the reason why just so he could get ahead of the transfer portal kind of era?
I think he was a little surprised that Sark said, you know what, if you're really seriously contemplating the transfer portal at the end of the semester, then go ahead and start making the plans.
Rip the band-aid off now.
Was there off-field? Was there off-field stuff, Chip? Because it
No.
seems weird to really.
Yeah.
It seems like you'd want to stick around and maybe get a ring. I mean,
right.
Like, bro, you could go play. Well, I say play, but you could at least go suit up in an SEC title game. Like, why would you not want to do that?
I mean, he could suit up and have one big catch that's the difference maker and go into the playoff. I mean, that's the thing. And there's still games on the schedule to where Jonte Cook was
now, right? Like, he can't use the facility. Like, he can't, like, he's off the team, right? Am I wrong?
Right. He can finish up his classes, but
so why would you do that? Like, why would you do that?
He's retweeting Oklahoma stuff. He's really checked out.
Really?
He's being petty about it at this point. Like, it's
all right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And he said he had
he's hard
toe
to
injury,
by the way.
So I think the staff was like, okay, well, tell us when the toe feels better.
We'll
And
talk
they
about
just-
it on another day.
Yeah.
Figure it out later.
Okay, y'all feeling Ole Miss?
Oh yeah, hell yeah.
I gotta go, guys. See you guys.
Zach, you're good. Yeah, we both picked Ole Miss. Yeah.
All right.
So
Yeah, but
Dave
both of
went
us did.
Georgia. We'll see if it blows up, but blows up in our faces, but never know.
I know.
I went Bama too. So I mean, like, I'm gonna get double whammy this week probably. It's gonna be a lot of fun.
It's gonna be fun.
Yeah.
All
Go
right,
full
fellas.
underdog.
Vanderbilt. Don't forget Vanderbilt. Okay. All right.
Okay.
I'm out.
Okay.
Chippy the man. He just dipped out of here, didn't he? What's up, Cole?
Sure. Forget about Vanderbilt. Nobody's forgetting about Vanderbilt. I'm looking at history. That's what I'm looking at. When was the last time? It's a 15 game and counting stretch. That's what I'm looking at.
I will say this, Cole. I was surprised that nobody went Vandy. I was surprised. I thought one of you and Dave would go Vandy.
Are you kidding me? With how much love I'm getting right now from South Carolina fans, I'm not going to go ahead and burn that bridge. I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait to burn that until next year.
I thought you were being sarcastic. So
I mean, that's serious. I'll wait to burn that bridge next year.
Yeah, that goes to show. No, I think the other thing that happened was, God, at risk of this getting clipped too. I was just going to say, I think that after this previous weekend, I wouldn't be surprised if our entire staff at SEC Unfiltered was scared off of not picking South Carolina in fear of what might come of it. So it's like, you know what? Let's just all pick the Gamecocks and just leave that be. Just don't even shake that up any more than it already was. So.
Well, the problem is that I'm associated by brand, so I'm stuck in the middle of it. Hey, say everything nice as possible. Dylan Stewart's going to win SEC Freshman of the Year. Kyle Kennard's in the running for SEC Defensive Player of the Year. But somebody else that is not attached to you and has no affiliation in your life outside of work said something negative, so you're an awful individual. Thank you, Columbia. I appreciate it. I'll just try to go ahead and be better next time.
Yeah,
I'll try to be better.
Cole, you're guilty by association with me.
Exactly.
You really are. Anyways, guys, appreciate you all tuning in. Got a lot to get into. It was so weird, Cole. Like, was it news dump Thursday today? I mean, it just was like one thing after another this morning, I felt like,
it definitely felt like that when we were waking up. Okay, we have to do a show today. What are we going to talk about? What are some things that are on our minds? Then, we don't have to worry about coming up with a game plan because the SEC said, screw it, we're going to give you one. And probably a pretty big one that'll take up 30 minutes of your life.
Yeah, exactly. So anyways, guys, appreciate you all tuning in. I'm Chris Phillips. He's Cole Thompson. You know already, we are SEC Unfiltered. This is the SEC Unfiltered Hour, 3 to 4 Central, 4 to 5 Eastern, every single day as we get ready for a big weekend of college football yet again. Texas has got the Florida Gators coming to town, who we now know who their head coach will be in 2025. Most likely. I'll follow up on that, Cole, in a second. It looks like DJ Lagway may play, although they're still doubtful. So, I mean, again, Ole Miss, Georgia, big one. LSU, Bama, big one. Lots to get into, lots to talk about as we get ready for the weekend. Cole, let's knock out an easy one first. Again, it was a news dump. It was even a news dump. I think the news dropped that Dak Prescott's having surgery as well. I had somebody text me about that. Was that like a news dump today?
I guess. I mean,
Okay.
it's more. What's the right word? It's newsy because if he was going to go on the IR, now he's 100% on the IR. IR means you're out for 4 games as minimum. It means that's it, minimum. It does not mean that after 4 games you can be coming back. Like I'm dealing with the Texans right now. Nico Collins is on the IR. There's been a rumor that he can come back to play, but he's not going to come back this week. He hasn't practiced. So everyone's like, well, you said 4 weeks. And I'm like, no, I said 4 weeks is the minimum amount of time that you get to be on the IR. That doesn't mean it's the only amount of time. So I think that's the main point about it.
Well, I got a text about that. It was just like news dropping everywhere. The market is being set for Dylan Stewart at South Carolina. They're renegotiating $1 million, $1.5 million. Kid's going to get paid, man. Worked every penny. Kid's going to get paid.
Think about it for a minute, though.
Yeah.
He's a guy that was committed to the program for 2 years going into the actual signing day. He was somebody that was very much a Gamecock for life mentality player, and they're finally having some success. And in this new era of college football, you can do one of two things. You can continue to be the stepping stone for some of these high-profile figures that are going to eventually transfer, or you can set the market to guarantee that if you're missing out on talent, well, regardless, the other team is going to be paying that much, which means that players that were on their radar, they're not going to be able to afford it anymore. So they're now being the enforcers in either scenario, where if Dylan Stewart were to hightail it on out of there, go to Texas A&M, go to LSU, the asking price minimum is $2 million. And that's $2 million that are now going to be taken away from paying for an offensive lineman, paying for a linebacker, paying for a defensive back. So it now opens your avenue to where, oh, we're going to pay $2 million for one guy. Here's what I'm going to do instead. I'm going to pay $330,000 for a linebacker. I'm going to pay $225,000 for a right tackle. I'm going to pay $100,000 for a wide receiver, another $100,000 for a wide receiver, and then I'm going to pay another $400,000 for a cornerback. And I basically replace my roster with key needs instead of paying for one player. So you're setting the market either way, and you're walking away a winner in this deal no matter what.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, I think obviously, again, you got a guy like that, South Carolina, whoever it is, whatever school it is, you're going to make sure you put a package together that's as competitive as anybody else's or better than anybody else's. And of course, you've already built up the rapport with the kid. He's been there for a year. He chose you over everyone else. So, yeah, I think South Carolina has identified they've got a good one. Keeping Dylan Stewart on campus, priority number one going into next year.
You know what's really funny, just real fast? Like, imagine if Ryan Williams got into the transfer portal. I think there would be more people pissed off that Kalen DeBoer let Ryan Williams leave Alabama than they would be pissed off that they lost to Vanderbilt. Because if you can regroup from a loss to Vandy, you can't regroup from losing a talent that's not even come close to hitting his peak.
Yeah.
Like, that's becoming the new norm. Having a close call against Old Dominion is one thing. Losing the highest rated player to come through your system since Jadeveon Clowney, whole different other vicinity at this point.
Yeah, I don't know, Cole, if fans will ever really get used to the whole portal NIL thing. I don't know. Like, I don't know that it'll ever be like not a big deal when a player leaves. I don't think so. I just think it's something where it's such a punch to the gut when that happens, especially when it's like people's favorite players or it's contributors or whatever. I don't know. I don't know that college fans will ever really get used to that.
Probably not.
Probably not. So,
Probably not, if we're being honest.
yeah, probably not. Cole, let's get to the big news that dropped this morning, man. Florida comes out. Everybody here's already seen it. I'm not going to – you guys have seen the news, unless you've really been living under a rock. Statement by Scott Strickland comes out today. Statement comes out from the University of Florida that Billy Napier will be back in 2025 as the Gators head coach. Now, I want to follow that up, Cole, with something really quickly with this. I want to read the statement by Scott Strickland really quickly. All right. So he says, Gator Nation, I wanted to let you know that Billy Napier will continue as head football coach of the Florida Gators. As we've seen these past several weeks, the young men on this team represent what it means to be a Gator. Their resolve, effort, and execution are evident in their performance and growth each week, building a foundation that promises greater success next season and beyond. UF's commitment to excellence in a championship caliber program is unwavering. In these times of change across college athletics, we are dedicated to a disciplined, stable approach focused on long-term sustained success for Gator athletes, recruits, and fans. I am confident that Billy will meet the challenges and opportunities ahead. We will work alongside him to support any changes needed to elevate Gator football. As college athletics evolves, UF is committed to embracing innovation and strategy, ensuring the Gators thrive in today's competitive landscape. Gator Nation has remained strong, showing up game after game to stand with our team. This loyalty creates an incredible environment that inspires our players to compete with heart and determination. Now I call on all of our Gator Nation to continue standing behind Billy and his dedicated team while we work together to build a championship program. Go Gators, Scott Strickland, AD. The reason I wanted to read that statement, Cole, is because you go back to the first sentence. Wanted to let you know that Billy Napier will continue as head football coach of the Florida Gators. One thing I found interesting going back, because the news drops this morning, Billy Napier is back in 2025. It doesn't actually say that. And so I got a text from a buddy of mine that works for 24/7 Sports nationally. Good buddy of mine. And Cole, this is what he had to say. If I can find it. Okay, here it is. He said 20, and he just reached out to me just kind of randomly, obviously this morning after the news drop. 2025 is never mentioned in the Napier release. That's just letting agents know, hey, we're keeping him unless your elite name guy is interested. It's also to salvage the 2025 recruiting class.
Bingo.
And I replied to him. I said, fair enough. Everybody's under the assumption it's for 2025. He said, yeah, it was horribly written. So, I mean, my reaction this morning, Cole, was I feel really bad for Florida fans. It makes you come off as not a serious program. I've voiced how I feel about it. If you don't think Billy Napier is the guy to get you, I mean, because Cole, you preach on this heavily. You shouldn't lower your expectations, your standards, your Florida. If you're going to keep those standards and expectations, then the goal is to at minimum be winning SEC championships, more like national championships. Even if we lowered the bar, Cole, to just making the playoff. Like, do you really believe in your heart of hearts right now Billy Napier is the right guy to get Florida to the playoff even one time? And I just don't think anybody would say yes. So it's like, what are you doing? Like, I don't think Billy's a bad guy, but like my buddy Jake Crane says this all the time when he comes on me. If you just want to be a good person and make people feel good, go start a nonprofit. This is college football, man. This is SEC football. This is the University of Florida. So like, and I don't know why you put out a statement right now. Like, but to the point of all that, so all that happened, it does not say 2025 in the statement. So like, it feels weird to say anything. And I guess to your point, maybe spin zone, you're trying to play chess with your recruiting class, but like, that's also really shitty, Cole. I mean, I guess you have to do it, right? I guess you have to, but it's like, okay, so you're going to trick kids into thinking Billy Napier is going to be back next year, but you're actually behind closed doors, leaving the door open to just in case you could go get somebody else. And then those kids that signed, they're just screwed until the next portal cycle. It's like, is that what we're doing? Like, I mean, that's crazy to me. Like, that's insane.
But the sport is turning that way, and you have to do everything that's going to be able to keep you ahead. You have to.
You know what the sport's turned into? The sport is like players and schools just like screwing each other over back and forth. Like, or trying to like, it's almost like they're trying to like keep the one up. Like you want to have the leverage, whether you're the player or the university. The thing you want most is the leverage. So whatever you can do to keep the leverage, because that to me is that's like, you're right. You're right. It's the game, but God, it's shady, man. If that's for real, that's shady.
So what else? So what else was shady? Whenever the NCAA investigation would be going on because of, hey, we gave a McDonald's bag full of cash. Oh, we thought it was supposed to be 2 Big Macs. Like it's the same thing back in the day.
Supportive of the NCAA. I remember when Todd Gurley was getting suspended for signing a freaking autograph. Johnny Manziel. I mean, the NCAA is getting what it deserves. No,
Jim Tressler got fired because of Terrell Pryor and a handful of players went and got free tattoos. Like, I mean, like that's like that's what happened.
Yeah.
The problem is
go ahead. I'll let you. I'll because I want to speak on this on both ways. I want to get your reaction to it. You've obviously done a video, which go check it out, guys. Again, it's over at SEC Unfiltered YouTube podcast already out. But I want to get because I think depending what you do with that information I just gave you can change your reaction to this. Because if it says if you're taking it as he's 100% back in 2025, that's one reaction. There's also the reaction of, okay, maybe that's not 100%, but there's still a reaction to it of like dropping this right now.
You dropped this because you're about to go through your most difficult tests of games throughout the remainder of the 2024 season. And basically what you're saying is he is back in 2025. Now, I've also spoken to some people. I know who you've spoken to. I know who it is. I can tell you, I don't think he's that far wrong. But what I have been told by multiple people is DJ Lagway had a part in this. He had a very big part in this. DJ loves the offense. DJ's family loves Billy.
Did you see
Billy,
his Instagram story?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Billy is
If you didn't see it, he was like smiley face and a gator emoji and like was essentially like very giddy over the news.
Billy is very much somebody that has earned the trust and the support of the Lagway family. They feel like that there is a great relationship there. And this is the most important recruit that's come through since Tim Tebow. It is. The fact that Gatorade is back on campus for the first time since the 2000s says everything you need to know about what a guy like DJ Lagway means to the program. And on top of that, there's multiple players that are going to enter the portal, players that currently are looking at Florida, that are also looking at South Carolina, looking at Mizzou, looking at Kentucky, looking at Auburn, and they're saying, I can go play for this squad, or I can go play with a quarterback that I know with his upside is going to be a top 5 pick in the NFL draft. And more importantly, I'm going to be playing with the guy in a locker room that has rallied around this coach. And I think that that's a big deal here. I think a lot of what we said, because you and I both agreed with this, they were dead in the water. Nobody had a shimmer of hope that he was going to be back in 2025 after that A&M game. They gave up 250 more yards of offense in the first half in that game. And yet there were A&M fans saying, there were Florida fans saying, oh, well, don't look at the scoreboard. It felt a lot closer. It's like, no, it was never close. It was not even remotely. It was a dumpster fire. They were drugged through the mud. It was pathetic of a performance. But they turned the corner. They looked better. They've gotten the most out of it. They've got wins over UCF and wins over Kentucky and wins over Mississippi State. And they went down to the wire when they played against Georgia. There was 5 minutes left and it was a 20-20 game. So this team, when everyone else left Billy for dead, decided to elevate him and he went to work. And when he went to work, he was able to get the best versions. Now, we're not going to preface this and say one game in a closer call than expected against Georgia is enough to save your job. It's not. But what this also tells me is two things. Number one, you're not going to be able to find somebody that can come into the locker room and create the same type of chemistry the same way that Billy can with the current candidates that are available. And number two, the expectations have got to be dwindling away at this point in Florida for next year. Because, Chris, here's the thing. What happens with the schedule?
It just flips. It's the same schedule. It just flips.
So you're telling the new guy that comes on in, Kirk Cignetti, Lane Kiffin, maybe swing a little bit bigger. You go for an NFL coach. Maybe you go get somebody from retirement. Urban Meyer comes back. Hey, everything that you were doing that Billy did, you got to do better than him. With the same schedule, with the same teams, the only thing that's changing is players that currently are not here will join. Players that are here maybe only here because of Billy's the head coach, so they're leaving, so it's a roster overhaul. Oh, and instead of playing at Mississippi State comes to you. Instead of playing at home against Texas A&M, you get to travel to College Station. But the expectations are not changing. Here's the beauty of it, Chris. If next year they have the same results with a good recruiting class, with most of the money in NIL being predicated to freshmen and sophomores, then there's a just cause. There is no reason we can keep this guy. And then the next guy that comes in has a much more, I would say, secure schedule. A much more.
Here's the schedule. Here's the schedule for those wondering. So not all the dates are set, but you get the gist.
Those are the games that you're playing next year. You're playing the exact same teams, just instead of on the road, at home. Or at home.
The only thing I could say about the schedule next year is, Cam Ward's one and done, right? Is he?
Yeah, he's done.
So who knows what Miami will be? Who knows what Florida State will be? Mississippi State's probably still not going to be very good. Maybe they might. You would assume
they will be better than what they were last year, but you also expect Florida to be better than what it was.
Florida should beat them in the swamp.
So 3.
What's Kentucky? Mark Stoops might be the only coach that leaves.
Or I think it's 2, but we'll get
LSU may have a new quarterback, but you're going to Tiger Stadium. That's tough. Ole Miss is going to have a completely revamped team.
So maybe 5. Not to okay. So USF, Florida A&M, Miami, Florida State, Mississippi State, Tennessee, because of the rivalry, has always been back and forth.
They always win in the swamp. They always
it always comes down to the wire, even when they have a good quarterback. Kentucky, Ole Miss, maybe Texas A&M, depending on what their quarterback situation is. That's 9 games that you can potentially win. That's also 9 games that, and then when you take out USF and Florida A&M, that's 7 games you can potentially lose. But a new coach that comes in, they're going to judge them based off what Billy did last year and how much more you look improved. That's just it.
So let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, Cole. Let's say Billy's back next year.
Well, he is back next year. He is. I know I didn't say 2025,
right.
but
we're gonna make the assumption that announcement today, even though they didn't put 2025. I don't know how you could put a statement out like that.
Well, here's the thing, Chris, they did it before the 4-game stretch. So now basically what you're doing is, the early signing period is going to be available on December 3rd. They're basically telling you, hey, we're going to suck. We're not going to be a good team.
No matter what happens in these next, especially 3 games when we might get our shit kicked in.
He is back. And here's the thing.
Because I will say, to your point, Cole, the only thing I'll say, because then if you were to get your shit kicked in 3 straight games, it's like the pressure would have been almost insurmountable. You know what I mean? Now it's like out of the way. Now it's like we've got it out of the way. Yeah. Like putting a statement like that out after you've gotten your teeth kicked in 3 straight more games would be a lot harder.
But here's the other part that's really important. Then we'll get to the point that you were trying to make. Like if Scott Strickland is lying right now, which I might also add in, the reason why he can't fire Billy is because of he's kind of attached to the hip with him. They have a school president search still going on.
Yeah.
They don't have somebody leading the academic side. So they're already dealing with a ton of other things behind closed doors about the system of the program and the future of Florida athletics and Florida University, that there are so many other things that need to happen before finding a next coach that is going to be owed $26 million in a buyout this year and then getting the right guy to come on in. So if you fire him after all of this and saying he will be back, then how are parents, how are players, how are recruits going to trust the athletic facility that they're doing what's best for them as student athletes? When all it takes is one Shane Beamer phone call to go, I'm not leaving. I'm not going to Florida. I'm staying here. Come on over. You'll have me for at least 2 years, if not longer. And if it doesn't work out, cool. You can go elsewhere. But you should come here and we'll pay you for it. That's what's going to happen if you fire him at this point. So now you are stuck with him. You have to be. Because if you release the statement before the 3-game stretch of pure hell, sorry, you have to stick with him.
Cole, what should be done eventually is better off done now.
Sure, but it's delaying the inevitable, and then also
let's also throw in this, okay? I mean, this is a big part. Which to say I'm like totally shocked, Cole, would be incorrect. I was shocked at the timing of the announcement. I was surprised that you don't at least see how it looks the rest of the way. Like, what if they lose out, man? Like, I mean, come on.
But do they lose out without DJ Lagway? Because if they lose out without DJ, and let's just say it's a 7-point swing at LSU, and it's a 3-point swing versus Ole Miss, and it's a blowout against Texas, but Lagway's only playing in 2 of those games.
Well, here's what I'll say, Cole. Here's what I'll say. If all right, Billy's back next year, dude, I don't even know if Lagway should play against Texas. Like, if he's anything less than 100%, why would you play him at this point? Because what's the rush? What's the rush? You don't need to pull off some massive upset anymore. Like, he's back.
No.
Like, why would you even put him at risk?
You put him at risk because if you have a shot of winning, which they don't think that he has a shot of winning.
Not 100%. Like, if he's not at 100%, and maybe there's no risk of re-injury or anything, but I'm just saying, like, you protect him now. I don't think you thrust him out there if he's not ready. Like, man, we got to win. It's like, we don't really have to win. He's back. Like, I mean, he's coming back either way. I know they're not thinking that way, but I mean, if you're thinking about the health of the kid, it's like, well, like in some situations, if Garrett Nussmeier was 80%, Cole, they're playing him against Bama. Like, whatever. You got to go. It is what it is. I'm just saying, like, is it that high stakes for Florida?
Okay, well, let me ask you. 80% DJ Lagway, and that announcement isn't made. Lagway's playing. Lagway's 100% playing. And the reason he's playing is because
I feel like there's pressure. They need to win one of these games.
Because of the job security is not there. But now the job security is there. So if he is not ready to go, don't rush him. Don't do anything that will hurt him and will hurt your cause about having a job next offseason going into 2026. Not going into 2025, because I think you're set for 2025. You're good. You're locked in. Don't even have a second care in the world. It's 2026. And it starts in a lot of different ways. And this is the part that's going to be really frustrating, Chris, is that boosters and the higher ups, they all going to be on the same page. For starters, they got to be patient. They cannot have these instantaneous results of, well, we beat Miami week 1. Then week 2, we beat USF. We get a signature win, let's just say week 4 against Texas A&M. We're 4-1, but then we drop 3 games. We lose to Georgia, we lose to Texas, we lose to LSU. And it's like, nope, got to pull the plug.
You know what's going to be funny, Cole, is it's going to be the same exact thing next offseason as it was this offseason. Like, they have to beat Miami. Like, it just – we're going to have – we're going to be having the same convo. It's like, well, Miami's a must-win again. Like,
but what you can't do is pull another Scott Frost, where you decide, hey, we're going to bring him back. We're going to bring in a new offensive coordinator. We're going to do this. We're going to bring in some personnel members. We're going to do 2 games in.
Okay, I forgot how short it was.
It was literally they went
2 games.
They went to Nebraska, Ireland. They lost to Northwestern. That was the only game Northwestern won that year.
That was Ryan Helinski in the Northwestern.
And then they came back home and they lost the home opener, and he was fired the next day. You can't do that.
Yeah.
You're either all in for 2025 or you're all out before 2025. That's just it. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. You got to let it play out. But the other thing is, you got to say, oh, Chris, they're Florida. They're Florida. It's a swamp. It's Gainesville. It is the SEC. It is a place that has been known for winning conference titles. It is a place that has won national championships, and they treat themselves with the higher standard. I put them at a higher standard. You put them at a higher standard. We all put them at a higher standard. So now it's time for Billy and Scott Strickland to walk up to the boosters and go, how much do you want to be a football school? How much do you want to get back to that level of sensibility of us being a legit force in the conference? And the answer will decide Billy's tenure. Because if people are saying, yep, we want to be a football school, here's a blank check. Here you go. Go ahead. Take what you need. Let's go ahead and pay it. We'll get it out. Then there's going to be people that say, well, we need to see results first. Okay, great. You need to see results. If the results come at the end of this year and they go 2-2 down the stretch with an upset win against a top 25 team in Florida State, that better be enough for you to write the check. Or if the final one is, well, we need to make sure that we get guaranteed wins next year, and then 2026, we're going to go ahead and give you all the money that you want. Well, Billy's shit out of luck. Billy's out of a job. Billy is 100% out of a job because things can't change. And there's a lot of stipulations that you can throw in. There's a lot of things that you can say. You got to average so-and-so points per game. You got to bring in a top 15 win. You got to do this. You got to bring in a new offensive coordinator because we did things your way, Billy, and it didn't work. So now we're going to do it our way. And if it still doesn't work, then you go ahead and you go and move off of him. But if they don't want to make any moves until wins start piling on up, he's out of luck.
Yeah.
You might as well just fire him this year and be okay with being mediocre in 2025. You might as well just be okay being mediocre in 2025.
Well, because the chicken or the egg conversation, to your point, Cole, like, you know, we put so much emphasis on coaches, and fairly so. It's their, I mean, they deserve it. They deserve all the criticism. They deserve, I mean, it's your program, you're in charge. But to your point, no coach has ever succeeded without talent. Like you, and I think though that's what frustrates Florida fans is there is talent on that roster. But to your point, and the point I was going to get to was, you know, let's call it for what it is. A big part of the reason this isn't happening, I think, is the buyout. There's a $20 million buyout to pay. And I literally had this conversation last week heading into the cocktail party with my good friend Nick De La Torre, who's no longer with On3, but does a great job with Stadium and Gale and is going to land somewhere on his feet, probably 24/7 or ESPN. I don't know where he's going to go. But anyways, very, very tight with the Gators. Literally told me last week, Cole, the fans want him gone.
Yeah.
The powers that be at Florida don't. The people that do the firing, they don't want to fire him. He told me this before the season. I've talked to this dude, you know, I've talked to Nick all throughout the season. He's just like, the people that sign the checks with the commas, with the zeros, they are tired of signing checks. They're just tired. They're tired of signing checks to fire coaches. So I will say, to your point, he's back in 2025. Cool. take all that money that you were going to pool together for the buyout and put it in NIL, because that's the only way and Cole, like, you're going to have to make it a really foolproof decision where I'm not saying you assemble a roster like exactly like Ole Miss had, but like you need to make that kind of put. Like it needs to, Cole, we need to have an offseason where we're, at SEC Unfiltered, we're dropping breaking content because, well, damn, Florida got another guy in the portal. They got this guy in the portal. They got that guy in the portal. It's like that was how Ole Miss was, right? Like every other day they're picking somebody up.
They have to do what Ole Miss did. There is no advantage.
Virtually to that degree. Yeah. I mean, that's fair. I mean, yeah. Yeah.
They have to
They got to go out and just get so much talent where it's like, all right, if you don't win this year, you're for sure gone. Because like we did everything we could for you.
Well, think about it this way. Back in the day in 2012, 2013, if you weren't living up to expectations and the money was different because of the way the economy worked, you still got a pretty significant buyout. And and coaches didn't care about that because if they realized I'm going to a major school, I have to meet their major expectations or I'm going to get a pretty significant raise to not be here anymore. Well, now money is being allocated and resourced to NIL. So the money that you pay toward a buyout could go toward a collective. And so at this point, what you need to start wondering is how many of these coaches that are underwhelming, aren't living up to expectations, aren't meeting the criteria, are being held around, but then you watch as a 5-star wide receiver comes on into the program the next year, or a name such as a Quinshawn Judkins or a Caleb Downs that you didn't think was ever going to consider your school now is joining forces with your team. Because the money that would have gone to the buyout is now going toward the transfer portal. It's going towards NIL collectives. It's going towards recruiting. That's something that is going to be the brand new norm in college football, to where you will see coaches maybe have an elongated leash because of they're willing to pay for the talent to be around you. But the other part that's really important here is if you fail, you also are basically hitting reset on every level. Because the boosters are not going to pay consistently for you to finish 7-5 when they bring in premier talent. They want instantaneous results because they want to see their overall net worth be significantly increased. It's like the stock market. When you invest, you want your investment to continue to grow. And if it doesn't, you're eventually going to pull out. That's going to be it. Phrasing, by the way.
Yeah, anybody who's in a position to, invest in a collective or make a sizable investment to a university, they're not dumb people. So to your point, Cole, if you're not at some point, if you're not seeing ROI, you're going to bail. I mean, you're going to decrease your investment at minimum. Dude, my biggest pushback would just be though, I still think we know who Billy Napier is. I just, like we know who he is, man. We know who. It's not it's not like they've been sitting on like 7 or 8 wins and they're kind of on the cusp and it's Florida. He's not, the problem is he's not getting to 10 wins. He's not getting to the stuff. They haven't even had a winning season.
They've been to 1 bowl game and they went 6-7 that year.
Year 1, right?
Yeah. And they went 6-7 that year.
I mean, it's interesting, Cole, because before the season started, I picked Florida to go 5-7, and I said he would be back. But being in the midst of it now, I just, man, I don't know, man.
Here's my theory. The guy that they want is not available, or he's not.
Do you think the guy they wanted was Lane Kiffin?
I don't know, because here's the thing. If it was Lane and they lose this weekend,
they could have waited until after this weekend.
I say, then you make the phone call and then everything starts.
All right.
I have a very gut feeling. A very, very gut feeling. And I've talked to some people around and they've brought this up. If Jed Fish would have stayed at Arizona this year, and he would have hit the reset and he would have led Arizona to the Big 12 title game, win or lose, that is a guy that is connected with the program. That is a guy that played at the program. That is a guy that has been around the building. He is somebody that is very well respected internally. That's an easy move. It's a move to where they're saying, we're bringing home somebody that we know is going to be the best version of our offense. He's going to give us new life. But then he goes to Washington. And Washington It isn't a stepping stone job anymore because of what Kalen DeBoer did, but it still is not viewed in the same light as Florida. They're going to be 8-4. They're going to be 7-5. 7-5 is a really hard sell when you're going 5-7 every single year. So I think that Jed Fish was a guy that they had put a lot of infrastructure into, and they believed in it. I think another one is Eli Drinkwitz. Eli Drinkwitz was another player that was probably another coach that was probably they want to see duplicating his success. And if he does well at Missouri this year, well, that's an easy phone call. We're a better program than Mizzou. We have more resources than Mizzou. We have more upside than Mizzou. The potential of getting NFL talent out is better here. So come on down. But even though that they're sitting at 6-2, they don't feel like a 6-2 team. They've looked anemic against teams. And more importantly, in ranked matchups, they were awful. They were awful against Texas A&M, and they were 100% disgusting against Alabama. So now the voodoo, the dust has settled. The charisma has kind of closed off a little bit, and so they can't go get him. Kirk Cignetti's a guy that got mentioned. He's in the hunt for a college football playoff berth. He's not leaving until after his team is out of the playoff, if even made available. And he's 63. How much more does he want to move? Basically, he can pull a Lance Leipold and say, you're going to do this, 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 and this. And if you do those things, I'll stick around. And Kansas is saying, cool, done deal. You get it, Lance. We're going to do it your way. That could happen at Indiana for Kirk Cignetti. I think a guy like Fran Brown makes a lot of sense. I'm going to continue to preach it. This would be my pick for Florida. You can't hire him after 1 year as a head coach. It's just not going to go over well with the fan base. But if he duplicates that success at Syracuse, and Syracuse next year is sitting at 9-3 with a game away from making it to the ACC title game and a college football playoff berth, that's an easy phone call. And he comes from the SEC, and he comes from the area of the Kirby Smart coaching tree. Make a lot of sense. I think if they were going to swing big as well, they would have to swing big for somebody that they believe is going to be a Brian Kelly-esque or a Lincoln Riley-esque dude. And again, I don't think that Marcus Freeman right now is going to leave. But that would have been my first phone call. You go get that dude. I think that the spunk of Mike Gundy has run its course because of what happened this year. So there's a lot of coaches that probably were on Florida's radar that no longer have that same proximity that they did at the start of the year, to where fans would be excited. Now it feels like you got to go get a Lincoln. I mean, you got to get a Lane Kiffin. You got to go get a Cignetti. And if neither one of them is coming, we already failed. Well, you didn't fail, but you've shut off the avenues for the actual candidates that are qualified for this job. And that's really where you're at. And you're not going to pay $26 million for a buyout to then go pay Marcus Freeman a 7-year contract worth $70 million, $10 million annually to go finish 9-3. You're not paying that. And that's where we're at right now.
Yeah, you slipped up there, but Lincoln Riley would be fun.
What do you mean, Lincoln Riley? Oh, going that? No, he wouldn't. No, he wouldn't. No, I'm sorry.
He's got that offensive. He's got that offensive kind of makeup of Florida coaches.
I will say Jake Bayless in the comments section is not entirely wrong on one thing. I listed as a dark horse Ryan Day. And I meant that because Ryan Day, he gets fired at Ohio State. Just humor me. He gets fired and he has 11 losses in 7 years.
Oh, he'd be a great hire.
Is he not the most sought after coach in America, to where there are going to be at least 1 or 2 programs that will fire their coach after a successful season to get him?
Yeah. I guess I understand. Obviously, if he's not winning the big game, winning the title, it feels crazy if Ohio State were to do that.
But then at the same time, if we're saying, well, you want to go hire a guy who can't win the big game, then why is Lane Kiffin at the front of your conversation? Because Lane Kiffin's only won 1 big game, and it was in the Peach Bowl. The Peach Bowl last year against Penn State. That's his only one. He's won.
Who also can't win the big game?
Brian Kelly. Kalen DeBoer right now kind of feels like he can't, even though he beat Georgia. So maybe he can, but it's a first-year start. I mean, Shane Beamer feels like a better hire right now because if he can win the big game, the question is, can he win the other ones?
Yeah.
Can he win the other matchups?
Yeah. I will say this, Cole. I feel for a lot of my Florida buddies that I've seen them on the timeline today. Yeah, they're down bad right now, man. They're down bad right now. I understand it, Cole. Like, man, especially if you're a fan that's like our age or even a little bit older and like you've watched Florida football, it'd be great. God forbid you like live through the Spurrier years. And I mean, I don't know, Cole.
Meyer years.
What?
Going right from Spurrier to Meyer shortly after.
Had a little hiccup with Zook, but I mean, you got right back on it with Meyer, and just ever since Meyer, man, it's just been coach after coach after coach failing, and now you got Billy, and what hope is there that Billy Napier is the answer? Really, truly the answer. Like if we're being totally honest, like this is a kicking the can down the road move in my mind. That's all it is, and fine if that's the best strategy, Cole. To your point, like you're not going to get rid of a guy if there's not a lot of better options out there. But
here are the non-negotiables for me if I'm Scott Strickland and I'm the boosters paying for Billy Napier to get back. Number one, you are no longer calling plays on offense. It's done deal. Done. You have to hire an offense coordinator. You cannot mess around with the offense. You got to bring him in. We'll give you $2 million. We will pull a Brian Kelly. We will give you $2 million to build your offensive staff, and you have to hire a legit play caller. I don't know who that is. I don't know who wants the job, thinking that potentially they could be out very shortly after, because Bobby Petrino went through the exact same thing in College Station 2 years ago, but you got to hire an offensive play caller because your stuff is not working. Number two, we're going to give you $7 million, maybe $8 million in NIL funds for the transfer portal. You have got to land these players that you thought were going to be Florida Gators initially when you signed on 3 years ago. And more importantly, you got to show off your recruiting chops on why Florida is the best place for you. And number three, and most importantly, you have to have a certain list of realistic goals that he has to hit. Top 25 in scoring offense, top 55 in run defense, a win against a top 25 roster, or one of these games you have to have circled that it has to be a win. You show number one in portal rating. Your rating in recruiting goes up from a 7.2 to an 8.1. Those are the goals that you have to have. And if he can't meet those bare minimum goals in year 4 with a roster that is all Billy Napier at this point, there is no resident left of Dan Mullen, then that's when you can say we did everything we can. Now we have to fire him. But if you're not going to do any of that, then you're just kicking the can down the road, as you said. But you have to at least give him a shot if you're going to go in. And more importantly, for my stance at this point, the fact that you released a statement today, now you have to give him a shot. You cannot go back on your word.
Yeah.
He has to resign or be hired elsewhere, and that's how you get out of it. But if that doesn't happen, you have got to hold out because you released the statement too early. Sorry.
Yeah, I'd agree. It would not be a good move to now fire him after you put this statement out. I mean, I guess things can change, but and that was my whole point. It's just like, dude, you got 4 games left. I think Florida can cover Saturday. Hell, I picked them to cover, but like, what if they don't? Like, what if they go get their brains beat in? It's just like.
But if they go 3-1 down the stretch and they get upsets over Ole Miss and LSU, and then they beat Florida State,
it'd be perfect. It'd be perfect. Yeah.
And then there you go.
They look like. They look like geniuses. Yeah. So roll the dice.
The thing is that somebody's gonna look like a genius at the end of all this, because this is not the first time it's gonna happen. Like perfect example would be Dave Aranda at Baylor right now. They're still in the hunt for 8-4. They still have a shot of pulling off a few upsets. They didn't want to let go of Dave Aranda because his buyout is ridiculous, and he's a pretty good overall dude. But like you said, non-profitable. Like, just worry about that. Everything that you see, they want to build, and they're going to use that money now in NIL to put themselves in a prime position. They went out and they brought in a new offensive coordinator. They went out and they brought in new pieces. The athletic director, Matt Rhodes, is going to look like a freaking genius if they in a year from now are in the Big 12 title game and they're playing and they get a first round bye in the college football playoff because he held out hope. Strickland may look like a genius at this point, but it also comes with the internal buy-in and the external buy-in from those that can write those checks.
Yeah.
And they have to be willing to write those checks, because if they don't, it's a moot point. There is no reason to even go back to the wishing well. Oh, well, is the only thing I could say.
Yeah, I mean, they've got to be bought in, to your point. They've got to. You're going to make the decision to bring him back. Yeah, everybody's got to be on the same page, go in the same direction. Again, it's Cole. It's interesting. My immediate reaction was WTF this morning, but we definitely painted the picture this could happen. And I mean, you think about DJ Lagway, to your point. Listen, I don't believe in keeping a coach for one player, but when it's a player like that, highest rated quarterback signee in school history, higher than Tim Tebow. Now, I'm not saying he's better than Tim Tebow, but per the recruiting rankings, highest rated quarterback they've ever signed. So
in my opinion, you are saying that this is the most important player because if you're literally keeping him.
For sure. Yeah. I mean, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, I think some of it comes back to, Cole, you mentioned when you talking about investment, when you think about the investment that people have made in DJ Lagway, they want to see their investment out. I mean,
oh, by the way, he gets that money still. He still gets that money whether or not he's here. So you're losing the money. So you
can either lose the money and the player, or just lose the money while investing anyways.
Just lose some games. Just
right.
that instead.
Or lose some games. Yeah. I mean, what's crazy, Cole, is I really think DJ Lagway is going to be a really good player. Really good player. He's obviously, man, he's got all the skill set. He's got all the tools. It's just, I just don't know that I just don't know that I can trust Billy Napier to be anything other than he's been. I mean, I just be totally honest with you. I don't know that I can.
He's 13 and 18 or 13 and 15.
I think 13 and 18.
So he's 5 games under 500. More than likely, he'll be at least 7 games under 500 at worst at the end of the year. And that's if things go his way. He's got to win, and he's got to win with the help of supporters. The hard part is, why are people going to believe in you after you've already shown that it's a challenge without the resources? And it's still fundamental mistakes. It would be one thing to say that this is a team that lacks talent because of what they've lost in the portal and how they haven't been able to recruit. It's another thing to say part of the reason they've lost games, perfect example, is the Tennessee one. And everyone's going to talk about going for 2. Everyone's going to talk about that.
Yeah.
How about the fact that they had 12 men on the field for the field goal attempt right before halftime, and it was a 10-second runoff to where they don't get those 3 points? Chris, they get that field goal, they win the game. It doesn't matter if you go for 2.
That's the Napier era. I mean, that's the problem. That's the Napier era.
Exactly. So it's little things like that's where you have your faults. That's where you have your issues. Because if it's year 3, the guy in week 1 that he faced off against, Mario Cristobal, is in year 3. That's a team that is built to go to the college football playoff, maybe win a playoff game, and they have a Heisman Trophy caliber quarterback. You still look like you're in the starting breaks. You still look like that you're fumbling coming out of your shoot. You still look like a guy that has tripped over his foot and is down by 10 seconds in a race. And everyone else is flown by you. And now you're picking yourself back up just to finish on time. That's you. That's how you feel right now.
I'll be honest with you, Cole. When I first saw the news this morning, I thought it was fake. I was like, there's no way this is real. Because it just felt so random, out of left field. I genuinely, I went to a couple of different accounts to make sure I wasn't getting punked by somebody.
That makes sense. Nobody I've known has ever been able to say at 13 and 18, their job is safe. With also close calls against multiple bad teams. And the other part is,
in a place like Florida with crazy high expectations.
The other part that's really frustrating more than anything else, I think, comes to the fact that this is a Florida team that truly right now doesn't feel like that it cares about winning. It just feels like it cares about showing up on Saturdays.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to be taken seriously as a program that you would say that winning is the most important thing. When you're willing to kind of gloss over this and look. I mean, I think and this brings me to this argument, Cole. I think in today's college football, I won't say this is every scenario, but I think by year 3, Now, here's why I hesitated when I said that, because, for example, at a place like South Carolina, they went 5-7 in year 3. The caveat is they won big games, really big games in year 2. So there were signs of it there. Where have there been signs? Where have there been signs in the Billy Napier era?
The win against Utah in week 1 of his first season and the win against Tennessee. Those are the 2 signs.
Yeah.
That's it. The ranked win against Tennessee at home and at home against a Utah team that eventually won that won the Pac-12. Those are the signs. And that's a Utah team that would have gone to the college football playoff.
Yeah.
Keep that in mind. They would have gone if they didn't lose to Florida week 1.
Yeah. I mean, man, what were we thinking about Billy Napier after that game?
Give him it's one game, is what I said. But nope, nobody else wanted to do that. I figured we would have learned about giving coaches time because of the TCU Colorado game too. Do you believe how much we threw Colorado up in our faces, and then a close call against Nebraska, and then a very close call in overtime against Colorado State? They proceeded to win one more game. And by the way, it was a win that they probably didn't deserve when they lost a game against Stanford that they probably should have won. I mean, like, it's little things like that.
Right.
It's one season. It does not define their tenure there. Unfortunately for Billy, it's consistently showing the faults. South Carolina with Shane Beamer, perfect example. They literally knocked out 2 teams from the college football playoff hunt in 2022.
Yeah.
Clemson was in the 4 spot. And the week before, Tennessee was in the 4 spot. South Carolina in back-to-back weekends said, double bird, get out. That's enough of a sign to where 5-7 regression. And also keep in mind that Zeb Nolan in his first year there was the starting quarterback as a graduate transfer. I mean, as a student assistant, and they went to a bowl game. Like, nobody had hope for Shane Beamer in year 1. The over-under was set at 3.5 wins. I mean, he hit the over going into November. That's the difference. Billy has yet to hit the over. He still hasn't technically hit the over this year yet. 4.5 was the over. He needs one more.
And he might get it against Florida State. He should.
This is why again I'm saying don't release the statement. Because if you release the statement, now that means you have to hold out for him. How many fans are going to lose their mind knowing that Billy Napier is back if they lose to this Florida State team? Not a Florida State team, this Florida State team. Florida State has 1 win against Cal. They lost to Memphis, who lost to UTSA. They lost to Georgia Tech. They lost to Duke. You can't afford to lose to Florida State. But now you have to give them a shot because you wrote the damn statement.
Yeah. Cole, we've hit 5 o'clock, 4 o'clock Central. This day's flying by. Really quickly before we get out of here, I saw this on social media. I don't think this is confirmed by anyone. People are seemingly running with it, though. USC quarterback Miller Moss is entering the transfer portal per source. Michigan is probably his top choice as he enters the portal.
So I believe that is going to happen. I do.
It's not confirmed, though.
But confirmed.
I've seen other people that, that are in our space that, heck, we've had on our show that are, reposting that and, kind of just giving their thoughts on it. So, to your point, it's not confirmed. It hasn't happened, but I think that's dude, I mean, I think this quote right here is quite crazy. Coming from Lincoln Riley on Miller Moss's future. This was 2 days ago, but he's like, you never know how it's going to play out. I've had these things play out where something like this happens. Guy goes into the school, ends up playing in the NFL. He'll be ready for his next opportunity, no matter where it is. It's
that's you're leaving.
That doesn't sound like a guy that's going to be back.
He didn't say no matter where it is. That did not mean if it's back here at USC. That meant regardless if it's at UNLV or Michigan, he'll be fine. That's what that means, right?
Exactly. So we'll see. We don't have the official word on it, but we will see. That was interesting.
Where would you like to see him land? If you had to pick a school, let's just go with this. If you had to pick a school in the SEC, where would you like to see him land?
Let's think. Who's going to need a quarterback next year? Maybe Auburn.
No, God no. No? If you're not sold entirely on him, and you know that the other guy is leaving,
how about Kentucky?
I was going to say Mississippi State. If you're not sold on Michael Van Buren, I would at least make a phone call to Miller Morris. Let's just see.
Well, that's what I was about to say. Are we totally Are we sure Jackson Arnold's the quarterback of the future at OU? Like, would he maybe want to go skate down there with Levy? Like,
I think I think if he wins one more big game, he is the quarterback of the future. Now, if not,
AKA Saturday against Mizzou.
Yeah, probably. If not, I would not be shocked to see him maybe make a trip down to Starkville, have that conversation.
That'd be wild.
Because remember, there was that conversation at first before Oregon called. Levy's going to pay a bag to get Dylan Gabriel to come down to Starkville.
Yeah.
Like, there were so many people just like, it's a downgraded move in terms of the play style, but you're going to be in the offense that'll put up a shit ton of points. Could be.
It's going to be interesting. The portal, we all know, is going to be interesting, no doubt. Guys, appreciate each and every single one of you tuning in. It's always a pleasure. We thoroughly enjoy it here on the SEC Unfiltered Hour. Of course, we are SEC Unfiltered. My man, Cole Thompson, myself, Chris Phillips. It's always a blast. Make sure, guys, you stay tuned. Of course, BK and Bucky going to kick you off in the morning. This is actually my last show of the week because tomorrow morning I will hit the road to Oxford, Mississippi for the Ole Miss Georgia game. Going to be a lot of fun. So, again, make sure you stay tuned. Like, subscribe, follow Texas Sports Unfiltered and SEC Unfiltered. We're found. You can find us both everywhere. Everywhere you find each other, we're on all of those same platforms. So, anyways, Cole, always a pleasure. Thank you, sir, for your service. For Cole Thompson, I'm Chris Phillips. Guys, appreciate each and every single one of you tuning in. Like I said, BK and Bucky will kick you off in the morning. Have a great rest of your Thursday. We will talk to you all on the other side.